Sounds good, right? Yes. There we go. Bam! Bam, baby. Celebration chill stream, everyone. Myrmonden here, of course. It'll be fun, man. First of all, look at this thing. I've shown before in the YouTube before. Huh? My buggy. You've seen my hawk and dower towels, right? This is my, of course, best boy here, Buggy the Clown, right? I got way too much anime merchandise, man. I got way too much shit, man. Look at that Buggy stuff. But yeah, so today then, right, we're gonna have like an Ask Me Anything, an MA, right? You can of course ask a question here during the stream, right, or whatever. Obviously we have some questions people have sent in already, right? So we're gonna go over those. That's one thing. We are of course gonna unbox Arena then, right? Arena is the winner of the vote, right? You know, so you believe in democracy, right? Democracy is the best thing ever. Let's see what the vote is. So Arena ends at. I can show you guys. Yeah. Where is the good image? That would be. Boom. Yeah, I'm going to live now, right? So we're ending with this thing. So now I'm not cheating, right? I'm just gonna put up the live, the vote results. Yeah. Yeah, put up the vote result. God, my PC is so laggy, man. I have way too many stuff. I'm like, whoa, way too many stuff, guys. Here we go. Here's the vote. Bam, there we go. Here's the vote. Cover my face, whatever. No, so what? So yeah, so Arena wins, right? Then we have female Naruto, so gender bending Naruto, and Boa Hancock, and then in the end, then we had like the smaller figures, right? So we have like C18, Megumin, Luffy, and so on, right? So yeah, so Arena's gonna be the big one. I kind of hate you guys now, but for voting for this one because of course it is massive and it's gonna be really hard to have it steady in front of me. So we can also update the thumbnail later then. So that's one thing. We're gonna also look a little bit of my art reel, right? Which I haven't. I showed a little bit art images. So we're gonna be a little bit of that as well, like specifically my Haruhime, for example, right? So we're gonna look a little bit at the art I've been working on in the last months here. So I got a bunch of new art, right? I got a lot of art here, guys. So you guys will be impressed, man. We're gonna have some art reel and talk about a bit how I have worked on it, right? So you're gonna be impressed, guys, because I have a lot of crazy art here that no one's seen before, like this in here. I did this yesterday. This is my latest thing I'm working on. So yeah, so you're gonna see a lot of cool stuff of that. And yeah, you know, just play some games or whatever, right? Yeah, like I said one thing before we started, but I'm thinking about it before in the morning, and it's kind of interesting, right? When you do like a live reaction or whatever, then you know people of course ask questions or right, but it's hard to answer them because you're like focusing on the anime or the game or whatever, right? To what game you're playing, but that's an anime. You focus on anime, and it is kind of funny because it feels like a lose-lose situation. Because if you answer the comment quickly, right, in during a live reaction, people are like, "Oh, you're not focusing on the anime because you're answering other questions, right?" You're like, "Yeah, but you asked something," so it's weird, right? And if you don't answer, and if you're really into the anime, oh shit, she's dying or whatever, right? Then you get angry, you'll be like, "Oh, why you're answering other questions for?" So you can't win, man. It's a lose no matter what you do, guys. I was finding funny, man. But yeah, Rikun, man, you have said in the most of the questions. The Ama Mast Asker. Yeah, you got much questions, man. But I think I wait for a minute doing the AMA, right? So let's start with I don't know. Should we start with art a little bit? I haven't finished this too much though. But I want to explain a little bit. I know people, I hope Space come in here, man, because I know he's gonna love my Rob Liefeld stuff. I hope he gets here because, I hope he's here because, you know, I grew up watching a lot of X-Men and so on, right? So I'm gonna show you one thing when I started my art here, guys. So when I started my art, right, this is how much of my art looked, right, in the beginning. So we'll do a little bit of a, you know, art, I mean, art really here. So this is probably my best work, I feel, when I started my art earlier this year, right? So, as you can see here, right, you know I. So I made this a few months ago, and you know I am. I'm just like, she gonna have abs, she gonna have muscles. This is how it started, man. This is how it started. Absolutely, man. All my art in the beginning looked like this, man. It was like spunky chicks with crazy hair, some kind of Goku hairstyle, right? Some kind of crazy stuff. I kept thinking to myself that Rob Liefeld, if you know who that is, it's like typical. He's a very famous X-Men artist. He's like behind Deadpool and so on. I kept thinking that Rob Liefeld, he would be proud of me because he always do this super, muscular X-Men characters, right? Like this classic image of Cable, and Cable has his arm, and his arm is like bigger than his whole body and so on. It's like I can find that one. That is so funny, man. Cable, Rob Lee. This is like a classic image. People have dissed him for this for years, man. But this is here, there it is. Yeah, this is like the classic, Rob Liefeld art style. Right? This definitely inspired me, honestly, in the beginning. If you look at this one, this is an old Rob Liefeld, well, like the body, right? His arm is as big as his whole body, right? His torso is just muscles, man. I try to hold back, I guess, with my art, right? I try to hold back a bit, but I will easily, that's a big inspiration, right? How I started with my art was to make, of course, muscular chicks, right? I want to make, I want to make Ghislaines, right? I want to make, Myrmonden, of course. So of course there's a lot of Merlona inspired art, right? Coming up here, you know what I mean? But it's definitely how it started, absolutely. I was like in this kind of typical old school 80, early 90 Marvel comics, Spider-Man, X-Man, and so on. Definitely in the beginning, absolutely. When I started my art, man. Oh, he's missing out on my Rob Liefeld art, man. You're missing out on my Rob Liefeld art. You're missing out on my Rob Liefeld art. But what more do I have? It's always hard for that matter, right? It's always hard for that matter when you do this stuff, right? Because you're always trying to find, how would I say it? You're always trying to find time, right? Where it's like people are kinda awake, right? In Japan, in USA, someone say time, right? But except here then, right? It's not art I made a few weeks ago, so obviously the half is starting the list, but yeah, so this is obviously inspired by Yorichi, with bleach back, right? So I was like, what if I make a muscular Yorichi, right? So now you kind of see how I evolved a bit here, right? I'm like, yeah, I keep the muscles, right? I keep the muscles. Yeah, I was like, yeah, we gotta have the size, right? But of course, some of my art is heavily focused, right, on what can I say? Obviously heavily focused on trying to do my own Merlona, right? Or again, Yorichi, Miracle, of course. Several, top badass waifus, right? Okay. So of course I focus on that, right, to a large extent. Like, what do you guys think I'm not doing that, right? Of course I'm like focusing a lot, right, on like, okay, I'm gonna make like badass, chic art, right? Of course. It's like trust me, man. Like most of my art, right? Most of my art. It's like 99% waifus, right? It is like 99% waifus, definitely is. And then it's like a little bit of something else as well, right? Yeah, it's like, and some other characters also exist. But I definitely started with obviously trying to okay, I want to take some character, right, from, manga and anime, right, or gaming and so on. Yeah, absolutely, some movies. So it's a lot of that in the beginning, right? But I definitely started, if it goes to some ugly stuff I did in the beginning, to be a little honest here with you guys, right? So I've been doing this for a few months now, and it really is fun though, how you see you evolve doing this stuff, right? So I saw you that, I do really like her though, that's probably my best of the muscular art, right? And then you kind of have, let's find the image here, when I started going more, well, I did like this one I posted, I really love this one though, Pudding, yeah, this one I feel, now I feel like I got up a bit with my skills here, yeah. Now I'm like make pudding. This felt better, right? Yeah, this feels better. Even though I want pudding to muscular too, this felt better. Now I'm like, no, but this looks like a pudding. And I was like, I call it pudding in Shibuya. I was like, yeah, this like pudding if she went to Shibuya or something. So I definitely like that one. But if you go to here's one of my let's see, I'm gonna show you guys more of my art reel here. Here is where I put it. I have an aqua one, of course. This is actually probably one of the ones I like the most personally. So I can show you the full screen here. This is one I'm really proud of. So you can't tell me it's bad now, guys. This is, I love my aqua, right? So this one I spent a lot of time on. So look at this one. Okay, it's gonna be weird because of the whatever, but yeah, this one I feel is one of my best arts. Seriously, yeah, I felt happy with this one. I was like, here, man, I made an aqua, right? I made an aqua. I was like, I'm gonna make an aqua. I felt I needed to make something, you know, aqua-ish, right? And I just calling her aqua waifu on my in my folder here. But yeah, this one I felt this was heavily, of course, heavily inspired by aqua. So I don't know what to say, right? I think this was my best work, seriously. Yeah, I felt this was one of my best creations. I used to like how it really come off, right? It has aqua hair, but it's not exactly aqua, right? It's not exactly just like, you know, the same hair or whatever. I mean, the same hair coloring, but it's not like exactly the, you know, Hans aqua or whatever. But anyway, that's kind of how it started. And then I had a lot of these moments in my art where I, yeah, useful aqua. Yeah, that would be a useful aqua. But yeah, the Makima I showed it earlier on the community tab. Yeah, the Makima, of course, trying to do a little bit of, you know. But one thing I will say, guys, that was so hard for me, and it's still hard, and that is doing like eyes. Okay, so I can show you some like ugly one, something I failed on. It's really hard. I felt, right, to make good eyes. So I kind of gave up on that. After a while, I was like, screw it. I won't even try to make eyes anymore. Maybe this one, I don't know. I'm just finding something that looks kind of half-assed. They're actually pretty good, actually. No, that was pretty good. I'm trying to find an image where I feel that the eye is like completely... It's terrible, okay? So I'll explain what I mean when I find one of them with weird eyes. I'm going back here in my work for the last weeks. Damn it. And I'm just like, damn it, obviously it's pretty good. And I'm too proud of it. Damn it, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm like, where's some ugly shit? I'm trying to find bad. I think I haven't deleted any art I've done. But okay, here one. This one is good, man. This is way too anime eyes, right? Yeah. This one failed, man. This one is, yeah. I mean, at least it works. But I felt it was a little too much, you know. Yeah, it's like too big sprite eyes, isn't it? So I had a period, like a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, when I started doing this stuff. I had a period then where I was like, art is shit, right? I had a period where I was like, I'm just gonna stop trying, right? Stop trying to do art, I mean eyes or whatever. That's why I got into a lot of, I feel like, oh, I'm gonna give them like, you know, mask and V's, a lot of 2B, a lot of Nier Automata. I was like, oh, I can't do eyes, man. I'm just surrendering it, right? So I'm just gonna give them like some masks or something. So here's a good example. Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, whatever. I'm just gonna give them some kind of weird mask instead. Yeah. So then I started doing stuff like this. I was like, no, I can't. I never get the eyes good, right? They always good. And generally, I feel it's hard to do the face. I feel it's hard to do the face, man. The board is easy. You just get them big abs, right? But I felt that the face is hard to do. So when I started doing this stuff, I was like, the more I worked on it, right? When I went from this like old X-Men Marvel comics into more modernized stuff, yeah, I felt that, oh, it's hard, man. It's hard doing eyes. So so I started doing like masks instead. I started doing mask. This one, it's one of the, you know, this one I think it pretty works. Yeah, this one I think it works pretty well though. You kind of get that bloody eye instead. But maybe it's too scary though. But I felt that this one I felt worked though, right? But a lot of my art definitely became more like, okay, I need to do, you know, like here's another one where I kind of like get the eyes going there, right? So yeah, I struggle with making cool eyes. I struggle, but I'm still pretty happy with these ones. But it took me a lot of attempts, seriously. It took me a lot of, I felt it took me a lot of time to get there, right? So most of my art, definitely for a long time, right? It had a lot of these vibes, yeah. That's something I did a few months ago. I had a period for like a month where I didn't do eyes at all. I just did like, I gave them some kind of mask, right? That was very, very inspired by, yeah, like 2B, you know, Nier Automata and so on. It was like all of my art was like some kind of weird face mask, or, you know, it was like constantly like that, right? It was this thing constantly. I just gave up on like, I can't do eyes, guys. I was just like, no, this can't be done. This can't be done. But my latest picture, this I did this weekend, okay? This I did in the weekend, I haven't done it. This is, you know, I'm gonna like to do some badass waifus, right, you know? I like to give them some kind of cool flair, right? Obviously, you need to have big op eyes, you need to have some cool muscles, right? So I've been having this one. And this is the image no one ever seen before here. I'm gonna show you this is, I'll show you the, where is it? This is my latest thing I spent the most time on, okay? So this one I'm really proud of. No, you have to say it's good, man. You have to give me credits, right? Then we have to be like, yeah, this is impressive Myrmonden. But this one actually I'm proud of, okay? This one I think is actually probably my best work, of my latest work. I'm not going to censor too much because of, you know, whatever. But this one I think is actually really good, okay? Like really good. Because here I got the, you know, this I feel, and seriously, this maybe be the end of my art reveal here to begin with. And of course follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and all the good stuff, right? When I post more of it. But this one is probably my best one. I genuinely feel so, because here I kinda, now here, I'm gonna show you my latest work, right? Which I feel I'm actually really good at, because this one here combines that old school, you know, like the comics, it combines that, I'll show you the first, right? It combines that muscle lady, right? It combines that old school, you know, like 80s, early 90s, kind of that comic book style, right? There's some manga too, and it goes into that modern style. So this I feel is the best one here, you know, because here we get the massive abs, right? We get the muscular shoulders, we get the cool hair, obviously inspired by, you know, Melona or something like that, right? We get the kind of flame hair, we get the, you know, so this I feel is the best one. This I feel is the best one, but this is something I worked on yesterday. This is actually one of my latest stuff. Eyes are closed, eyes are hard, but yeah, the face is pretty good. I think but obviously I like it, right? Because I got the abs, right? You know, I'm an ab guy, you know. I'm not an ass or a, you know, a boob guy. I'm an ab guy, right? I felt this one was really good, right? I got the abs. I got the cool hairstyle. Yeah, I still got that kind of the spiky flame hair, right? Whatever. Yeah, I got the hair. Got the visual background. You know, pretty decent. You know, and she got very. I think I made the muscles, right? I think I got her like her tuned, you know, her ripped abs and everything, but also the biceps and everything. Yeah, I felt this one is my best work. This one I feel is the, like, yes, this I feel is like here I hit the sweet spot here, right? Obviously I love doing this kind of hairstyles, right? So this is the work I did before this done, right? So also in the thumbnail, yeah, which is my one of my latest projects as well, right? So you can see the, you know, obviously I have a team for this kind of hair, right? You know, they're obviously very similar. I mean, it's almost could be the same person, right? To kind of get a similar bra, you know, like she's more pink, it's more reddish, right? But you know, you can see kind of how I work my way through this, right? Like this is what I did. So the one to the right, I did that like this, you know, like this is my second, you know, earlier, right? So you can see kind of how I went from this to this thing, right? So kind of, they're obviously quite similar, right? You can see the movement, right, of my art skill or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good, right? And I do a lot of this stuff. I have a lot of this stuff. I'm gonna keep posting more and more of this, you know, on other sites or whatever, right? You know, because I got a lot of other stuff. I had a period when I only made gyros, of course. Of course, I had a period where I was like, we're gonna make gyros, right? Yeah, because I had like a long period, like a month, where everyone had to be blonde with big oppas. Yeah, they all had to look like gyros. Of course, I had one of those periods where I will only make, you know, like attractive, you know, like milf gyros. Like that was definitely a period. But then I kind of went from that and I started doing more. And I was like, you know, dragon chicks or whatever, right? Yeah, so it went into more of like a, I don't know, dragon-ish wife. But anyway, guys, yeah, let's open the massive box, right? We start with that. Then we go into like, you know, then we go into the Army Ace or whatever, right? Yeah, it's always hard. But yeah, it is really hard to get like a good streaming time. It is really hard, right? Like I'm streaming right now. Not because it's the perfect stuff for me either. I personally probably would have streamed earlier actually. But if I start streaming earlier, because I know you can play on timer, yeah, but it's like, if I stream early, right, then it's like, it's way too early in America, right? So no one in America watches, right? And if I stream later, it's like no one in Japan is watching it. So it is really hard, right? Trying to get like a good timer for like all the, for everyone. But let's do the unboxing then, okay. So, I couldn't find like a good knife. I'll kill you not, guys. So I got this thing instead. Because it was the closest thing I could find. So I was like, okay, well, I mean, you know. Actually, maybe I should show a little bit before. But I showed it earlier, right? But yeah, kind of jumping a gun here. So, obviously, the figure is massive, right? Yeah, the figure is massive, massive, massive. I've been standing and collecting dust for a long time, actually. I've had it for a while. But I'm the kind of guy, right? I don't like unboxing stuff. So for example, one other thing you could have voted for, right? So she didn't win the vote. Doesn't, yeah. It was for this Boa Hancock figure, right? She's still in her perfect, like, embargo or whatever. Yeah, so, you know, I'm such a mint guy, right? That if you send me a perfect... so I bought this one, right? And they sent me in like this, right? They sent me it perfectly, like it has protection everywhere, yeah. They sent me this, like, it was just a perfect, you know, inboxing on the box, right? I was like, I'm just gonna keep it in the box forever, you know? I was like, never open the box either. I haven't even opened this, the first, you know, protection, right? It just came so perfect, right? So I'm definitely that kind of guy where I tend to, you know, keep it in mint, right? I want to open a few figures, right? For example, I have a Bonnie, you know, another Vivi figure. I have a lot of One Piece figures, right? For example, and Rico Robin and so on. I have every, because I have the Straw Hats. I have most of the, you know, the One Piece female figures, right? But it's like 90% of them are in the box, right? Because I'm like, no way, I won't open it. But yeah, so I had it for a while. I had it probably since, when did I buy this one? I bought it like earlier this year. So I probably had it in the figure probably for half a year at least. Like seriously, right? Yeah, something like that. Probably something like that. Early this year, like it's spring this year, right? But anyway, it's very, very massive. It's just under 50 centimeters, it's under half a meter. So it's obviously half a yard, so it's obviously very, very big. It probably won't fit on the table, so I'm gonna stand it later so we can hilarious. Look at this, right? Yeah, it's pretty massive, and then of course you have the. So if you haven't seen Arina, right? Of course she's the main female character, right? Of course of Sword and Soma, and I think this box is hard to open because it's like it's so big, so you have to open I think in the top and then kind of lift her out or something. Yeah, I think you have to almost. This is so big, maybe you can get your hands in, but you might have to like. I think I'm gonna open it now and then I'm gonna like flip it upside down, right? Because it's so tall, so I can even do that. But yeah, let's first cut off the. Right, so I couldn't find the. Oh, yeah, nice. It's very big. Yeah, this one actually can probably do this thing slightly. Yes. Right, I couldn't find a scissor or whatever. Honestly, I was just like, there we go. That's probably enough actually. Just pull it off. You know what this is? You have to put it off carefully. You know how it goes. There we go. Open up the top. Yeah. So yeah, it is so big, right? Like it's really, really big. It's probably a bit hard to. I mean, maybe I can lift it out. Okay, maybe I can. This is so. This is so complicated. I have to stand up. Okay. This figure is so tall that I can't do it sitting down. Right? You're gonna see my ass or whatever. Jesus Christ. You're gonna have to. This figure is so massive, right? Like seriously, I can't do this sitting down. If I have to do it down, yeah, I need to do it this way. Yeah, I need to do it like this, right? I need to pull her out standing. You can do my best to get in the camera, yeah, like that, yeah. This is the only way to do it. There we go. Yeah, it is really massive, right? It is freaking big. I have more space here on my table. Can I get it figured like that, right? Move the box away. Actually, not easy I thought it would be. I mean, by standing up was easy, yeah. There's some other figures that are way more stuck in the box. They actually have more space than I thought I was gonna have. But yeah, by standing up though. That was not. Yeah, I mean, if I stand, I have to turn it around, right? Okay, so I missed the chat. If you wasn't nice. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Now I think it's like a normal figure, right? You have to just open the. It's gonna be like, you know, tape in the. Yeah, it's gonna be tape in the top there. So you gotta like. You gotta cut the tape. Where's the start? Man, I think it's so big. There it goes. Okay. Maybe I can pull it off. Sometimes you can pull off the tape, right? Sometimes you can do it. Other times you need to use a knife or whatever. It's a freaking project open this figure. It's a freaking like project, man. It's like a goddamn project. It's so yeah, it's a goddamn. There we go. There we go. I got it off there. Yeah, it's a little more on that side. Maybe I can. No, it goes all the way around. Oh, okay, the tape goes No, this is like impossible. You just cut off. Yeah, the tape goes all the way around, so you won't be able to pull it off. It's gonna take forever if I pull it off, right? It's not gonna work. So now that side. This is like seriously a project. I gotta turn around. Gonna see me like craftsmanshiping in my way here. Seeing how handy I am. No, but this is like, there we go. See, now I kind of got the top there open, right? But of course careful to not hurt the actual figure. My plan is to kind of like, there we go. Yes. Nice. You got like a nice, nice feeling to it. Ooh, let's see. Is the stand stuck correct? Yeah, it's also taped a bit. Okay. There we go. Another protective front of her, right? It feels nice though, because there's actual this actual clothing. Yeah, it's like the actual leggings, right? The stockings or the actual cloth, right? So it actually feels nice holding it. Seriously, you can see how big it is now compared to my size. It's like my whole upper body torso, right? Looks good, I think. I haven't looked at it before, right? So, but yeah, it's nothing real. No color issues, really, right? She's just gonna tower over. She's gonna like massively tower over another figure. Yeah, so she's about 48 centimeters. This figure, I think, just under. Just under half a meter, right? So you can see with my face here. Yeah, it's like a little more forward, but yeah, it's like my hair, my whole face, right? And you can see here in comparison to not pulling or standing in front of her, right? So you can see it. You can see here in comparison to the Kanna here stands next to her now. Like Pudding standing in the front, right? So if you take Pudding, this will be more comparable, right? Yeah. So Pudding stands like that, right? That's kind of comparable. Now she's standing next to her, and now Kanna here is standing on. It's so big, so Kanna can stand on top of her. This is her stand right here. So Kanna can stand on top of that stand. yeah, this stand is so big that there's space for a Kanna on it. So she can like stand here or something, right? But yeah, this figure is really massive. I see I think the feet are actually kind of stuck to it. That they actually had wired it up. Look at that. So if you turn it upside down, right? I think so. It stands pretty good there. Yeah, so I think they actually have. I haven't seen this before, but they have pretty rough, hard, stand there. I could see it in the camera, but it has pretty, like here. I mean, so that's pretty interesting. So that's good. So it keeps its form better, right? But yeah, it has a nice feel to it, like I said earlier, because this actual her actual cloth, right, that she has, right, that she's her stockings are actually like their actual cloth. You can actually feel how it is like in your fingers, right? Yeah, but honestly, because normally, of course, if you buy say Kanna here, right, her skirt or whatever, right, or her clothing is of course actual mold, right? It's actually mold, so it's hard, right? You know what I mean? Like Pudding here, right? Her skirt, right? Of course, it's hard, right? Obviously, but that's how most figures are, right? Yeah. So that's actually a good figure here. That this thing here, this stocking, is actually, yeah, like it's just very tiny, tiny stocking on top of it, right? Now when I look at it, it's obvious, but I didn't think about that when I actually bought it. I thought it was gonna be just, I thought this stocking was important. But I guess it's actually easier. When I think about it, it's probably actually easier, right? You make the mold of the feet, right? And then you put the cloths on it. Yeah, then you put like tiny stockings on her. Yeah, I guess it's actually easier. But I didn't think about it before. Okay, what more can we show you guys? I mean, I think it looks fine. It weighs a lot, definitely. You feel it's heavy, right? You can see she has kind of the bunny on her butt. You can see the, what it's called again, but you know what I mean, the bunny, this thing. And of course you got big up eyes, of course, right? It's hard to move it around, it's so massive. Yeah, it's massive like crazy. Can I move all stuff in the way, right? Get from next camera. There you can see her. She's standing a little angled. Yeah. I didn't know that, but she's standing. You can see here. You can definitely see it now in this picture. She's not standing. She kind of goes like a curve, right? Her body goes like that, right? Her feet are here, basically. She's standing like in this kind of way, which basically looks even more intimidating. But no, it actually come up good, and yeah, the quality is nice. You know, I don't see any issues in the color really. Her eyes look good, mouth look good. Yeah, I'm happy, man. It's not like no weird, you know, color issues. I mean, sure, you always find a little bit like, oh, here's a dot or something, right? You know what it is when you buy a figure. It's always like, oh, there's a little dot or something. But there's no like weird color issues. It's not like suddenly she got one leg that is red or something or whatever, right? There's no weird things. Actually, yeah, good quality, I feel, honestly, and ridiculously massive. Yeah, ridiculously massive, and of course, got the baddest hair, so all right. So we're gonna stay there then, Erina Shan. Man, okay, get up this again. But yeah, like it's absurdly big, right? So again, if you compare her, so Pudding is kind of like a normal size figure, right? It's kind of what you buy, right? And Kanna and Nesco are smaller, right? So you can compare them to that, right? Yeah. Obviously, Nesco is standing closer to the camera, right? But yeah, it's a nice figure. I did the Boa figure here instead, though. They have it open then. This one is, you know, it's like here, right? Yeah. She's like 10 centimeters maybe shorter than the Erina figure. But the Boa figure might have a cooler stand, though. That's one thing with this figure, though. I mean, it looks good, but it has a typical pouty Erina stand, right? Yeah. Where the other figures are maybe a little more expressional or whatever, right? But I think it fits Erina to stand being like, right? And be like, oh, I hate you, right? You know, I mean, yeah, she's just there being Sundry over it, right? So let's just try to move the tape it back. Okay, guys. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah. It's kind of annoying. It's not in my way. Where she should stand on, okay? We gotta, yeah, she's way too big. Why did I make a pool on it? No, it was fun, but yeah, she's also way too massive. So now I can't like, yeah, something like that. I gotta like move her a bit. She got something like that or something. There we go. She can stand. You can't even see top of her face. She's way too big. We get like a little, yeah. You can stand there in comparison. It could be like this, right? My God. So yeah, massive size. Something like that. Where lost my turn across here, no, but you know, I mean, it's like massive size. Where do I go with it now? No, but anyway, so let's go over, I think, the EMEA then, right? So we opened up her figure, yeah, we opened up her, you know, we got it open, right? Let's go over the actual question we had before, and, you know, obviously otherwise, gosh, people can ask now in the chat or whatever. And I'm just gonna post this thing here. It's pretty hilarious, I feel. Yeah, I think this one is pretty. Man, you get nothing, man. I'm just gonna post this link to a friend there. Wrong thing. I have a problem with having way too much stuff. Always, man. Bam. Okay. But okay, some of your questions. Man, internet's weak, man. But that's a perfect time to go over your questions then. So you have written the most questions. Oh yeah, that's a good question. We got another Spanish channel. You answer that first then, before I answer your questions. But yeah, so I did react earlier, right, to your eternity, the opening. But as I said in that video, I said here, the other comment here as well there. We're not doing To Your Eternity, right, on the channel. Only the opening reaction and ending reaction. That felt honestly kind of scary, because I know that the reason, of course, is that I like To Eternity a lot, right? It's written by, of course, same woman that wrote Side of One. I have the DVD, the manga and stuff, right? And yeah, that anime is like 30 people, right? They got like a strike for that this year and last year. So I'm not gonna do To Eternity on YouTube. So I have to put like page something because it's like and I remember when I did what's called again, the Endbender anime. They even remove videos like a Vimeo, and they remove videos on Twitch and so on. So you have to put it behind. So that's honestly where you have to. Some animes you have to put behind that. But anyway, so I might do To Eternity later tonight after this thing, then, but I'm gonna do it and not have it on YouTube then. So, but anyway, yeah. Let's start with Rikun's question then. You have the most questions, so before you have to leave then, right? So we start with your questions on the vacation. Let me take a sip here of my energy storage. Yeah, opening up the arena costed all my energy, man. It costs way too much life force. She drained me, man. The wife drained me. Okay. And I can show you questions. Actually, that was one part. Bam. Okay. So your favorite manga of all time, or is one of your favorite? Yeah. So my favorite manga of all time. That's a little hard. I mean, because it used to be One Piece, right? It used to be One Piece, honestly. More or less, right? Over the years, this one I read the longest. But, I'm not like this super Wano hater, where I'm like, everything is Wano is bad. But obviously, Wano for me, right, I mean, it has no issues, objectively speaking. So, I'm really love the latest arc. The latest arc in One Piece is really good. Like, the current arc is so much better than Wano. And I think that proves my point what I'm saying, right? Because, yeah, Wano divided a bit. And the thing is, I'll talk about One Piece here, but basically is that people say it's one of 20 arcs. Yeah, but it took 4 years at arc, right? It's a lot of time spent at arc, right? So I think that my favorite manga, honestly, a little bit after Wano, then it's Berserk, right? Yeah, I think I probably go back to Berserk, being my favorite manga. Pretty basic answer, right? Pretty basic answer. You're gonna get the guts right. That's probably my favorite manga of all time. Of course, something that I've been reading. Has been reading Berserk, right? Trying to find an image that isn't too isn't too much blood. I was like trying to get an image of guts that doesn't look like the world is burning up or something. But of course, I think everyone knows what I mean, right? This is not a unique number one manga, right? This is no way. This is like a unique take, right, on favorite mangas, right? Saying that it's Berserk. I feel a lot of people have that manga. And if I, of course, explain it briefly, then no one that people have read it or seen it. Berserk is like this very classic. Unfortunately, of course, Kent Murai died recently, not recently, but in the recent years. And it's like a masterpiece, right? Every page is like a painting. It's an amazing art, right? Every page. It is one of the most brutal stories ever. Guts is what's called a Baronic hero, right? Where the hero has a lot of struggles and pain and so on, right? It's a very horrible manga, and I mean I recommend everyone, but on the same time I think it's fair to say that the Berserk isn't for everyone because it is really bloody, right? It has a lot of R scenes, of course, which it's famous for, and has a lot of murder, death, and yeah, it is a really brutal storyline. It's very of course sane, and it's I would say it easily is the most iconic seinen. I mean, by no question is Berserk the most iconic seinen manga of all time, right? I wouldn't say it's the most famous manga of all time. That is probably Dragon Ball, right? But of seinen mangas, I mean, Berserk is like super iconic, right? And it's really good. It's hard to explain though without trying to spoil, right? Because it's so much, because it's a brutal manga. Of course, a lot of twists and turns, right? But that being said, I think that most people are watching this stream, right, or afterwards, has probably, of course, actually, read or seen Berserk, right? It's a very famous manga, right, for Kent Murai and so on. That's a good question. Top 5 characters. Okay, so your next question: top 5 characters in fiction. That's a really hard question, right? Because now you're opening it up for, of course, and we're going into video gaming, we're going into books, whatever, right? So I don't have to be like it's easier, of course, to have a limit, say only top 5 anime. But one character that I really like, we talked about it earlier, right? We talked about One Piece earlier. So I will give you, so generally speaking, right, one of my absolute favorite characters, of course, of all time, and this is of course my favorite character in One Piece then. And you probably, if you see my channel before, you probably know what I'm talking about, right? Because obviously I have, I made a shirt for this character, right? I cosplay this character, so you know what I'm talking about. Obviously it's, the image of him, yeah, obviously it's Doffy. I mean, you know how much I love the Flamingo. He's my he's my favorite One Piece character. But I really like the Flamingo, right? I think it's that obviously I'm a big One Piece fan, even though I'm critical of Wano, right? But that's the thing, right? That I think some people, top people, but I think it's frustrating. Some people are like, some people really hate Wano, right? And then they hate all of One Piece, right? Which I think is really silly, because even if Wano would be a 0-10 arc, which it isn't, I was saying it is, it's like a mid arc, right? But even if Wano is a mid arc, I would still say that One Piece in general is really good, right? You know what I mean? So I think that's one silly thing. People are like, oh, that sucks or whatever. No, come on, it's ridiculous. It wouldn't be the most well-sold manga anime ever if it was a bad author, right? But still, there's some issues. But Dressrosa, then, which of course is the Flamingo's arc, I think it's one of the best arcs. No, but like, the pacing is slow. But the actual backstory, right, of the Flamingo, Law, Roshapi and so on, that is, in my opinion, is the best storyline in One Piece, right? The Law storyline, basically, right? Yeah, not the main characters, but the side characters. Yeah, but really, right? That whole backstory is amazing. I just love how the Flamingo is written, right? And I think that, I don't know who did a video about this, but I think someone did a video and they said that, I don't remember who it was on YouTube, but someone did a video when they said that the Flamingo was too early, because he's actually a better last boss or something like that. And I was like, maybe not the last boss, but I agree that, yeah, the Flamingo he's actually is definitely, I would say, more intimidating, right, than Kaido. He feels more scary, he's more crazy, he's more dangerous, but he's weaker, right, because he's an early boss, right? He's physically weaker, but yeah, from like an actual story aspect, he felt more dangerous or whatever. He's more psychotic and so on, right? So yeah, the Flamingo, I think, has so many benefits in One Piece. But generally speaking, though, what I like with the Flamingo the most probably is that he's a pragmatic villain, right? That is not underestimating actually the bad guy. He has all his traps and all his the boa figure is falling. He has all this, preparations, all right. He's basically on loose because he's not the main character, right? He's very, very plot loose. And also of course, it could be that, and that he is like a well-written, psychopathic bad guy, right? He's like a realistic psychopathic bad guy, because he's just like, oh, why would I, he actually cares about his family and so on, right? Until they betray him. That actually makes sense, right? Because I think most people misunderstand the typical psychopath villain, right? Psychopathic villains don't just kill off their own guys or whatever, right? The Flamingo does kill his family, but it's only because they betray him, you know what I mean? And that makes sense, and actually he cares about the other party of his familia, right? He cares about them, actually. He does that. He goes and saves them and so on, right? So I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I like that, and then of course he makes a great piece of that. The Flamingo, I think, is by far the best character in One Piece, though. But honestly, I don't think any other characters even as close to him in Writing Buddha, right? And again, I love One Piece, but Doffy is like S tier, 11 out of 10 character, and so he's like way. I don't think even the other character even remotely close to his awesomeness, right? But yeah, I really hate the Flamingo, easily best. But yeah, Law is a good character too, right? But like I said, right, I think Law has the best backstory. Yeah, I've said it for years. I think Law has the best flashback, right? For all the sad backstories, Law, Rocinante, and of course the Flamingo is the best one, right? That storyline as Rosa is gold. Like that's why the Rosa is one of my favorite arcs, right? People hate the Rosa because it's so long, and I agree that the pacing is very slow in this Rosa, but it has the best flashback and the best backstory. Like Kaido is just a big guy with a hammer, right? I mean, that is a problem with that. Honestly, is one of the biggest problems with Wano. I don't get into too much, but I say that one of the big issue with Wano is that Kaido, in my opinion, I think people agree with me, is a pretty boring bad guy. He's like a big guy with a club, right? And he's like, I hit you with a club, I hit you with a horror club. The Flamingo's like clones and shit and bird kid. The Flamingo's so weird powers, right? The Flamingo, I feel, is more of a One Piece bad guy because he got 30 weird shit going on, right? Kaido is like, I'm a big ass dragon, I can punch you bigger, Kaido's power is just a typical. I mean, Kaido is more of like a Dragon Ball bad guy, if I said that. But he's a dragon, no, but he's like he's a big muscular guy, right? With more and more muscle, basically, right? The Flamingo is more a One Piece bad guy with a weird paramisa that does something strange, right? So it fits more Bunny Senpai is here, you know. Bunny Senpai is behind the arena. That's a good part. Yeah, if I lift my arena, it's a good point. But if I lift my arena, then you see Bunny Senpai. Look at that. Then you get Bunny Senpai. I do actually have a Bunny Senpai figure though. Give me a second. It's a bit hard now. Yeah, there's something in the way there. It's gonna be hard now because the arena box is in the way. But just give me a second. I'm gonna get that figure actually. Here we go. Here I actually do have the Bunny Senpai figure. Still, of course, that in her box, right? Yeah. So there I got a Bunny Senpai figure. Looks like that, right? So of course I have a Bunny Senpai figure as well, right? Of course I do. Unboxed, of course, still. It's way too much stuff around me now. I can barely move now. The arena stuff is in the way overall. Okay. What is the second best figure then? Or I wouldn't necessarily say that the Doflamingo is the best character ever for that matter fiction, but one of my top five. One character I really like, right, is Kadi, of course, because I'm a huge Kadi fan, right? Man, and I think it's way too big. She's covering my face. Of course, I love Kadi. It's one of my other, favorite manga and animes. So I'm still on the anime manga trail here. I will refuse to go over to any other, genre of video gaming or whatever. No, we're staying on we're staying on manga and anime here. But I do really love Kadi. Amazing, writing, right? And this is Kadi, of course. Ultimate Survivor Kadi. What I would argue is the best manga and anime of all time, right? And it is the greatest gambling, like psychology anime that's ever been, or a manga then, that's been written. So it's an amazing storyline, really. If I go back to my Kaido like that. So Kaiji, and this is an anime I mention it all the time. But every time someone is like, what's your favorite anime? I'm like, oh, Kaiji is really good, yeah. Kaiji comes up, I feel, almost every time when I hear something, because I do love genre, right? I love Kaiji, Akari, right? Same author, similar manga and animes like that, right? But end of the day, right? Kaiji is still the best, like in this genre of psychology and gambling anime. Kaiji is the other ones aren't even close. One House is the next one, right? But yeah, the other ones aren't even close, right? Most other ones. So, but Kaiji is a good character because he feels like an actual real person, right? I think Kaiji is like a real person. He's like a really, yeah, he's like an idiot, it's alright, that's to survive, that's to cheat a lot. But I like, obviously, every time it comes to me, right, when it comes to favorite characters, it's always like, I like characters that are flawed, right? They don't have to be bad guys or good guys, but I like them when they have like Kaiji is a very flawed person, right? He does a lot of dumb shit all the time. He's in trouble for it, but it feels like an actual person, right? Obviously, I really hate these, I guess you call it like a Marisu character or a Gary Superman, right? But mostly common with females, right? This like perfect character, has no flaws, is the best at everything and so on. Super boring, yeah. That person is super boring. At least be evil or something if you're gonna be perfect, right? at least have some issues, right? It is really boring with the character is too perfect. That's the first thing I would say. I hate all the characters. And Kaiji is basically one of the least perfect characters. Yeah, Kaiji sucks at everything basically, right? That's the thing with Kaiji. He's like really bad at everything. He's a terrible liar, and he's this thing, and he's gullible. He's like Kaiji is like a complete moron, honestly, right? However, he of course has like a natural talent to somehow win in gambling. In the end, he's quite innovative to come up with crazy schemes, right? But the thing that works with Kaiji too is that you compare Kaiji and Akagi, also, right? Akagi is a genius Mahjong player, right? I love Akagi too, but he's the opposite. He's like a genius, super best player, right? So he wins by just being the best, right? But Kaiji is like the dumbest player ever, so he wins by being, unpredictable, right? Yeah. Kaiji wins by she's so like, they can never figure out my strategy. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh, I'm a genius, right? Like his strategy is so stupid that it works, right? So I do love that with Kaiji. He kind of wins by being insanely dumb, right? Yeah, he wins by being insanely dumb. Now let's go to another character and that used to be like, okay, let's leave anime. I'm gonna throw out one of my other favorite characters, right? So yeah, let's leave anime. This is a character I do love though, really much, and probably the best team of best comics, right? Which of course is Roger. It's like an image of Roger too. So I would say easily. I think of all these, you know, The Simpsons, Family Guy, obviously American Dad, right? The Cleveland Show, Bob's Burger, of all these, you know, American sitcoms, right? All these, you know, characters. Roger is like my go-to, I guess, male gender girl alien. I don't actually have a Roxy figure. It is true that I wanted to buy a Roxy figure, but it was so expensive. It was like $300 for like one big Roxy figure, right? Yeah, it was so expensive. So I'm waiting to buy. No, that's also Roxy. I mean, no, Roxy as well, but especially I was thinking of buying Mushitanshi, all the characters. And yeah, they were like $200 per character. It's crazy. It's for the bigger ones. But yeah, so I need to buy Mushitanshi, and I haven't seen a Ghislaine figure. Because I would buy like a $300 Ghislaine figure. And also a Melona figure. They never make a Melona figure, I get it, you know. They never make Melona. I'm like, if you make a Black Clover character, stop. I mean, okay, Noelle is really cool too. Obviously, I love Noelle. But it's like, I think they have figures of like Noelle and like most or whatever. I'm like, just make a Melona character, come on. But anyway, Roger is an amazing character. Like, seriously. Roger is like a godsend of character, right? So first of all, again, I say it again, right? You know, if you ignore all these animes or whatever, even American sitcoms now, I think Roger wins. Roger wins not only against all these other, you know, like, Sims or whatever. He beats the other live action as well. Right? He beats Barney or whatever, right? Chainsaw Man is coming on Tuesday, yeah. Tuesdays. But I think Roger is a fun character because he's basically... First of all, right, Roger is like a super crazy, thirsty alien man that is often a woman, right? He's very gender fluid or whatever, right? He sleeps with other cats all the time, right? That's pretty fun. But the thing with Roger is that he, of course, changes personality every episode, right? So Roger has this personas, right? So that's why he's a great character. He's a crazy alien guy that can dress up as, you know, any other character, right? And then every episode he becomes, you know, another character, right? Per episode. But what makes Roger so fun too is all these like, you know, he's a complete monster, right? And there's so many good comedy lines that I think only work with Roger because he's arguably like the worst person ever, right? In a sitcom, right? He's the worst monster ever, completely sociopathic, right? And murders everyone and so on. So for example, I think a very good scene. It's an episode when Roger wants to be a limo driver, right? So he gets a limousine and he drives around people, right? This is that episode persona. And then some guys puke in his car and don't pay, right? So he's gonna murder them with the limousine. So he drives around and kills them with his car, right? Over the whole episode, right? So in one scene then, he's gonna kill one of them, right? And Klaus is in the car with him, right? And it's just like, how could you kill 5 people for $20, right? Because they only owe him $20, right? You know, they only owe him $20. Like, how can you murder 5 people for $20, Roger? You gotta stop, Roger. And Roger's like, Klaus, last week I murdered 4 people, sorry, 6 people for $10, right? You know, he's like, last week I murdered like more people for less money. Klaus is like, yeah, that's true, it's true. It fits the person, yeah. It's like, I just love that joke. He's like, what are you talking about? I murder people all the time for a few bucks, right? He's like, come on, man. I kill people all the time for less money, right? So I think it's so funny. It just works so much. And then I just really love in American Dad, right, how they have taken this character to the more and more the extreme, right? So for example, everyone in the family is so used, right, to Roger being every personal. Oh, I know a guy that can fix your car for you, Stan. And then of course Roger is the mechanic, so on, right? So in one episode, I think it's so perfectly and joke with Roger, right, is that Haley wants to be a greyhound race coach girl trainer to beat her husband in dog racing for some reason, right? So she takes Roger's like, oh, I know a guy with an amazing dog, you know. Let's go to this dog pound. He has the best dog ever, right? And of course Haley is like, you are gonna be the coach, aren't you? You're gonna be the coach, aren't you? He's like, oh my god. He's like, okay, fine, let's go to your coach, right? You know. So she takes Roger, right? And goes to the dog pounder, right? He's like, oh, he's gonna be the coach, right? And then of course she opens the door. Of course he's a dog instead, right? He's a goddamn dog. And she's just like, you the dog? He's like, I am not every person, Haley, right? And he's like, why are you the dog for, Roger? And he's just like, well, you know, you want the fast dog, right? You know, it's like, I think that jokes with Rodger is so perfect, man. I'm every person. I'm also the dog. Yeah, it's like, what are you the dog for? Yeah, it's like, no, I'm everyone, right? So, yeah, I think Rodger is like a masterpiece character, man. And without him, of course, American Dad would be terrible. And obviously, I have no problem admitting that I like American Dad more than I liked Family Guy or whatever, right? But seriously, yeah, I think Rodger is the perfect of this crazy character. All of these sitcoms, they always have some weirdo, right? You know, in Family Guy, you know, you got some weirdos as well, right? You got the guy with the bones and so on, right? But I think the Rodger jokes work so well, right? And he's so petty. He's probably the most evil person in sitcoms, right? He's like, this one episode where, what is it, like, Steve eats his cookie, right? And he's like, early bird gets the worm, Rodger. And Rodger's like, early bird gets the worm. So then Rodger fakes that Steve is adopted, right? Yeah. So he takes some photos and makes Steve believe that his mom is it's on his mother and so on. And he finds some couple that lost their baby like 10 years ago, right? And makes them think that Steve is their son and so on. It's like, that shit is just so insane, right? But it only works for a character like Rodger. That is like a complete sociopathic alien, right? That has no regard for anyone's life or anything, right? So, yeah, I really love Rodger, man. He's like the perfect, man. He's the... Man, that guy, man, he's... All the jokes for him is so perfect, man. It's just crazy. Like, I can rewatch an episode of American Dad, right? And I can only laugh at... No, but if I rewatch all episode, I'm basically only laughing at, you know, the Rodger bits, right? No, but that's always the best bit, right? That Ricky Spanish and so on. But what else would I say? I'm almost trying to jump around a bit. But I guess there's one character I do love, though. If you talk video games, probably my favorite video game character then, right? We gotta stay in... gonna jump around, right? We got animes, we got video game characters, so I also have to find a good picture. I need a sexy image here. This is a very sexy man, right? This is a very, very sexy man. Maybe I should make something like art. Now when I see this very sexy man, I immediately like, man, I need to make my own art of this character. Yeah, I need to make my own, especially, of course, talking about no one else than Sephiroth, of course. It's probably my favorite video game character, right? Look at that sexy demon eyes, man. Yeah, I think Sephiroth's like the coolest bad guy, right? You know, I'm obviously I like only antagonists. Yeah, he's on trend here. You know, I only like evil people. Yeah, I'm like Doflamingo, Rodger, Sephiroth. Yeah, I'm only like, these guys are all evil. Kaldi, I guess, is an evil though. He's an anti-hero. Kaldi's kind of an anti-hero, yeah. Obviously, Sephiroth is probably my favorite video game character, right? He's like really amazing antagonist. The mysterious crazy guy. He got more issues I suppose though. He's very, very into his mother though. It's kind of questionable thing though. But he's you know, he's like the coolest classic bad guy ever, right? Of course, the FF games and all the JRPGs, right, had a lot of cool bad guys, right? We got Kefka before that. I don't know if I would say that I prefer the other characters afterwards, but we got Seymour and so on. Yeah, we got the other characters too, right? But Sephiroth always really speaks out, right? He got his own song, One with Angel. That helps a lot. I think it's one of the coolest songs ever. But yeah, hey, I just like his... you have to think about the art as well, right? And Sephiroth has just the coolest art, right? He's like a really tall guy, beautiful guy with long hair. And then he got the goddamn sword that is like, you know... He got a katana, right? He got a katana that is like freaking 3-4 meters, right? And he's obviously very anime, right? You know, my sword is bigger than my body, right? But he looks so clean, right? And he's just a terrible person over the whole game, right? His obsession and so on. And then you kind of like it. He's just like, I just want to like, destroy the planet. Yeah, you kind of like it. It's like, I just want to, you know, just kill everyone, right? Pretty straightforward, yeah. But basically, kind of a pure crazy bad guy. Now that I like what they did with him in the last game, I wish there's something extent that I wasn't super happy with how they had him so much right in the remake. And even though I like him as a character a lot, I do feel that some people too that he's almost like too much in him in the remake, that you almost feel lose a little bit of his intimidation. The mystery about him is almost too much in your face a bit in the remake. But still though, whatever, yeah. And of course you can see that he's almost like a popular, you know, pick, right? Because yeah, he has way more screen time in the remake, and there are spin-offs with him, right? He's in a lot of spin-offs, and you know what I mean. He's the guy in Smash, right? So I'm probably not hitting new ground saying that I like Sephiroth, right? He's a very popular character with long, beautiful hair, you know. So yeah, that kind of guy, right? You know. But I feel that, for example, the mad clown, right? The jester, he's kind of like he's crazy, yeah. He's like destroying the planet. That's kind of similar, but there are definitely so much. I mean, most bad guys in Final Fantasy is like destroy the planet. Most of them are like, how can I nuke the planet, right? Because it's like six. I mean, almost everyone like 6, 7, 8, 9, and I guess 10 because Sin's kind of eat the planet as well, right? 10. All of them are like, how do I nuke the planet tomorrow? Yeah, all of them are like that. And then I guess in 15 they kind of 15 in 13 they have this like cocoon and not really nuking them, but a little bit. They have a tendency, right? At 15 the whole world is pretty destroyed right there. They have a tendency, I think, all of their bad guys to be like, let's destroy the planet. But Sephiroth feels the most clean, right? Yeah, he feels the most like, you know what's called, like clean, slim, whatever. Yeah, he's not like crazy mad jester guy. He's some weird alien guy with some, I don't know, I'm a monkey or something, maybe I'm an android thing going on, right? He's not, or he's complicated, but not extremely overcomplicated, maybe? Yeah, like he's a complicated, interesting storyline and backstory, but he's not like, I think some of the other comparable characters, they might be a little too much, you know what I mean, in some of the directions, yeah. And it's probably his appearance too, I feel, though. He has the best visual appearance. It's just, again, very, very clean, right? Big ass, super big sword, right? Then, of course, it turns into a monster in the boss fight, because, of course, it has to turn into a massive monster, right? But I think some of the other ones looks like a monster all the time, a little bit. It's a little bit, yeah. That being said, though, when I played 15, yeah, I was disappointed like crazy. The last boss didn't become a monster. I was like, what happened? He didn't turn into a monster. Like, he didn't fight in a monster form. Doesn't make any sense. He has no monster form. I was like, what is this game? But yeah, they really hate the planet, man. They always hate the planet. They're always like, how do I destroy the planet tomorrow, right? They always have some, but I think that's the same in like Persona 5, and it is a general side of it, right? It's the general thing then, that in JRPGs especially, right? But also some animes, right? Very, very typical Japanese, right? There's so many characters that I was like, how do I destroy the planet tomorrow? Like, all of them have that tendency in almost every JRPG to be like, how do I nuke everyone, right? It's like, they always like that. And of course, we see a lot of animes with very similar tendencies, right? They have, you know, yeah, similarities, right? Well, I guess I would have to pick a wife. Who's the best waifu, though? No, I'm just kidding, obviously. The last pick would be the ultimate waifu, right? Would be the coolest. Yeah, we gotta pick her, of course. The ultimate waifu. That is obviously the. No need to get a good image here. Every image is so good. I have so many images of this, the ultimate waifu, right? We need to pick the ultimate waifu. As the last pick, then, of course, is the waifu. This one is good. This one is clean, man. Obviously, the ultimate waifu is gonna be the last picker, man. You know me. You need to have one waifu, right? Of course. Miss Melona. You know me. So yeah, my last 5 top characters, then, right? It has to be, of course, Melona. I showed you my art earlier, right? Obviously, half my art is like Melona inspired, right? I feel like most of my own art is like, how do I make a Melona? I feel like, I showed you guys art earlier, right? I feel like all my art is like, how do I make a Melona? It's like, this is like, only in my brain is always like, how do I make a woman with like burning hair and, you know, in like a bikini fighting in the fire or something? This is like, all my art is like this. Yeah, all my art is like, how do I make a fire? It's another woman, kind of similar, I guess, to Melona, yeah. That I worked on last week. You know, muscular, chic, you know, hair, kind of similar, right? Big up eyes. Yeah, you know where I'm coming from. You know me. I'm always like, you know me, man. It's always like, how do I get a badass Melona, right? See, I mean, it's pretty typical, right? But if I have to do this like ultimate waifu tier list, right? I got like Mirko since yesterday. No, because Mirko, of course, amazing female character, right? We got Mirko. What more do we have? Of course, we have Yorichi, right? We got this, you know, we got the Ghislaine, right? We got all these women, right? Obviously, I have Melona on my back here, right? So this t-shirt is Melona on the back here. There's also Melona on, let's see. No, that's Aris on that sleeve, right? We got Aris there. Then you got Melona here, right? You know, we got Melona here. And here we got, can't see if it was an image. Here, right? We got, of course, yeah, you know, Mirko. Then we got Ghislaine there, right? Then we got another Mirko here. And of course, down here, right? You know, you have, let's see my stomach. Here we got Yurichi, you know, on this stomach, right? You know me, this is my shirt. Yeah, on the back we got Melona and Noelle and so on as well, right? On the back side, right? So yeah, if I have to pick the ultimate waifu of all the waifus, right, it's always gonna be Melona, right? Yeah, Melona is always the winner. That's just kind of it, right? But if I have to motivate them, if I have to motivate why Melona is the best woman, then but sure, right? I motivated all the characters, right? Like Roger, probably most actually. Like, you know, Melona is the ultimate badass. Yeah, like I love her scene. I spoil that, but I love her scene when she fights, of course, the 5 elves. And she's just like, you stuck with me! You know? She's like, you can't escape my powers! Right? So she's always like that amazing badass. She's like, you know, she loses standing up, you know, unconscious standing up, right? Every scene with her fighting Lucifer, she's just like, I can power up even more! You know, it's always like, Merlot is always the craziest woman, right? I know people say that Noelle's a better character than her. I don't agree, but I do agree that Noelle is like the best written, basically, like she, you know, female protagonist, right? But the thing is that with Noelle is that she has a lot of growth, right? So she's not a typical short protagonist. She's a loser. She's bullied, right? She got bad powers. And then she eventually gets better, stronger, right? And Melona instead is the strongest waifu immediately and stays the strongest waifu from the beginning. She's number 1 woman in the universe. She stays at number 1, right? I mean, she's obviously way stronger than other female characters, right? I mean, it clearly is. There's no other female character we've seen at all, right, on Melona's level in that anime or manga. But so I think it's a funny comparison because they are very different characters. Obviously, I think Tabata Sensei is a very good, art for female characters, right? Like Jesus Christ, mate. That's one thing, generally speaking, that it's better than modern manga, right? Yusuf Kaisen as well, and now we have, you know, Chainsaw Man with interesting female characters, right, and so on. But seriously, yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, obviously, you know, I like Naruto and so on, but I've been over that before, right? Yeah, you know, Kishimoto, you can't really write female characters, right? They just kind of exist, you know. Sakura, she's there, you know. You just compare Sakura and Noelle, right? Noelle is like this amazing character that has all this cool backstory and development and this and that and emotion and she's, you know, her love and so on. All this stuff, right? Sakura exists, right? I mean, you should alone that Kishimoto never even gave her like a backstory. She's just there. She's just like, oh, I'm a ninja girl living in this village. She just exists in this village. And it's never even, whatever. You know what I feel about that. I mean, I don't hate Sakura as some people do on Twitter, right? But comparing like her and Noelle, right, for example, that is like, you know, crazy, right? So in that sense, Noelle is all the better character than Melona because she really has that journey, right? She's the most popular character in Clover, and I think that because he's writing her as a typical, you know, protagonist. He's writing her as a typical main character, right? She has that, you know, Asta, whatever, Luffy, Ichigo storyline, right? Getting stronger powers, you know, getting revenge for her mother and so on, right? You know, getting revenge for her family and so on, you know, befriending her mother and so on. Yeah, she got the typical, like, shonen protagonist storyline, which usually, unfortunately, like, the female character don't get, right, you know? In most other mangas, they don't get that, like, the journey, right? They don't get the journey that the men get, right, usually. But when it comes then, still the right to Melona is that, yes, I agree, Melona has no journey. Melona is just perfect, yeah. Melona comes in there, and she's like 11 out of 10 immediately, and she stays 11 out of 10. It is a little bit like that, though. Yeah, she has no journey whatsoever. She's just badass. She's just the coolest woman ever. Yeah, that is true. I think some people like Noelle more than her, yeah, because Noelle really has typical, you know, development, right? Melona has no development, but she starts at the top and stays at the top, right? Yeah, this is like she's the ultimate character. But yeah, I mean, it's also seeing them all fight and so on. But again, I think that, like, I jokingly said it when I did my Naruto waifu list, right? And I was like, man, if you put like, or I take a title, whatever. Yeah, if you put like the Black Clover females, or like, you know, Usukaisen with Maki and so on. If you put these female character, if you could pair them like cross, you know, manga and anime, holy shit, man! Like, it's like, oh my god, it's like the worst female character in Black Clover is like better than in some other mangas, right? But yeah, Melona, of course, for me always wins as, you know, top waifu, man, top waifu. Top waifu is always right. But yeah, I have to bring up one waifu there. Right? Miracle was so good yesterday, though. She definitely was. But she's not on Melona level yet, I would say. Anyway, okay. Next question. I'm following this, of course. We're going through the first question we got. Yeah, is there a vacation spot? Sorry. Is there a vacation spot do you want to go and why? Good question. I have traveled a lot, right? For work mostly. And I also have a family that lives in the world, like my brother moved to Japan as well this year, right? And I have like my aunt lives in Brussels. My other aunt lives in different places in Spain, but usually on Mallorca, Spain. My father has stuff in Turkey and so on, right? Etc. So I have been in like, it's actually kind of a weird question because not weird, but the question is good. But I mean, it's a weird situation where it feels like I have been in most countries. And I think one, let me just go a little outside maybe the whole anime mega stuff, alright, gaming stuff, whatever. But I think it's that in my experience, right, for Americans, this is the bias, but in America, it's kind of like you're in America, right? And you can go up in America, and you might go on vacation, let's say like once, depending how much money you have, but still, you go on vacation, right, to like one country. Let's go to this country, let's say Japan for 2 weeks, right? And that's kind of it, right? And then the next year you might go to vacation and so on. But I think that the difference between growing up in America, which is Europe, right? So I'm from Europe. In Europe, you kind of have all the other countries quite close to you, and it's quite a big difference, right? If you go to like Southern Europe, East Europe, and so on, they're quite very different, culture and buildings and food and everything, very, very different. Because America is much bigger country, but still. So I feel that that's one thing I think is generally different, really. Usually, for people that are born in Europe, up in Europe, right, than America, is that for Europe, everything is so close, right? So if you're European, you kind of been in like, I've been in Italy, I've been in Spain, I've been in Ireland. Yeah, I feel Europeans are kind of like, a lot of Europeans have kind of been in all the countries in Europe. it feels like it's so close that I can throw a stone at that neighbor over there. Yeah, it's so close. I can walk to this country basically, right? Yeah, it's so. So that's one thing, right? I think I've been in almost like basically every country in Europe, more or less. Basically, flying over them. But I've been in almost every country in Europe, like seriously. And I've been, in like the Sistine Chapel, right, or Florence, or whatever. These cultural places in Rome and so on, right? Or Leonardo's workshop or so on, yeah, which is in Florence. Or actually, it's not Florence. It's in what's called Alapacco. Is that what it's called? Yeah, in Tuscany, yeah, Lombard Tuscany, and so on, right? For example, so not a place in Europe because I've already been like everywhere, but I have a thing though for like religious art though. So I do like Italy, right? And I like the chapel. I like old Michelangelo and so on. I like that stuff, I like al frescoes and so on, definitely. So that's one thing I could go to. Yeah, if I go to if I would vacate, so to speak, again in Europe, I would probably go to like Italy, and I prefer Florence over Rome, but like going around in these cities, right? Florence, Rome, Milan, and so on. Because I guess I mentioned I'm a huge fan of like religious Christian religious idols. Yeah, I like that, Sistine Chapel and so on. Yeah, like I mentioned, that's probably not my re-vacation if I go back to Europe, right? So, but otherwise, I haven't been in. I've never been in Australia. Yeah, I've never been in Australia. Is that the only continent I've never been in? I mean, generally speaking, I always disliked summer vacation, right, to some extent. Depends where it is, but when I was a kid, right, my family every year at least one week per year, it's very Swedish. You would also go on like to Thailand, right, or Greek or so on. Yeah, the summer vacation is very, very Swedish, and I never really liked that because I just think it's kind of boring, right? It depends, of course, where you are, but it's kind of boring if you just go to, it's like hot country. I think especially when you're a kid because it's like your mom is like, well, you can't go by yourself, right, to see the city or whatever. So it's like you have to go with us to the beach and you sit here, what I mean? So obviously it's a little better when you get a little older. When you're a teenager, and I can be like, whatever, mom, and I can just go to the city myself, whatever. I'm just gonna go here instead on vacation. It'll be easier. But since then, I definitely kind of usually avoided hot countries, obviously. No, but like, hard question. Where would I want to go? I'm thinking like something I haven't seen, right? And of course, what I mean is that I'm thinking of like cultural places. Like I want to go, you know, and see old buildings or something. Yeah, that's kind of me, you know. I want to go and see an old church. I want to go and see old buildings. I want to go and see, you know, old, like the Chinese wall or whatever. That's kind of me, right? I haven't actually been in China. I can't even go to China because of, I can, but so I shouldn't say too much here, but I had a job a few years ago where I wasn't allowed to travel to some countries, right? So I wasn't allowed to travel to China. Because since I worked on that thing as an engineer on one project, I wasn't allowed to travel to like Russia, China, and so on. Since then, I don't know if that still counts, but for a few years afterwards, I wasn't allowed to travel there, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe then, maybe because I haven't been there. I would like to see old Chinese. That's probably it. I'm thinking about it. I haven't been in China. I would like to go to see Chinese, the Great Wall of China, Forbidden Palace. Yeah, I would like to go and see old Chinese, art and museum and the buildings and so on. Yeah, that's probably it, right? But I don't know if I can go there. I couldn't, but I had a job at least. No, I had a governmental job. I couldn't go there. We couldn't go to like Cuba, Russia, and so on. After you got the job, a couple of countries on the list you weren't allowed to, and of course you weren't allowed to have TikTok or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of fun, you know. I had a job, but you weren't allowed to have like TikTok, like even privately. Like you can't use it if you work here. Yeah, no kidding. But anyway, let's not too much about that. But okay, next question. Choose one anime character to be real. Who would you choose? I mean, obviously I picked Myrmonden then, because I want to smash, man. Obviously I picked Myrmonden. It's easy, man. I want to smash that chick, man. That is the best pick, obviously. I'm like, well, I mean, obviously I want a hot waifu, man. It is easy, right? Yeah. I want hot waifu, okay? Hot waifu easily. But otherwise, though, if I'm gonna be more like, it depends, right? You know, I mean, in the sense that, you know, can I sleep with Myrmonden if it's real? Will she love me back? You know what I mean? I feel I can get it though. Yeah. But if we assume that instead of thinking with the most important part of the body, if we say instead of say like, okay, what character would be, but like, okay, what I'm thinking right now is like, what character, if they were real, right, from an anime, and if they were in our world instead, right, who would be the best for our society? I mean, obviously it's Myrmonden because she's so hot, right? But if we ignore like the coolest power fighter or whatever, I would like to have someone, right, with like the Sukoran building powers. Yeah, I would like to have some godlike character, right? So what I'm thinking, and this is off the top of my head, but maybe this isn't the best though. This necessarily isn't the best, right? But I do kind of want to scream his name and be like, great ball. I do kind of want to be this guy and be like, Rimmaru-sama. I kind of want to scream, you know, Rimmaru-sama all day long. And then I can worship him and also be one of these like, Rimmaru, best boy, you know, best boy, genderless slime character. But maybe Rimmaru isn't the best pick. Top of my head, right, with that question. But I think someone like Rimmaru, so I can come up with someone better than Rimmaru. But you know, someone like Onos, Rimmaru, like someone, you know, Diablo, yeah, like someone, one of these, obviously these isekai guys, right, with godlike powers. And not someone like, you know, Isekai or Jisam, he's just like a lazy guy that does like tot streaming on Netflix. Whatever, he's some weird thing, he's trying to be some kind of streamer, I mean, his powers to turn into a woman, you know what I mean? If you see Isekai or Jisam, he can turn into a woman, and then he start like a streaming channel with his big oppas, you know? You're like, no, not that guy, okay? I don't want that guy to come back to Earth and use his gender bender powers to, I don't know, become a big streamer. That's pretty pointless. It's fun anime. I mean, I love Isekai, but yeah, it's a pretty stupid power use. No, I would like to have, right, a character that can come to our Earth, right, and be like, oh, I can build up stuff, you know, I can fix stuff. Like, for example, look at maybe someone with more technology otherwise, like, for example, Vegapunk, you see One Piece now, you know, oh, this guy can build cyborgs, he can make Vega Cola, you know, someone like that, right, that is like Elon Musk, but, you know, 100 times smarter, right, yeah, it comes in and builds everything. So, That's probably better with someone that is like supreme technology wizard, right? Like Vashu, something like that. You know, yeah. Give me like Vashu from Tenchi Muyo, yeah. There's like she's a goddess and she's the smartest woman ever. You know, she got like 5 times IQ and she's like a 10,000-year-old goddess lady. She can just like build everything. So you can like build little carrots. You can do the mechas and everything. Yeah, like you can break. You know, like Bulma. You know what? You know what I mean? You're dead to me, Rimuru. Yeah, Rimuru, you're out, man. I probably rather get Bulma, man. Then I get like a freaking waifu, and I get the power of. Yeah, give me freaking Bulma. Because remember how Bulma is like a super genius, right? Bulma can build everything. You know, Bulma is just like you got the whole capsule corp, as a father invented, right? And then we got all this weird stuff that Bulma can build. You know, she got like gravity and spaceships and. You know what I mean? Bulma is like an absurd genius, so it's probably better having a technology genius than a magical person. But you remember, yeah, Bulma, she's like the best at everything in her world, right? So we have like Bulma. Who more do we have that are like, you know, I guess someone like Senku, right? I got my Senku shirt over there. Yeah, I guess someone like Senku could be good as well, right? Senku is from our planet. Yeah, he's the smartest person ever. Senku is just like he's the smartest anime character ever, and he's from Earth though, so he's not even from like a special magical. You know, I'll say it like Bulma is of course from a magical version, right, of Earth, right, with aliens and so on. But Senku is like, no, he's just the smartest person. He's just the smartest person, but he's possibly from Earth, which makes it kind of funnier. But so we got him. Who more do we have? You know what I mean? Yeah, who more do we have? Bulma, Senku, I guess Vegapunk then, other like super genius tech anime characters. Yeah, like some anime character can be, I can just build, everything. Yeah, I can just like, I can construct anything that exists in whatever, right? Like I'm way better than anyone else in but for example, we don't want someone like, for example, Shikamaru. Shikamaru is very smart. They got like 500 IQ, whatever, right? But we need someone that is like smart, but also technology smart, right? Someone that can like build stuff. Someone like Bulma. For example, you don't want someone like Light or L or whatever from Death Note. They're both like clever, right? The difference between being smart in that, I can trick people to do my bidding, typical manipulative Aizen, whatever, bastard in anime, right? Those guys are very smart too. But what we need is someone like, I can build anything. I can construct spaceships. I can make tiny macro stuff, right? Someone like, for example, Hank Pym, right? In the comics, otherwise, probably. Yeah, if I need to pick one, I guess I either Reed Richards or maybe Hank Pym or someone I need rather than Iron Man if I need like a super smart Marvel guy, you know what I mean? Something like that, yeah, they're way better because they would make humanity have like infinite energy. They could, solve food crisis. They can fix all of that shit, right? Yeah, they can fix everything. They can construct infinite energy and food, and they can like have everyone, but someone like, as I mentioned, someone like Arnold, right? Arnos or like Rimuru, whatever, right? Someone that is like super OP medical being. Rimuru is still probably my favorite of these OP fantasy guys because he's really trying to build an empire, right? He's trying to trade, he's trying to stuff. So I feel if we go to Rimuru, right? Like he goes, they were to come back to us, right? Rimuru would be like, I can construct a country and everyone is happy, everyone hold hands and sing Kumbaya, I can make heal the push, right? I think Rimuru really wants to, build a country, right? Arnos is like the best ever kinda, right? But those guys are good. But otherwise, someone that's like super clever, Senku, Bulma, someone that can just construct ridiculous stuff. But I think about it though, Senku is probably the smartest character ever in anime, but he's like a realistic smart character where he can build anything we can build, right? So actually Senku is probably a bad pick because yes, Senku is the smartest anime character ever, lived basically, right? But again, he's limited to only be able to build anything we have, right? We actually have. He can of course build them with like a rock and a hammer. He can build like a spaceship with like a wood stock, He's just like he's a wood thing, I hit him with my hammer, he's a spaceship now. He can build basically anything that we can construct. But again, he's limited by actual realistic stuff, right? So he actually is a bad pick. No, Bulma is better because Bulma is like, I can build a machine that can teleport us. And you're like, how Bulma? I don't know. I just build it, you know. She's actually better, yeah, because she's like magically technician. Yeah, she can just construct spaceships and teleporting and this capturing that is shrinking and so on. I mean, Bulma, as I mentioned, is very similar to Hank Pym in Marvel. He can be like he can also shrink stuff. You know, he can shrink any object to any size, right? So he can take a whole country into one molecule. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, right? But he can do that. So he can store energy infinitely, because in Marvel they have energy between this, like, I don't know, empty space or whatever, right? So Hank Pym can like construct infinite energy in this, like, you know, the space in between the molecules, something dumb like that. And of course, every goddamn, you know, Marvel comic especially had issue, right? That they have wars and issues, right? So yeah, never makes any sense, right? You know, if you actually live in, for example, if you actually would live in Marvel universe, there probably would be no more wars, right? And there probably definitely would be no food or whatever, because, or I mean, infinite, I mean, because everyone they got like 30 people that can construct infinite food, right, and energy. You know what I mean? If Marvel universe was real, right, we would have infinite fusion energy or so on. Yeah, it's just like, it is kind of stupid how they're trying to make, you know, the Marvel universe, especially the movies, right, to be our universe, both with heroes, but then the heroes have powers to build machinery that could obviously, you know, fix every issue basically we have, right? So their worlds would never look like our worlds would, right? After a while, because everyone would have, you know, everyone would have infinite food and so on. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, most people would probably be able to work, right, if Iron Man was a real person, because he would automate everything, right? So all the jobs like driving a car or driving a train or whatever would be obsolete, because he would make all the AI. It all would be AI and so on. You know what I mean? Like, it would be way, way worse, right, than we currently talking about. So it's no. It's it's weird in that sense. But yeah. So now we have a hard question. We talked about it yesterday, right? So I'm just gonna put a lamp on here. I have way too much figures around. It's really hard actually now to move. But I see the sun is going down and so on. So I'm just gonna like move this thing here, just so I can get a lamp up there. Yeah. Because otherwise the figure probably would be in the way for the lamp, right? Yeah, it's a bit better. The lamp up there, but whatever. Okay, a little bit right. Okay, next question. Choose 10 animes that you don't think are worth watching. That's an interesting question, right? Because you're not asking like pick the 10 worst animes, right? You're not asking me like pick the worst 10 animes. If it's just to how you define difference here, right? The worst 10 animes, or just a bad anime, would be an anime that is just, you know, completely terrible. It's shit. It's just bad writing and everything, right? But as I always say, right, if you have an anime that is incredibly bad, right, it's extremely bad, right? You know what I mean? You have something like my best anime, like King's Game, right? Not King's Ranking. Every time I say King's Game, everyone thinks to talk about King's Ranking, but not about King's Game. King's Game is another anime, a completely different anime. It aired 5 years or 4 years earlier. You know what I mean? It's one of those battle royale, you know, children stuck in a death game thing, right? And it's insanely bad. Okay, it is like insanely. It's like if you've ever seen King's Game, you are wondering how anyone could ever record it. You're wondering how they like, why didn't they stop in the recording studio? Like, you're wondering how it ever got this far in their life to produce that stuff, right? Yeah. It is bad, but yeah, Bulma is both. Yeah, Bulma is both a waifu and she can build time machines and so on. That's true. That's true. Bulma can build teleporting, time machines, airport. She can build, you know, the spacecraft, and she's a waifu. Yeah, Bulma got everything, man. She got the boobs and the powers. Yeah, but King's Game, then, that's not the worst anime ever, right? But I feel the difference here in the question, right, is that anime not worth watching isn't the same thing, because honestly, even though King's Game, again, it is like literally the worst anime I ever seen in my life. It's like a 0 out of 10 anime. There is not that many other animes that I would say are insanely bad as King's Game, right? Like you're appalled. Like you literally appalled. You're watching it and you're like, I said, how could it be this bad? You know, how could someone make money on this? How could someone pay money? And then it was announced it's gonna have a sequel, but that was never proved, I believe. But a few years ago, they said we're gonna make a sequel. I was like, how can they make a sequel to this? It is the worst thing that ever been produced. How can anyone want this? But I haven't seen them actually produce sequels. I guess they didn't want it. Yeah, I guess they probably didn't get anyone to pay. I don't know. It's so weird. It probably costs one day, right? But my point, of course, is that I would actually still though recommend people, right, to watch King's Game, because it is such an insanely bad anime that I think you should watch it, right? Because it's one thing, it's funny, okay? While it's obviously so bad that it's good, you know what I mean? The classic thing, it's so insanely bad that it becomes entertaining because it's so bad, right? Everything is so badly written. Every character action makes no sense. I really should make a new video about King's. I reviewed it when it aired. I just started my channel, right? But I kind of want to go back and review it again because it's so bad. I was just saying one thing here to explain why it's so incredibly bad, then I go back to the real question. But King's Game, okay, so the main character, right, he's coming to a new city, and he goes to, it's like the last, 19-year-olds, 20 in Japan, right, like it's the kind of age before college. And he's in love with this woman, which is like complete sociopath, like the worst woman ever in anime. She's a complete deranged murderer, but anyway, he doesn't know it yet, though. And she's voiced by Husha, which is hilarious because she only voiced a good kid on me. She's voiced by Naru, yeah, it's hilarious. But anyway, he's in love with her, right? He's like, oh, I want to smash that woman. She got big up eyes, big ass, And she basically is the hottest character in the world. She's the perfect woman, right? She's the fastest woman, strongest. She's the best score and everything. She's the highest athleticism, smartest person, and she's incredibly attractive. And he's in love with her, right? Because, again, she's the ultimate woman in his anime, basically, right? And they go in the same class, right? It's like it's just before they're going into vacation, right? Before they go to college, yeah, basically. So he wants to smash her, right? And they have a date and so on, right? And he wants to get with her, right? And it kind of goes pretty well. Then they get into this, the King's Game, right? Which of course is that you have to do something. So you get an SMS on your phone, right? And if you don't do it, you die, right? So, yeah, it's utter shit. It's utter shit. So what happens then, right, is that they get the SMS that tells them that if you don't do X thing, you die, right? Not always, but usually. Because it's like Simon says, right? So Simon is like, you need to jump off this building, or, you need to swim here or something, right? Or else you can die, right? So she, of course, because it's a horror anime, horror is, right? Life too. She, of course, gets the command that she has to sleep with someone, right? And I think she needs to actually get the man, the man yank everything. It can't be a woman, it has to be a man, I believe, right? That's the episode 1's ending. So she's like, you need to have intercourse or else you will die. You know what I mean? Already here is like very, very, horror anime. If you don't have sex, you die. Okay, fine. But anyway, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Because she's on a date with the main character. And he wants to smash her because, again, she's very, very attractive, right? As I mentioned, she's the ultimate 10 out of 10 woman, right? Like, seriously. She's too perfect to be true, right? So she's like, she gets the SMS, right? It's like, you have to sleep or you die, right? She's like, please have sex with me before I die. She grabs him. It's like, man, we need to do it, Get up your penis. We need to do it before I die. I got like 12 hours on me, or else I die, right? And I actually die. And it's actually the storyline that they need to do it, or else she dies, right? Already here, you might feel this is a bad anime because it's just a cringy, horror storyline. It's a kind of a jigsaw thing, You're stuck in a room, you need to do something or to die, whatever, yeah. It feels very, very, silly anime, right? Silly horror anime. No. But the dumbest thing is that he turns her down. He's just like, no, I don't want to have intercourse with you if it's like because you want to survive or something. So, it's the dumbest thing ever. So he turns her down, right? Imagine how badly written that is. That the main character of an anime is in love with a woman, right? He's in love with this redhead, this, again, amazing, beautiful woman that is like, this is 19 to 20, yeah. That 19, 20-year-old, super attractive, super hot. Like, she got like, seriously, like, big ass, big boobs. Everything is perfect, you know what I mean? And she got like the perfect grade. She got to Harvard, basically, whatever. Yeah, she's like the MIT student. She's like the perfect woman, right? He already is in love with her. He got a crush on her for years, right? And they finally have a date. And she's like, oh no, I got the message. I need to do it before I die. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do it anymore. And then he turns her down. He turns her down. It is just so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Because he's like, I don't want to do it if you feel you have to do it something. And it's just so stupid because he knows for a fact that she will die, even if she, that she will die if they don't do it, because it's a silly horror storyline, you know what I mean? It's a very, very juvenile horror, right? But that's the fact. He knows that she will be destroyed by this weird game thing if they don't do it. And the MC, the main character, is like, no, I don't want to do it. And it's just, just imagine, right? Imagine it's just a real storyline, right? And if I was walking on the street, whatever, but imagine if I was like, let's say my work, right, and we get stuck into this Jigsaw game, right, a horror movie, stuck in this room, right, and I'm there with one of my female coworkers, right, and she's attracted to it, but whatever, even if she's not attracted, right, and the Jigsaw guy is like, if you guys don't do it, I will kill this woman, right, she needs to do it, or else I will shoot her in the head, would I be like, nah, I don't really like her, so, no, you would have done it, right, to save her life. So he's literally, setting her up to die, right? Because he doesn't want to do it with her if she feels that she has to do it. And even if you ignore that he was in love with her 5 minutes earlier, right? He was in love with her until she got the SMS. Think how dumb that is. He was never done it. But if you ignore that, even if you ignore that and he never met her before, wouldn't that still be like an asshole move? She's like, I'm gonna die otherwise. It's like a stupid game. And he's like, I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And of course, then you have the added storyline that he is actually in love with her. And then even more so, in the next episode, we learn that he used to be in a previous death game thing, which he won. So he's already been in one thing before. So he absolutely knows that this thing is real, and if you don't do these weird rules, you will die. So he literally, he really knows that her life is gonna be forfeit if he doesn't do it, right? So he turns it down anyway, and it's so stupid. It's the dumb. It is truly the dumbest thing I ever seen in my life. That scene alone. Then in the next episode, it gets even dumber, which is beautiful. I explained that thing to them because it's so terribly bad. So what happens in the next episode? All the kids, right? Or kids, but they're like 18, 19. There's something, they're like, I don't know, teenagers. They're not teenagers. They're basically just finished, high school. Senior high school in Japan, yeah. So they're like 19 or something. But anyway, yeah, there's all these 19 young adults, yeah. GA horror anime, yeah. Young adults, right? They all gather up at like at the park or something, right? Because a few of them have died, right? Because they have different time slots. So almost like you have to eat a cat or you die in 1 hour, right? It's a random time thing. So a few of them have died, right? And now they all know these things are real. We have to do it or they die, right? And then she's talking to him again, right? Like, we need to do it, man. I only got like 9 hours before I die. I need to, I need to intercourse before I die. And she's like, please. She's like, please save my life by taking, but doing it with me. It's so dumb. He's like, please save my life. I need to go, And he turns it down again. It doesn't make any sense. Because again, she will die otherwise. So, And to make it even dumber though, then this anime is the dumbest thing ever. It's right to split anime. It's so, I can't believe someone wrote this. I can't believe this is real from a fiction, but I can't believe it's real. So she then takes off her clothes, like her top and so on, right? And pushes him down to the ground, and basically is like is awing him, She's like awing him in front of the whole class. This is a real scene. And then when people are staring at them doing it, then she screams, "He is awing me!" Even though she's on top. She pushes him down, takes off her clothes, and then she mounts him. And then he's like, "He's awing me!" And you're like, what? And then the guys from his class, right, like his previous classmate, because he was finished, they finished high school, right? So they're like, the summer break, whatever, right? Or something like that, the last week of summer break, yeah. Then the guys in his class run over and they start beating, they start like punching him and so on. And you're like, but you could see her in front of you guys pushing him down, taking over her clothes, and I was like, he's there. And this is actually how the scene is. Like, I kid you not. I'm gonna put on a lamp. I'm gonna move on a lamp here, but yeah, that is actually how bad anime is. But that's what I mean. That anime is a perfect example. I'm just gonna move the lamp here. Sorry. But that's what I mean. That anime. This thing is just way too big. I have to move it over. I can't get my other lamp up. I'm gonna move that. Go figure. that maybe? Yeah, I should put on I should get on a lamp here. The sun has gone down now. I'm just gonna. There we go. Yeah, much better. Put my buggy thing there. Whee! There we go. But yeah, like it's so bad that she, you know, she lies about that, and for some reason people believe her, right? Doesn't make any sense. And then after that scene, though, then the anime actually gets, how do I say it? After she then lies, right? He abused her or whatever, which is absurd, right? After that, she becomes a complete psychopath and like kills everyone, like straight up. She takes her best friend's hand, breaks all her fingers. So then she just goes over like a rampage. One guy's head is a soccer ball, and she's going on a rampage, and it's like just kills like the whole class or whatever. Basically, it's crazy, but like over the episodes. But yeah, that's the premise of the anime. So that is literally the worst anime ever seen in my life. But I recommend it, I guess, right? Because it's so incredibly bad that I actually think that it is watchable, right? That it is so incredibly bad. So I wouldn't actually say that it's not worth watching. I made a long point about it on some other stream, right? But I feel like, no, it is like literally the worst anime ever produced, King's Game. It is a true masterpiece of, you know, shit. Yeah, it's so bad that eventually in the anime they're gonna have another King's Game on the same time, the backstory of the main character, and it's told in like a different time frames in and out of episodes for no reason, because you know he won anyway, right? Because he's alive. And then they're gonna have a third King's Game that happened like 200 years prior, also on the same time, and then they mix it together in the 3 episodes told on non-chronology. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's from a production standpoint. It's so terrible. There is one scene in the episode where a guy, so basically there is a man, right, running ahead of this evil psychopath woman, and they're running in like a forest, and on top of the forest a house, and if you get the last you die, right? So running in this forest, he's running in a straight line, okay? And he runs past this sign that is like, you know, house there's like a cliff or whatever, right? Then she comes running after him. It's an actual scene in anime, right? The woman comes running after him, and she's like a goddamn Looney Tune. She takes the sign, right, and she twists the sign. The sign is like, you know, house, cliff. She twisted on the side. It's like cliff, house. But of course, it actually should be reversed, so you wouldn't be able to read the sign because it would be text on the side. But she does that, right? You know, the most obvious shit ever, right? You know, it's like, you know, and then you're thinking like, okay, I guess the next person after her is gonna come up here, right, and run and get the wrong, you know, side and run the wrong direction. No. Then the guy that was in front of her goes up to the side again. Even though he's literally running in a straight line. He's running like here and then like that, right? In a straight line. He never turned and he never went in a circle because we see her running in the exact same path and he gets to the house. So for some medical reasoning, and I kid you not, this guy that ran in a straight line is somehow behind her, even though he was running ahead of her, at 10 minutes ahead of her, in a straight line. And then he gets behind, yeah, then he gets behind her, and then now he then takes the wrong path, right? Even though he was there 10 minutes before her. He takes the wrong path, and he runs to the cliff instead of the house, and he runs out the cliff also. He runs out the cliff. He runs like this, and then he runs out. He doesn't do stop. He runs out the cliff. And you're just like, okay. And then he somehow, like a Looney Tunes character, managed to turn around and grab the cliff with his hand, right? And now then, it was like 10 minutes prior that the evil psychopath woman ran, you know, on the side of one. She suddenly comes up at the cliff and steps on his fingers, he drops down and dies. It also doesn't make any sense because she kept running in the direction he was running in. So why would she even be at the cliff? Because she didn't hide at the sign. She was running for like 10 minutes, you know, away from the sign, right, in the right direction. And he was ahead of her, and then suddenly he's behind her, and then she suddenly teleported back again to kill him at the cliff, even though she was literally like not running there. But yeah, I'm selling it, right, because it's so bad. That's what I mean. It's a perfect example of. It's the perfect example of it's so good that it gets bad, right? Yeah, it's a perfect example of this anime. It is the worst anime ever constructed, and that's why it's so bad. I see it for Myrmonden, yeah. But I said earlier, for Myrmonden, we won't do it on YouTube, then we do it on like Patreon or whatever. We can't do it on this channel, unfortunately, because it's so bad. anyway, what would be like the worst not watched anime then, right? And I'm thinking that, like, what would be the worst one? I think that probably, honestly, for me, right, like, what would be the 10 most animes you shouldn't watch? Like, they are just bad, you know what I mean? Like, you're indifferent bad to them, right? Like, they're not like a bunny sample, which is amazing, right? They're more like animes where you're just like, why am I doing this thing in my life, you know? Like, animes that you watch them, and honestly, right, I think that those animes are probably the worst, right? In a sense, those animes that are so bad that, but they're not bad enough to be funny, yeah. Honestly, I think that is probably a worse production, right? In a way, right? Yeah. Or result, I guess. Result, yeah. If you make an anime that it's insanely terrible, but it's not terrible enough that you can laugh at it. Yeah, it's just terrible. You're just watching it, you're like, oh, this is boring. Yeah, like, it is not funny enough to be like, haha. It's just like, I guess that happened. Yeah. So what are 10 animes that are so boring that you're just like, oh, this is just like, I don't even care about the thing, right? I think that what comes to my mind, right, are basically like 10 isekais. Yeah. What comes to my mind are mostly isekais, you know, guys. You know, isekais with characters, right, that you don't care about. For example, isekai sheet magician, right? It's super generic, boring main character. You know, it's like he's a character, there's no personality. Same thing with, you know, like Canyon no Mago, what do you call that? Grandchild isekai. Like, oh, this guy is the best. He's like, because those animes was more, I'm the eighth son. You know, those isekais, right? Oh, I bashed them all together now, but I think all of them are basically in that level of. They're isekais, you know, they're all usually OP, right? But they're kind of boring. The main character very usually is a boring. Like, for example, Arifurata, right? Is at least fun. Yeah, Arifurata is like, he plays a nail up the dragon's, you know, behind and so on, yeah. Arifurata is like, he takes a nail and so on. Yeah, like, Arifurata is weird, man. And there's a lot of weird extra stuff and so on, right? Like, you can enjoy it from how absurd it is, right? And he's OP. But for example, like, I am the eighth son, it's just like, it's an isekai with the guy is the eighth son, which means that he gets a rainbow magic, he's the best magician, right? And it's just kind of like, it's just generic, you know what I mean? It's one of the many isekais where I'm like, it's not the worst thing, right? But it's also, it's not really, like, oh my god, it's like, okay, it's like every other isekai on that of generic blend max, yeah. And I think those isekais are probably, you know, the worst, because, as I said, right, when I watch King's Game, at least I can enjoy it, you know what I mean? If I watch like X-Arms or something like, you know, yeah, these like incredibly ugly CGI shows. Have you seen X-Arm? I think probably have seen X-Arm. Right? X-Arm is mostly ugly though from a graphical standpoint, but X-Arm is like the ugliest anime ever produced, you know. It's like the weirdest CGI, shitty anime. It's so weird too because they mix anime, CGI, and, you know, animation at the same time, like here. So it looks so weird, right? Like, one of the characters is CGI and the other character is it's so bad. It is so bad. Holy shit, man, it's so ugly. But like X-Arm, right? That comes into that King's Game, I feel, territory, right? When you're watching it and you're like, this is actually kind of enjoyable because it's so bad. You know what I mean? Again, right? Yeah, it's just an insanely terrible anime. That yeah, you're watching it and you're like, I can keep watching it. I can laugh at every scene. You know what I mean? I can have a morbid fascination for how something can be this bad. Yeah, something can be this bad. I just keep watching it, right? I think one anime. Let's be a little more interesting, I guess, with this answer and comment here. There's 10 anime. Promised Neverland is an interesting example of anime not worth watching, because Promised Neverland, of course, if you've seen it, you're talking about here, right? Season 1 is really good, right? It's a good season 1. Season 2 is utter crap, right? Yeah, that's probably a more interesting answer, I think, because you have these animes, right? You have these animes that they are good the first, then they go down there, and then they crash down, you know, after the next one. Those are probably the more interesting answer, where I feel like you probably should watch an anime because it's just disappointing. Yeah, you watch it and you're, oh, I like this show. You're like, oh, it's really great. Yeah. Next year you're like, this is just utter crap. Well, how did they? Yeah, you get frustrated, right? And it's not the same thing like King's Game again, because King's Game it's just utter crap all the way, right? You know what I mean? Because if the anime is just utter bullshitting you from episode 1, right? Then you know that I won't watch this anime because it's a good anime. I'm not watching it to be, not even be angry. I'm watching it because it's just so terrible that I can laugh at, I keep laughing at how bad it's, right? I keep laughing at all the bad stuff, the anime does, right? That's kind of how, King's Claim is, right? From the beginning. But Promised Neverland is probably a better answer for this, like, anime you should watch, honestly, because, yeah, it's an anime where you enjoy it, right? And then next year happens, and you're like, please take me away, and you get disappointed, and instead of being, like, fascinated by how bad it is, you're more like, how could it be? Yeah, you get more disappointed, more just depression. You're like, this is utter shit, right? So that's probably a better example where an anime falls so massively great. Promised Neverland is probably the anime I think that it is in my memory here. Is a memory, fresh memory. That is the anime that fell the most from grace, right? I can't think of any other anime that has such an insanely terrible as season 2 compared to the 1. Yeah, I can't come up with any other anime in my head right now. Help me out, chat. That is so bad the next season, right? Fina is also insanely terrible, and they're very similar. Both released last year. Fina is very, very similar. It also has this insanely bad second core, or what they call it, second part. But Fina is only one season, right? So the first like 3, 4, up to 7 is like decent, and then pretty good beginning, and then it goes utter trash. But it's not the same thing with this one season, right? Promised Neverland is like one good season, and then like 2-3 years later, one terrible season. Yeah, insane terrible season. But actually, Fina is very similar to Promised Neverland. They had the same ending, basically, slideshow. Yeah, they had the exact same ending, with like all the plot points are dropped into a slideshow. Yeah, Fina ending is actually worse than Promised Neverland ending. That's how bad it is. It's actually worse. Fina might actually be the worst ending I ever seen in my life. Like, seriously, it's so bad. But again, then Fina is harder on this answer because it's almost so terrible that it gets into it's almost entertainingly bad. But the thing is that Fina is also probably not. Yeah, I would say Fina too then, because Fina is, while it is incredibly bad, right? Okay, it is not bad in that haha so funny bad. It's like, this is just really dumb. You know what I mean? This is just like an anime. You watch it, you're like, okay, that is not very clever. They're trying too much to pretend to be, it's a pretentious ending. You know what I mean? It's one of those. It's just pretentious, right? You're pretending that you are smarter than you are. You're actually failing. You're pretending to be a smart person, but you really aren't. That's kind of how Fina is. So Fina is a good example also of an anime you should watch, because it's not even entertainingly bad. It's just like, oh, this is utter shit, right? This is utter shit. And instead of enjoying the last 3-4 episodes, even enjoying it, this is so bad, it's good, you're more frustrated. You're more like, I hate this shit so much. Yeah, you're more like, who did this? But yeah, Fina is probably the worst anime last year. It is insanely terrible. It's hard to speak without spoiling it, but like, it's just they basically jumped the space shark. They jumped the shark like massively, and it basically changed its genre. But the worst thing with Fina is probably that it has, just like Promised Neverland, they're both very, very similar. They have so many plot lines that they all drop, right? And then these animes are truly very similar. In the last episode, they have a slideshow, right? Literally a slideshow explaining or trying to explain, plot points that weren't actually resolved, right? Both the anime do the thing, yeah. It's kind of similar to Old Taxi, the movie, right? Same shit here too, right? It's 2-hour recap and then 5 minutes of slideshow to try to explain the last episode. Like, it's just they're both terrible in the same way. Yeah, they're both they're, oh my god, they're so bad, man. But for example, I said it right in my what's it called, review of that anime. Yeah, I said it in my review right of specifically Old Taxi, right? Old Taxi, just how bad it was, man. Just how bad it was. But yeah, see you, man. I think I kind of have a great day. Yeah, I think I kind of filled up most of your questions there. I think I kind of more 10 minutes, but I think it's kind of how I would summarize it, right? Yeah, you got all these generic isekais that no one cares about. And then you have those animes where you kind of like, oh, this is just really bad or it's just disappointing. And again, right, I think the difference is that it's honestly probably better if anime starts out insanely bad, so you know that, right? All the animes I watched, though, I think about it's like Two Car. Man, that anime is really weird, man. There's a bunch of like really weird sport animes that I've seen. Jet Girl is very, very etchy. Jet Girl and Two Car. They're two animes about cute girls driving stuff. So in Jet Girls, it's like two cute girls, like it's a game too, right? Driving jet skis, right? And that anime is just pretty entertaining because they're big oppas and it's very etchy, and the guy who's like, oh my bra, so yeah, it's very, very etchy, so on, right? But then you have Two Car. Two Car is basically like the same anime, but they're two girls driving those, bikes with, or whatever they call it Two Car, but it's like, it's an anime where you drive like a bike with a side shield, right? Yeah, it's not really like a car, it's more like a bike with an extra side thing. Yeah, here it goes. Then you have this anime, right? Driving this like bike with an extra seat on it, and though the girl is like, I don't know, she's bending over, I guess, to explain it. Yeah, she's like bending over, right, and it gives the car, I don't know, she helps the angle of it, right? It's an actual vehicle in real life, though. Two Car is probably on animes. I don't know. Two Car is good. Two Car is a good example compared again to Jet Girls, because again, Jet Girls is the same thing, right? It's a very like Yuri-ish, etchy anime, right? Because both the animes have like two female characters, right? They have like 10 teams, like 10 times 2 girls, whatever, right? Or 9, whatever, yeah. So they have like half a dozen, hot chicks doing stuff, right? But again, the difference is that in Jet Girls, it's like, oh no, my bikini top, yeah, it's like, woo, it's like that shit, right? All the time, right? It's very, very etchy. It's very, very etchy, and it's more comedic and so on. But in Two Car, it's like the exact same thing, but it lacked etchy bit. Yeah, it's the exact same thing with like two hot chicks, and there is some weird BDSM scene. It's like some of them have this weird love story. Basically, every couple, they're two girls, right? Every female couple is like in love or something, or most of them are has some kind of, at least a few of them are dating or whatever, or some weird romance together, right? But it just doesn't go that far. Yeah, it's so similar to Yes Girls. But they don't push it, right? They don't push it. So it's very, very vanilla. So it gets like, oh, I kind of like you. Yeah, okay. You know what I mean? It doesn't go anywhere. That anime is terrible. Yeah, this anime is boring, man. Because it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like, Jet Girls. I barely have the guts to show Jet Girls. Because that anime is crazy, man. The anime is very, very similar. And it's all game too, right? But yeah, Jet Girls is like, you got the guy roos and they're shoving off their oppas. Yeah, I mean, the animes are almost exactly the same. The premise is the same. They have the exact same thing that every episode is like, oh no, the ninja girls are having a fight together. Oh, this episode, those samurai chicks, they have an inner conflict or whatever, right? It's like the exact same setting, and no one ever wins either. It's like they race together, but it's never really a conclusion to who's the best racer, because supposed to be a game, right? So it's not really like who should win or something. Yeah, because all of them are playable in the game, etc. But again, yeah, because I find entertaining. Yeah, because I like, you got oppas, you got buttocks, you got chicks right there. But Two Car is like, it's the exact same thing, but it lacks all the sex appeal. That's probably an anime I would say too. Yeah, it's just really kind of mid, man. I guess what I'm trying to figure out are mid animes. Yeah, animes that are like 5 or 4 out of 10. It's very, very mid, right? Top 10 mid animes. Top 10 animes where they're not bad enough to hate them, or they are not good enough to like them, or they're just like, I guess this anime exists, right? You know what I mean? That's kind of like the take, right? Yeah, something like that is kind of the take. What more do we have of this weirdness? Well, I have the next question otherwise. Top 5 world building animes. I think One Piece is like the natural. Yeah, I mean, interesting question. Yeah, so top 5 world building. But as I said, immediately One Piece, of course, comes to mind with my Buggy mask. With my Buggy the clown, right? Yeah, my Buggy towel. Obviously, as evidence of. How to say it, world building, right? So the other towels too, they are Doflamingo, they're Ace, they're Law, they're Clown Prince Buggy, Nico Robin, Khalifa is one, and Boba Hancock, nice. But Khalifa is kind of a weird pick, right? This is really fake. She's main. No, it's like Doflamingo, Ace, Law, Buggy, Robin, Hancock, Khalifa. Yeah, she's a wife. I guess people like the waifus, right? So yeah, number one, maybe not, but definitely if it comes to mind, yeah, the One Piece, right? So many characters, right? So many countries, so many weird powers, so many weird sky islands and underwater cities and everything, right? So yeah, I think One Piece is like the easy world building. I mean, but I think that everyone's gonna guess the same world building, right? Would be One Piece. And honestly, I think that shonen shows generally are longer, I guess, possible, but they have a lot of characters. Naruto obviously feels also close to that as well, right? They have all the different ninja villages and different powers, and then have the samurais, then with this stuff, then with that country. So it also feels similar, right? To have all these different settings and so on. But otherwise, I think that a bunch of isekais, right? Like Mushoku Tensei, of course, has a very good world building. Mushoku Tensei definitely goes up there with all different countries and settings and landscape. One thing I think I like so much with Mushoku Tensei, especially from an anime standpoint, if you get Tensei, let's see here. One thing that Mushoku Tensei does so well, right, is that it has this weird openings, or weird, but the openings are very different, right, than other animes. Instead of having an opening, where the character are shaking their ass or whatever, twerking in some, instead of having the character do like a twerk or something, you know what I mean? Like in other animes, like in Chainsaw Man, they're dancing together or whatever, right? One thing that Tensei does so well is this kind of here's a good image I found here. Yeah, the image won't work on this program. Let me find a better one. Not that one. This one perhaps. Yeah, this one, landscape, right? One thing that this anime does so well is this kind of opening, right? So, for example, when you watch Mushoku Tensei, it's like every scene you kind of see them like walking down the forest, whatever. Like instead of having an opening again with doing a dance on a cool fight or whatever, you see the characters, right, and they're getting into like they're traveling at the landscape, they're traveling at the ocean, they're on some cart going to a city, right? So from an anime step especially, Mushoku does it very well, right, in the openings. But yeah, I think Mushoku is one of the best world building isekais. Might be some other isekais, Arcero as well, so right, but they have a lot of countries. I mean, it's a difference. But Konosuba doesn't have very good world building, right? Yeah, Konosuba, I like Konosuba, but I mean, the world building is like we live in this, city, and then we fight stuff, and then it's just crazy goddess, and Megumin is exploding stuff. You know what I mean? Like Konosuba doesn't do the world build, right? No, they have a few dimensions. I mean, they do world build a little bit, but you know what I mean. They have a little bit world building, but it's not that much. But yeah, Mushoku Tensei is all about like if this country, this king, and this thing here. It is much more like we're building up more and more. Now I want to see in the first season, right? But it's very clear that even only one season, they have already established several countries and leaders and that stuff, right? So that's like Slime early, right? It also has similar this kingdom, this guys, the humans, the dwarves also have the typical fantasy building, right? So I think a lot of isekais do it well, right? Yeah, a lot of them do it well. And of course, it's fine that like the comedy ones, like Konosuba, doesn't do it because they don't really concern them because it's not really about fighting the evil king or whatever. Konosuba, right? It's a comedy thing, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, Mushoku Tensei feels like the best one at it though in one season. It does feel like it wins in world building, especially as I said because the openings are, as I mentioned, the openings are different, right? The openings are like specially built around that opening, right? So that's one thing that makes it definitely be more like that. Also more animes is isekai or shonen. Because isekai and shonen, right? They're always gonna be more world building, right? Black Clover, etc. They all have world building. Here's this country, this is the king, the shonen, the fantasy shonen is always gonna have a lot of countries and enemies and queens and princesses and so on, right? So if you go away from like shonen and isekai, then right, like not in a world, not stuck in a fantasy world, What other anime has good world building? I'm thinking like I guess some of the sci-fi animes might have interesting planets and so on, right? But I can't honestly come up with one in my head right now that I feel is like a really good Galactic, yeah, but it's more like still humans. Huh. Which one? Clearly, they haven't produced any sci-fi animes in 20 years. I watched Gundam this morning. Very good episode. Yeah, very good Gundam this morning. But I mean, anime and sci-fi is almost dead these days. So I was like, oh, what anime has good world building? Because 86 got terrible world building. That's the one I come up with, but that doesn't make any sense. It's a good example of, yes, it's a sci-fi and it has world building, but it's illogical like crazy. Like their androids doesn't make any sense, and people know them. That's bad world building. It's so illogical how the androids work in that anime. It doesn't make any sense at all. The premise is so weird, and the wall and so on. Attack on Titan, I guess, has good world building. I mean, it's true Attack on Titan that what he has going for is the mystery, but it's a little bit, yeah. I mean, Attack on Titan, yes, it has good world building, but it's also more the mystery, right? But yeah, like they're stuck in behind the walls, right? And then they have the attacks outside. I think Titan is weird because it's obviously more a mystery, but you could argue it's world building, right? The whole we're stuck in this wall thing. And then when we get to the Marleys, it kind of touches into World War II instead, and that I would say has worse world building. Yeah, I don't think it helped. You know, I said it for many years, but I don't think it helped really. You know, think of Titan too much, right? With the whole, oh, actually, those are evil Germans over there. Yeah, I don't think it helped that much. And then the world building itself isn't that interesting actually when we see it. In my opinion, I don't think so much because when we actually see the outside world of Titan, it is just Earth, right? But it's like upside down planet Earth. Yeah, the map is upside down, but it's still Earth. So it's a little bit like, oh, so it's Earth. You have Japan, you have some country in Africa that aren't mentioned because it's this like we have these people from Africa. We don't name what the country from. They're different country over here. We got some Indian country over there. We got some like people that are probably in Southeast Asia or something. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like that, right? I get Berserk got better world building. Yeah, Berserk got better world building because why it's also kind of like Europey. It's also has more interesting monsters and so on. But I think this thing of it with Berserk 2 that it also kind of relies on what is the world? But the world is just Earth, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, they both have the storyline the Titan as well. It's just Earth. But it's Earth with Titans, or it's Earth with demons. It's like, but it's our planet, right? But if you also throw in some demons in it, like I'm struggling to come up with a world-building anime that isn't isekai. I'm gonna cheat it. Top 10 world-building anime. I mean, I'm gonna Google and see if Google gives me a good example. And I'm like, well, do I agree with this? Yeah, I will take the one I agree with. No, Dr. Stone, definitely a terrible example. Dr. Stone, but the Stone is like I got man, that's a terrible example, man. Dr. Stone is, you know, it's how to say, it's our world, right? Dr. Stone is just our planet. Yeah, it's just like, but okay, that's not really there we go. I'm gonna put it over here instead. Remove that one. Yeah, let's zoom in here. You can look at my screen, otherwise it's a bit mad much, right? No, I don't think so. There's a Microsoft commercial there. Okay, let's look at this then. Yeah, it's a weird commercial. Whatever. Bam. Yeah, there's a Stone, terrible example, right? Because it's just Kill la Kill, yeah, okay, interesting. It's like clothing power, but it's our planet. Beastar, that's the pretty good example, but even though it's our planet, it's at least like all the animals on. One thing Beastar does stop with world building is that it has, you know, what would I say? It's cool because it's like here's a door, but the door has different sizes because it's like, you know, rabbit people and like rat people and so on. Yeah, they have different doors and so on. It's cool. The different, you know, forks or whatever. Stuff that's pretty cool anyway. That's pretty cool. What more do we have? Not Nagi, a little bit, but I mean, see, Magi is more typical shonen. Yeah, it's like, well, we got countries, we got wars, you know, yeah, it's typical shonen, right? Yeah, we got the kind of earthish though. Recreators. I don't know, but Hega Mutenshi, only at number 12. Terrible list, of course. I put it way higher up, but it's a good image now. Air is like, yeah, let's go over there. Good image. Promised Neverland, yeah, it's true. It has decent world building, but yeah, it's nice. This is so hard in the question before, but it's true. That is true. Similar to Attack on Titan, that's a cool mystery world building, yeah. premise-wise, it's a cool world building. That's true. Overlord, yeah, one of the many isekais with, you know, a fantasy world, right? Same thing with No Game No Life. I said that, it's all like, this is a game, but they're all like, you know, fantasy isekais. Yeah, Slime, I said it too. Yeah, they're all isekai world building. See, this is a good example. That's true. Yeah, but Ultimate has a cool world building. That's true. It's kind of like alternative Earth as well, right? There's a little bit of alternative Earth over it, but certainly, yeah, there's a cool world building, interesting powers, how their like technology with their weird ultimate power interact and so on. Yeah, it's a pretty cool answer. More than all the isekais that are kind of similar. Yeah, that's a cool answer. Hunter's Hunter. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, it's a shonen world building. You know, we have different countries, we have different enemies. Yeah, One Piece probably will win. Made in Abyss. That's true. I think we made in Abyss. Yeah, that is true though. I forgot about it. I got PTSD. I was like, Mitty! Yeah, I can't handle it, you know. Mitty! That's true. Made in Abyss has a really cool world building. And it's all about that because it's an exploration anime, right? So, if you haven't seen Made in Abyss, it's kind of like the Divine Comedy. It's very much the Divine Comedy, right? It's very much the Circus of Hell, right? So you go down, and in every circle, right, you have a new enemy and a new issue, right? Or in this circle of hell, you can't breathe or whatever. Or in this circle, your blood does this thing, right? So it is like it is very, very much Dante's Divine Comedy, Duma Comedian, where every layer, right, it gets worse and worse, and new stuff happens to you where you turn into a little mitty and so on, right? You're the monster. So it's interesting in that sense, and it follows a typical world building. That every layer is different, right? It has all these weird animals and monsters, and you know, freaky, horrible storyline and backstories. But it is true that definitely, Made in Abyss might be definitely one of the top 5 things about it. Yeah, I forgot about it on PTSD, man. I don't want to talk about it. It's so terrible, man. I love hating it, man. It's so terrible. It's so brutal. From the New World. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I knew it would come up. It's popularity, these sites, right? And One Piece will win it, yeah. Take a title on the one I mentioned earlier, and then One Piece will win, right? Yeah. But One Piece definitely is the one that you think about. But I mean, One Piece, as I mentioned, right, it is so classic as... Yeah, One Piece is so classic as world building. I mean, it is one thing people love One Piece, right? It is the world building, right? So I knew it was going to win the list, right? But that's good. That can be the last answer then. Made in Abyss, right? That's one I forgot to mention here. Yeah, I thought about myself. Yeah, but like I explained, Made in Abyss is a really good world building. But like I said, it does follow that classic book, you know, Dante's Inferno, yeah, so on. Yeah, it follows that, you know, we're going down in hell, right? And every layer has a new issue. Or if you're a traitor, you get into, you know, the Judas, you know, 9th level of hell, right? Or if you kill someone, it's like 8th layer of hell and so on. Yeah, you got different layers, right? And different monsters and you know, whatever, right? It's different per layer, right? So it definitely follows that to a T, basically. Yeah, a lot. But it is cool because Made in Abyss have so many different monsters. So yeah, like on this floor it's a poison monster. On this floor it's a dragon with poison. They all have poison. Yeah, that's one thing though. Like every goddamn monster in Made in Abyss is like, well, in this floor there are dragons with poison. It's like, okay. Last floor it was like dogs with poison. Yeah, and next floor again, you know what is they done? Yeah, it's cats with poison. It's a little bit like that though. It's like every goddamn floor is like, well, we got someone with poison for you. Or acid, yeah, or acid. Oh god, I want to think about Made in Abyss, man. But it is still a very good example of world. It is. I agree with that though, just higher up there. I think Titan, as I said, I brought it up, right? It has very good world building from its premise, but I think an issue with Attack on Titan, generally speaking, right, especially with the world building, is that when Ishiyama started revealing the truths, right, you know, then it kind of faltered. Yeah, I think it's a typical horror anime issue when you starting to explain the backstory or explain the twist or whatever, right? And then you're like, but why would that be the back? Ymir, you're like, why is that the backstory? Yeah, or the truth or whatever, you know what I mean? You're like, yeah, you started questioning, right? So it's kind of like, in one way, you know, I thought it's amazing because they have all this premise, this amazing journey, and then they find the photo that the outside is okay, you know, and yeah, it's a tape here from my all this stuff, you know, and you know, and so on. Yeah, and they find the outside world and all this stuff, right? And it's so amazing up to that point, right? But then I think that, like I said, that it's an issue that many, not just animes, but usually horror and thriller has, right? But okay, so you have all this suspense, and then you learn the truth that the world outside is fine or whatever, right? But then you actually get to see the outside world, and then it's just like, and this is just World War II, yeah. That is a little bit like, that's it, right? And then it almost honestly feels a little bit like, oh, it's just like Germans. Okay, it could have been more interesting, you know. It could have been a much more interesting outside world, for example, right? It doesn't have to be, I mean, crazy sci-fi, but it could have been something else, right? For example. And then also generally how, like I said earlier, how like, okay, this country is just India, and that country is just, I don't know, Egypt. Yeah, it's like, okay, it's just like, oh, because then the world building basically is becomes Earth, right? So then it becomes very bland, you know what I mean? Just because when you get the side, and you meet all the other countries on his party, right? With the habitat, and yeah, when you see every other country is basically just real countries like Japan and so on. Yeah, it's just countries that exist in our world. So you know, then it almost feels boring. That it's just always literally just Earth, but the map is upside down. You know what I mean? As I mentioned earlier. So then it gets like, yeah, kind of like, oh, that's it. You can't come up with something else. Not a bit that guy, but it feels a little bit like with how the suspense up to that point is much more intriguing, right? And like, oh, what can it be? Even if it's gonna be humans with some kind of technology, couldn't it be another planet? Couldn't it be a little bit older? Well, honestly, I think I would prefer though. Yeah, speaking here, honestly, if Attack on Titan had its Earth, you know what I mean? If it's gonna be Japan, Egypt, France, Germany, right? If it's gonna be, you know, our planet anyway, but Germany is bigger than because they won basically, right? Yeah. If it's gonna be like alternative history Earth, I think it should be Earth then. I heard a lot of people theorized before this was gonna be Earth, right? And it is Earth, you see, flipped upside down, yeah. So I feel it's unnecessary. He's making Earth. He's making Earth. Alternative history Earth is probably better than like alternative history Earth and upside down. You know, you're like, okay, why? Why is upside down for? It's so unique. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you feel a little bit like, I don't know if it's, it really adds, I think, upside down. I don't know, but that makes it better. You know what I mean? I feel a little bit like that. Man, I kind of really want to watch. I mean, I really want to watch mest några natter now. A little bit like that, seriously. But I want to do it later. I won't do it here, man. Questions. That's not right, I think here. But yeah, like it's it is a Fortnite, right? I talked about earlier. It's really unfortunate. Well, otherwise we could do it here on stream, right? And then we could have just cut it out for the people, right? Yeah. If it wasn't like that with this anime, right? Especially with 2 Eternity. If it was like I thought about that, it's just like, God, you can't show it on YouTube, right? I'm honestly a little afraid. I did the opening, as mentioned earlier, the opening direction. I'm like, ah, man, maybe I shouldn't have done that because some people got strikes for it. Yeah. It does feel a little bit like, damn it, I really want to watch it. Normally with these kind of shield streams, right, if you just throw it in and then of course I cut it out, right, people can watch it easier later. But now sitting here being like, I kind of want to watch it, but I don't want to have it on the episode thing on YouTube. And I might even remove my own video later, right, with the opening reaction, honestly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you haven't seen my opening reaction to Eternity and you're watching this thing now, you should definitely probably go watch it, because I might probably later so on. I published it today, right? Because it's out today, but I might remove it later. But I really love doing opening reactions and so on. Right? So I wanted to do an opening reaction to Eternity. I really like the anime, but it is, as I always say, stressful, right? When it comes to anime and so on, and Japanese companies that they are quite harsh, and not only animes, right? Because Japan, right? So it's like some game companies like Konami is notoriously, you know, against like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff and so on, right? You can get like an issue if you have a Yu-Gi-Oh video up, not also the game and so on. So for example, they had a Silent Hill thing this week, right? I wonder if they're gonna keep their, policies, right? But I do actually think that I don't know. This could be a side note, whatever. It's just a chill stream. I talk about everything I want, yeah. I do think that from a game industry standpoint, when it comes to YouTube and so on, I think that the Japanese companies have gotten better, honestly, right? To be a little better, right? To be a little light opinion here, so to speak, because Nintendo used to also be very hardcore, right? Nintendo used to be like, if you upload Pokemon, whatever, they will come after you. Nintendo's always been that, you know, they're very anti-Rome and so on. But Nintendo, let's see, could it be 2-3 years ago? They kind of opened up the market to make, you know, Pokemon stuff and so on. Yeah, because it used to be that you had to be what's called like I don't know, like a Nintendo channel or Nintendo approved something. So, for example, you know, some people then, YouTubers then, they have Nintendo approval, whatever it's called, and then they will, you know, be able to review Nintendo and so on, right? But even people like Angry Joe, right, you know, very big YouTuber, for 3 million to 4 million subscribers, even he, you know, got a strike back for his Zelda review. Yeah, well, he was obviously fair use, right? So that can be really weird, you know, it can be really weird, but I actually think that I don't think anyone has been issues right now for that Silent Hill video, right? That aired 2 days ago, the new Silent Hill, which of course is written by the same person that wrote, you know, Umineko and when they cry, Cicinida, when they cry, you know, Seagull, yeah, which of course I reviewed and react to last year, right? Yeah, the remake / sequel, right? Yeah, remake / sequel of a very damn. I love them. I mean, it's great. You know, when they cry, you know, Higurashi, yeah, and Umineko. But I said in those reviews, I had, I can't really, there's so many horrible images when you Google it. Oh my god, don't Google when they cry, because immediately you get one of the characters being crucified. Jesus Christ, man. You Google that and it's immediately like, that's a lot of dead characters. Oh my god. Yeah, don't Google when they cry, man. Holy shit. The image you get when you Google that, I mean, it is crazy. Oh my god. This anime, it is so brutal. Yeah, like every image you get on Google is like, it's just insane. Holy shit. But anyway, you know what? I haven't actually watched it. This is just a shit stream yet. Tell me about the do right, guys. But it is true, yeah. So when they cry, of course, it's a very good anime. I like it a lot. Yeah, I like it a lot. And I hadn't seen actually, you know, when they cry, the original show before the remake, and then the remake was a sequel or whatever. So it was very confusing, right, for me a little bit, because they started combining storylines. But I had seen Umineko, right, with Beatrice and so on. So I am looking forward a lot to Silent Hill, but I actually haven't seen anything. So because it is the same, you know, author. His name is what is his name again? Ryoki, something like that. Oh, I want to say the wrong name, but he's something like something like that, right? He's the writer, right, of the new game, if I'm correct here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's the writer of F, right? Ryokishi is his name, yeah. Ryokishi 7, of course, is his name that's written, which is obviously like it's a pen name, yeah, of course. His real name isn't Ryokishi. His real name definitely is not Ryokishi 7. It's not his birth name, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he's the author behind When They Cry and so on, right? And he's the one now writing the latest here. But actually, this is a history, man. We do some bad stuff, right? Yeah, I haven't actually seen the trailer yet. Which I read it now. Yeah, because I tend to avoid that if I want to buy a game. I want to get spoiled, right? But yeah, why not, man? Let's watch that trailer, then. We can talk about some anime stuff. Because I haven't actually seen the new video. I just know that he is the author behind it, right? So let's see here. What's it called? Silent Hill F, right? Yeah, Silent Hill F. I did play PT, you know. I have PT, the one they later removed. I have that one on my what's it called? Yeah, Silent Hill PT is something I actually have on my PlayStation 3, whatever. Yeah, because I explained briefly, right? So Silent Hill, the one they made, they then cancelled. They published this like a demo, right, which was very cool, and I said I have it, and then they removed that because they canceled the whole game. That's the one with Norman Reedus, right, from Walking Dead, and then we had the whole What's it called? Spin-off, basically. Yeah, the walking game, the walking simulator, right? That's basically a spin-off, right? Yeah. So we haven't been a Silent Hill game in many years, right? And of course, I played the older ones. I played the first one, many years ago, and I've seen the movies too. And I don't even hate the movies. People always hate on video game movies, like the Mario game. It looks pretty cool, I think. But yeah, people always hate on the Mario's and so on, right? I actually think that the movies are decent. They're not the best movies. I mean, I won't say that Silent Hill is a good movie, but I don't dislike actually those two movies, right? So basically, the Silent Hill movies are based on the first and the third game, right? Yeah, because they have the same character. Her name is Alicia. Isn't her name Alicia? Yeah, like this. So long since I've seen this movie. But isn't her name Alicia? Maybe I'm mispronouncing it, but Alicia. Yeah, Alicia. I mean, come on, that's who I mean. That's who I mean, okay? Alicia, whatever, yeah. So the movies are about her, right? Both the movies. So it is the second and third game, yeah. Because the second, third game. First, 1 and 3, yeah. Because second game is about Harry. Is his name right? I think in Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill, I think his name is Harry, isn't it? Harry Mason, yeah, exactly. He's the main character in the second game. No, there's a father. Damn it, who's the? No, sorry, Harry is the father. First game. Who's the guy in the second game? The second game is about the guy that killed his wife, right? James, yeah. It's about it's basically like his. Silent Hill 2 is basically about his. His in denial, right? Of his crime and so on, mentally. He's kind of like in denial of what he did and so on. But anyway, yeah. Let's watch it. I haven't actually seen it because I don't know why. I kind of decided to I don't want to get spoiled or something. But whatever. We're talking about anime, talking about when they cry and so on. So which also I liked it. Yeah, it's a cool game from what's the company called again? Black Sick. Is the company called? It's like a Japanese error game company, whatever. They make these really weird horror ecchi games, which are more horror than ecchi. Okay, they're very weird and very very strange. They basically made one game, which I actually have played then, because it's a horror game basically, horror ecchi game, more or less. That is more or less is Umineko. You have the witches. You're stuck on an island with a witch basically in her mansion, right, and a bunch of people, and then you get transformed into a woman or a man, or it's all this weird stuff, and this is a very weird game. Okay, I played it many years ago, mostly because I was like, man, this is basically when they cry, but it's like a weird, ecchi sexual version of it, but it's very very strange, and I'm more interested in the actual plot line of the horror elements than I'm interested in the whatever boobs. Yeah, I'm interested in the horror. It's a very very strange game. It's basically it's heavily inspired by Umineko, extremely similar. But anyway, let's just put the trailer on. So let's watch Silent Hill F. Definitely the game I will likely play then. Obviously I like his work too, right? Ryoshiki 7. Where is my button? God damn it! Didn't plan to do a trailer reaction, whatever. Where is it? Do this. Yeah, let's make it smaller. Like that. A bit bigger. Yeah, okay. So, 3, 2, 1, and go. Yeah. Okay, not actual gameplay. Good start there. Classic, what is it? What is it? Oh yeah, it's a Japanese dolly, yeah. I've seen the image of it. It feels like it's more in... Okay, immediately it's like a horror feel to it, right? You get into that. Yeah. Immediately it's like, okay. Oh, this feels very... Until now someone is pulling a weird... It definitely is Japan, yeah. This thing is more Japanese. Oh, because of red. It's much more Japanese oriented than the previous game, I feel. They're in America. Oh, tentacles? It's definitely Japanese now, man. Hentai. Okay, she pulled by the... Oh, she's like a schoolgirl, I think, right? Yeah, it's like a Japanese schoolgirl. Oh, it's a red blossom thing. Oh yeah, now it's very Japanese. They're like the blood flowers. Oh, and a Shinto, a Jinja. It's a Torii gate, what's called, a Torii gate. weird music. Oh, okay, it's like a lot of dead bodies. And weird more... Okay, so I guess the bodies turn into blood something. The bodies are like the blood flowers. Oh man, here we go. Man, the game is freaky, man. It's gonna be a her and a... This is what I've seen. Yeah, this is what I've seen. Someone tweeted me. Yeah, and her body's like a blood. Oh, then it fell off the face. Oh, the last bit. The face fell off. It could have been worse though. It could have been like... it could have been worse. It wasn't that bad actually. It was kind of disgusting, but it was actually like kind of hollow. Yeah, let's look at that image again. It was kind of hollow. It wasn't like... This could have been worse. It could have been like mag or something. If you ever seen Angel, there's a scene in Angel where a woman has her whole face filled of maggots. Her actual face is like a maggot face. So yeah, she looks beautiful, but her real appearance is like a maggot eating her eye or something. So when you reveal her real face, it's like maggots that's covering her. You know, she has no eyes. She's like maggots eating her eyes. So it's super something. So actually, yeah, it was kind of scary when her face just fell off. But I'm actually surprised they didn't have like, you know, something inside of it, like animal, yeah, some weirdness. But I guess it turned into like a flower or something. I guess it turned into like a living flower. I mean, and it felt like all these branches, kind of blood branches, grabs the girl, like a schoolgirl, right? And then it turned her into like a living plant or something, or dead plant. Maybe they drain their life force or something. Maybe they drain your life force by, you know, your blood basically. Yeah, this here is a good example, right? I guess the flowers are constructed by your blood. So if a flower hits you, it turns your blood or whatever, or your body organs into flowers, right? That's how you die then, and the flowers like turn you into, you know, a mist or whatever. Much more Japanese, certainly. Felt very Pyramid Head. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously like a Pyramid reference, right? This in here, where she's like pulling this chain, you know, kind of pulling a weapon with her, like kind of slow. This is very, very Pyramid Head, right? Obviously reference to that. Yeah, like issue with like a heavy weapon, she has to pull on the ground, right? It's like the sound, the screechy sound effect, right? You know, on the ground and so on. But yeah, where's the image of the Japanese village? Here it is. So yeah, it is of course very, very much more Japanese, right? It is much more Japanese than the previous games. I mean, yes, of course, they are made by a Japanese, made by Konami, a Japanese studio. But what I mean, of course, is that in the previous games, right, they were taking... So Silent Hill is in like Maine or whatever. Yeah, it's like northeastern America. You know, it's like New England, right? I believe most of the games, maybe all of them, but I think that most of the Silent Hill games take place, at least the first and so on, they take place in like New England. So it's like Massachusetts, Maine, you know, those areas around, you know, northeastern USA, right? So you would imagine like Boston, something like that, you know, outside of Boston or something, etc. Like that area. That's kind of where Silent Hill 1 and 3 is, and I think 2 as well. So yeah, and also that Silent Hill Chronicle game and so on. Yeah, so they're basically all in that region, right? I think. There's some mines or something under there, some underground stuff up in northern Maine or whatever, yeah. Further up there, next to Canada, something like that. But this is the first game then, right? In Japan? I think so. Maybe there was also, I don't think so, because the PT, of course, with normal readers, there also was America, right? It's POW, you were like in a bathroom in somewhere in America, right? Yeah, it could be anywhere in America, but also like America. So I think this is the first Silent Hill game where they go full on Japan, right? Like it's a Japanese village, I guess like rural Japan, and then these flowers are killing people, right? That's why the city is affected by flowers, because people probably die and turn into flowers, right? I would think so, yeah. That's probably it, right? That was interesting. I don't think I have like seen that before. I mean, I've seen the flower thing, but I mean, I don't think I have seen Silent Hill in the setting, right? Of like, yeah, Japan and so on. Let's see one thing here. What is it there? And put that in there as well. Let's see one thing. But yeah, it's interesting. So I take a sip here. Yeah, I got my... this is my protein shake. I should drink it earlier, forgot about that. Yeah, so I always go to the gym, right, before I stream and so on. Almost always. Almost every day I try to do that, right? Work, and then we go to the gym, and then we stream and so on. Or react, whatever. So we get that protein shake. Costing me way too much money. Seriously, it really feels... As a side note, right, like too much anime and manga now. So it doesn't really love issues, but it really feels the drink. Oh god, with inflation, yeah. Let's be economically and sad now, but yeah, it really does feel. You know, it really does feel like you have I'm buying, you know, a project per day, maybe ending a drink right to that, you know, food right, and everything here costs like, you know, 20-30% more, right? Than a year ago. Yeah, it's very. I mean, obviously, everyone has the same issue, right? It's very, very expensive to buy food right now, and it really feels. I feel it really, really feels when you buy this stuff. You know, they have these kind of like projects or whatever because it costs like $3 each. So it's super. And you know, fruit is so expensive, right? Yeah, like an apple costs like $10. No, but it's so expensive. It's all bad, but yeah. Oh yeah, fruit's been so expensive. Oh, it is crazy. I have one place. It's very silent though, but you know, it's like a chill out Sunday stream, right? I have one place. I ate there last Friday. I have one place then where they have a pretty cheap buffet. I just go there and eat for hours. But I basically realized that this buffet place, it is so cheap compared to actually cooking food yourself. Because normally when you go to a buffet place, right, and even if you can eat how much you want, you have to eat a lot, right? Because it's like I can still make more at home. You know what I mean? No, I mean sure. I mean eat how much you want is a good thing. It's a fat guy, but I mean that. Generally speaking, though, even if you can do eat how much you want, you have to, you know, still eat a lot, right? Because it is still costing like, you know, a lot of money to eat there, right? You know, compared to cooking at home, because if you cook, let's say, twice at home, whatever. But at that place, or more rather so, with the inflation going up so much, right? And at that place still having roughly the same price. For some reason, that restaurant hasn't increased the price much. It's like $50 more or something than like last year. So it's actually cheaper. Yeah, so that is like, I go there. I used to go there maybe once a month last year. Now I go there once a week because it's so cheap to eat there compared to buying food by yourself. It basically is like, as long as I eat, you know, a lot of food, right? This is 2 portions. I'm up in like one home now. It's so weird because that store should probably have increased their cost by at least 10%, probably more than 20%, but they haven't. It's like on like a 5% increase. So it's really weird. So you, yeah. So I can, it's my sweet spot now. I go like every Friday and eat there. I'm like, man, I can eat here how much I want now. But it's just so much cheaper than making it yourself. It's crazy. Or basically the same cost then. It's like, why would I even spend time on that, right? It's very, very weird, man. In some aspects. What more happened with anime this week? Yeah, let's talk about a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about animes. You know, what's called like the general first impression, whatever, something like that. Yeah, a little bit. But I want to put on games though. I want to put on games, right? I just want to get my. The problem is I have way too much stuff, right? It feels like the biggest first world problem ever. I sit here in my man cave. I'm just like, it's so much stuff everywhere. It's like swords over here, or this is here. I'm just trying to locate. Is it plugged in? Hope it's not. There it is. But I hope it is not plugged in. I hope, because I wanted to play with this one. Well, yeah, I also got a. Didn't talk about that. That's what. Yes, there we go. I also got way too many cables, you know, on the ground or whatever. I got way too many cables. But as I said earlier, I want to have a chill stream and talk a bit. But I was going get. Where did I put that one? See, there's an issue. I have way too much stuff everywhere, man. I can barely move because there's always too much stuff everywhere, right? It's frustrating. Where did I put that one? I actually just bought a new capture card. So where is it? And then I forgot where I put it. I didn't open it yet. No, I didn't open it. Oh God, man. Here it is. Here it is. So yeah, I didn't open it. I got it 2 days ago. So here's a new actual capture card, right? So I can because I haven't been able to stream on Switch for a while. So I am planning on streaming on Switch as well, right? I probably want to stream like Pokemon a little bit, right? Be all nerdy, and also probably stream Bayonetta next week if I get that game in. Yeah, so I ordered the edition. Hope I get about them, and I want to stream Fire Emblem so on. Yeah, a few games at least, probably either on Twitch or here or whatever, but something like that. Anyway, what I was planning to mention earlier, right, was to start playing Stardew Valley, right? Should I start it? Library. I hope now that my controller should work. I hope. But I just plug it in again. I also have bought all of these horror games. You're talking horror games, so I'm also a little bit wanting to play. So I bought all of these games, right, from Nipponichi. This what are they called? Like the Rose in the Twilight and the similar games in that, some weird horror games, befitting coming from yeah, it's called Yovari Midnight of Shadows. Yeah, I bought all those games in the last sales. I haven't played them yet, but as I mentioned earlier, but I wanna play straight here, man, for my perfect little chill stream here, right? Is of course this game. I'm just gonna, oh, it's in the wrong screen. Damn it! Can I change this now? No, it's just logged in. God damn it. It's in the wrong screen. It's this classic thing. I think this is to work at least. That's good. It kept my setting from last time. I'm just gonna see if I can like move it through the screen so the camera's in the right screen. Also, it'll be hard to play the game. Oh shit! What happened there? What? Is it my controller that's drifting? Why is it so weird for? What? It kind of flew off the screen. Oh my god, that was so weird. It floated off the screen in a really weird manner. Holy shit. That was so weird. Like it. How would I explain it? It basically like went off the screen, and then it kind of floated off the screen. I can't even explain it. It was so strange. Like it just floated off the screen like that. I moved it on the screen, and I was like, rip. Right? It was very weird. What a weird thing. Very, very strange. Okay, I'm gonna try again. No, I'm just gonna restart it then. How weird that was. I've never seen before in my life. So I moved the window right to this screen, because I have 3 screens. So that's what I have on the screen, so I can see when I play the game. And then it just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. But actually, we can do this. I'm gonna move the camera there. I'm gonna move the camera there, then put the game here. This is like ad hoc. Is it the ad hoc solution now, baby? Ad hoc solution, baby. Ad hoc solutions. But we do this thing, and I also want to have like the chat. Hopefully the game, restart the game. Nope, it's still an issue. God damn it! And it gets in the wrong screen, and it goes like that. What is happening? Oh my god, it's so weird. It's super weird. Like it is so strange. I can't even show it because it's gonna be like it floats off the screen. I'm having the word. It's so weird. So I launched the game again, right? And then the game started on this screen. It's supposed to be this screen now. Started on the wrong screen again, and then it just like goes like this. It just goes out when I do that thing. It is very, very weird. Never seen that before in my life at all. And I think I've seen most bugs I feel with IT by now, but that is a new thing. And now when I press the button, sometimes it goes up again. Maybe I can move it like that. I wonder if the game has a bug. I wonder if it's a game with a bug, or if it's like... It's probably not something wrong with it. Yeah, you can you can control it with Windows. Okay, I see. Okay, so it still works like that. You see how I control over it. No, you can still move it. I can show you guys. I'm gonna get the figure screen up, man. I'll show it like at me. It's really, really strange. You probably be able to actually record it if I just fix my screen. Let me just put it on the screen here. I'll show you the bug here. Right, so if I put like paint here, whatever, doesn't really matter. I put like paint here, right? And I'm gonna start the game again. I'll show you this bug. This bug is really weird, guys. This bug is really weird. It's gonna be kind of funny. On the stream, I'll show you the bug here. It looks so weird, okay? I'm just gonna have to restart the game again here. So you can see what I'm dealing with. So I'm saying a complete crazy person now, right? He's talking about my bugs here. I'm like, it's buggy. I promise you guys, it's buggy. Yeah, I will show you, okay? I will show you now. I'm gonna have to turn off the game somehow. It's hard because I can't get to the game. The bug also removes my control over the game, so I can't even turn it off either, which is kind of weird, but okay. Turn it off again. There we go. Okay. I'll show you my screen now, right? So you see my paint there now. Yeah, so that's my paint. Okay, okay. You get this paint. That is like whatever. I just open the image in paint. It doesn't really matter. And what happens now here? Look at this bug now. So I'm gonna start playing the game, right? Actually, it's lagging again. Let me press a button first. The game made my whole Windows lag too, so I can't even start the game again because my whole Windows is lagging. So it's gonna, that's why all my cameras are flashing because my flashlight. Okay, now then, what happened again? So I can't even control my Windows. That's, yeah, you see that it flashes black. The Windows restarting. The game actually crashed my my Windows. Oh, Jesus Christ. The game crashed my whole computer. Yeah, like it crashed my Windows controller, so I can't even start ending. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's put that down first then. Like this. Okay, let's see if I can record this bug now. Now the bug probably won't happen because I'm recording it. Right? So, okay, up here again. Play the game. Look at what happens now then. Also playing the game. So look at that, see this, and then it goes out the screen. Yeah, but again. And it goes out. And now I can't get to the game again. I don't know if this is a fun bug, but yeah, and now I can't get the game up, right? So now I can't like play the game. I can't get the game to like, you saw that, right? It goes out. Like the game, that's one button. Yeah, the game like it just flows down, and now I can't get it up again. I can't get the game, to be off the screen. Like, it's super weird. Let's see if we can get it again here. Like, this is a real bug here that I found. Or I don't know, but look at it again. Okay, so I'm trying to play the game, right? So it starts now. It's loading now. Yeah, and then it goes out. That's my screen right there. You're seeing my display still. Finding bugs, man. God damn it. Freaking, I want to be Sunday, man. I don't have time for this. I don't want to work now. Yeah. So I was planning to play this game, right? And that makes no sense, really. That is super weird. That is super weird. But maybe it's my controller that is stuck, okay? Right? Maybe it's a controller, even though I don't see anything on it, but maybe the controller is stuck in like a drift mode. But why would the controller then be like playing the game? They shouldn't move the video anyway. But let's try again. I logged out the controller if it's in drift mode settings or drift mode bug or something. No, so it's okay. It's a typical bug test here. It's not the controller's fault. Yeah, so it's not the controller being in, sometimes it drifts, right? Especially on Switch, right? The controller might be drifting and it might push it around, but the controller shouldn't be, moving the game window anyway. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix this bug on stream now. It'll be fun. So one thing you can see is that if I press the button, right? So I'll play the game again. If I now hold it, what I can do here is that if you hold the Windows button down, right? No, it's wrong. Okay, that was the wrong thing. But yeah, that kind of works, I think. So this thing. No, maybe that will be instead. And maybe I can go. Doesn't work either. Okay, so I try to go into the Windows, what's called, the control panel, right, and ask it to switch to the game, regardless where the game is. That did not work. But I think you can control the game with the Windows. No, that increased the microphone instead. Like, it's bugging my whole game in my PC. So when I'm trying to control it, it instead made my PC be controlled. Super strange. Yeah. Okay. No, this is art correctly. I want to fix this bug, guys. Okay. So first, it needs to be correctly turned off. There's one bug here. If you don't turn it off correctly before you do this thing, it doesn't even work. Okay. It's gonna be bug fix alive. Okay. That's the first thing. Okay. Secondly, I want to start the thing. It's different if I start like that. I want to press it now before it goes down. Now, I hope I got it. Oh, that didn't work. I got it. So I'm trying to like basically I try to grab it before it goes down, right? So it's my most active frame. So basically, right when I start the game now, I want to press it. I think here when it's going down, I want to click it. So it is the one. No, they remove the mouse. Who's that? They remove the mouse there. Yeah, the mouse turns away from it. It's quite troublesome because when the game starts, it removes the mouse. Interesting. So I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna go to the Windows. So I'm doing here, right? So I'm gonna go into the activate. Let's see. I'm gonna run that thing. Maybe this will crash the stream now. Probably not. So now I'm running Explorer. I'm a PC. Right? So I'm running Explorer. And then I'm gonna turn off the Explorer file system on the computer because that one usually ruins by these things. So you have two different files, two different one.dd file, one file. So now I'm like basically restarting my Windows without turning off the PC basically. This is like a Windows fix, right? It's not 9% of the CPU, okay. So I'm gonna restart one, bam. That's why it's flashing black for me as well, not for you guys. Okay, so now I have kind of restarted my but it's kind of laggy down there though. There's like a weird lag spot when I press the Windows bar. So that has something to do with the game kind of ruined that. I kind of want that to be fixed before I stop the game again, you know. No, I still have that again. So basically, when I click the, you can see it here, right? So when I click the Windows bar, you know, under here, right? I clicked items under here, right? Icons. My PC kind of flashes black now. So I can do it again here. You probably will see it now. Interesting. It's the same on the stream, but for me it flashes black. That's even weirder. Because for me it looks black, but on the stream it looks the same. It's like super bug fixing it. No, but what a weird thing. It won't even. I probably should reach my PC here. The game completely broke my PC. I can't even like use my Explorer anymore. Yeah, trying to start playing a video game on stream, and then the video game breaks the computer. Very good. Very, very strange. Never seen this before. This is a bug I never seen. Well, actually, I know. Okay, I understand what the main thing is, right? It ruined my Windows Explorer. That is the main thing. That's why I can't handle its files correctly. But it's just weird from a general standpoint. Do it this way. Press this button here. And then that button. Let's see what this does. Did I fix it? No, I fixed it, but I managed to. Okay, I managed to fix it, guys. I'm a freaking god, man. I'm a freaking god. Yeah, I got it to work, but it sees the window mode. But I got it to work. I froze it. So what I did was that I started it on the path, right? So I started the game not from Steam, but I wrote the games and I started the exe file, right? By writing it in the command menu. So I started it from the command prompt, right? And by doing that, then I holding down the Windows key button and hold down to maximize it. So I hold the button down at the same time. So I was holding my fingers down while the game was starting from the command prompt, and then the game then it maximized and didn't go down. So I was like, I'm a freaking wizard! I was like, ah! Yes, this is what I do for a living. Oh god, freaking PTSD, man. No, but I worked on so many games. Right? I worked so many, you know, I worked with QA and so on, right? A few games, you know. Everyone start with QA, right? That's the step one. It's like first you have to clean the rice before you can, you know, cook the rice, right? So I don't know. You pick up a lot of tricks, right? Pick a lot of sleeves in your skill sets. But yeah, that was a very weird bug. I still had probably fixed the actual bug, of course, not my PC, but this is like good enough, man. Yeah, I'm impressed that I managed to fix it like that, or fix it, but I managed to freeze it in correct. You can see there's a little bit in the white there. I haven't actually managed to maximize it. It's a little bit. You can see here, right? With my mouse, it's a little bit white there. So I haven't like perfected it, but I basically fixed it. What a weird thing, yeah. What a weird bug there, which I've never seen in my life before. And now I'm also afraid of pressing anything because I'm afraid of like ruining it. But it was interesting. I managed to basically fix it by turning it around. Yeah, I kind of like, but because I saw it was flowing down, right? By holding down the button at the same time, kind of like if you start BIOS in Windows, kind of like if you do a BIOS run, if you hold down the F button at the same time, it kind of works with us. But anyway, let me just see that it works here on the stream as well. Man, it turned into a really weird stream now, man. Yeah, it's me bug hunting on stream here. What a weird thing. But it's always fun. You can figure out some solution, right? I think it's fun in that sense that I don't know if it's a good stream or not, but I mean I think it's fun that how to say it. You kind of can see my skills live to some extent, right? That because I worked with this thing in my past, right, to some extent, you kind of can see that, I have some ideas, right? How it works, right? Or how like a PC works, or I could kind of immediately be like, well, okay, this thing here is, broken or whatever. I understand kind of a little bit of like, okay, but this is kind of what, the issue is, right? Or something like that, to some extent, right? Which I think is interesting at least, to some extent. But it's also a little bit like, but it's also a little bit like, why is happening to me right now then? But anyway, I'm gonna post it, man. For different games, baby. Oh, it also changed my. Oh, interesting. It also why did they change my? It changed my language on my keyboard. This thing has been bugging, man. So my keyboard language changed now. Okay. So many bugs, man. So many. The whole game kind of ruined my computer. Yeah. Like the whole game. They ruined my poor computer, man. Yeah, it's like what? It changed the language. Some of the letters were different. What weird, man. What a weird thing this has been, man. What a weird thing. Anyway, let's put that shit there, man. Bam. And I just want to say one more thing before I go on. So let's see one. Just look at one graph here before I go in. So now I'm gonna lag my way back there. Because every time I try to change the window, it lags, right? But whatever. Okay. I'm like, this is so slow. Sorry, it's so slow now. So, but every time I try to change the window, it lags. So bam, like that. Press like that. Hopefully it works. Let me press first there. Like that. I have no sound though, but I have no sound either. No, it. I don't know why it's no sound for. I was like, why don't I hear the game? Yeah. That was weird. What, is a stream or something? so buggy. Holy shit, man. The game completely broke my PC. Yeah, this is so buggy with the worst stream ever. Okay, I guess I think this is like bug hunting now, crazy. But what happened was probably that it changed what it assumes is my sound card, right? So it changed from whatever it's supposed to be. That's why I can't hear anything. So it turned off my headphone basically. This is like an echo of issues here. I think so, at least. Test. You can hear me recording. Yeah, it is have my microphone. Right? This is the correct microphone. Yeah, it's the correct microphone. There it is. So what did it do then to my sound? So I love the music in this game, right? So I need to fix it. I need to play the game with music, man. Jesus Christ. Whatever. I can move the headset maybe. I can do it maybe. Let's just try to go like this instead. My God, this is like the most weirdest issues ever in life. Okay. Do I have sound now? Nope. I don't hear anything. Wow, it really broke my sound. Test. That's the wrong one. Test. Also the wrong one. That's my TV. I should probably do a reboot. Well, it's so weird. I wanna get my goddamn sound working. Oh my god. This is like the weirdest thing ever, man. I can't hear the game music. My PC doesn't work now. Okay, sorry about that. There's something happening. Heard it. Okay, so it's getting some kind of static noise. Okay, you're gonna see me. This is like a bug test stream now. Okay, so while I like connect this thing into it again, right? I put it in here. Do I hear something now? No, because it ruined my sound card. Oh, this shit, man. And now it's starting to crash that thing too. Interesting. Oh, how cool. And after that, it also ruined the game again. Interesting. Such a weird thing I've seen in my life. Now it went back and threw the game down again. How strange. But, This is how I am. I'm gonna fix this bug now. Let's put a sound card bug. Or did I turn that thing off and that ruined my sound effect? Maybe. Yeah, like maybe that ruined my card. Okay. So, it's telling me I should hear stuff, but I don't. Maybe I'm deaf. Maybe that's it. Maybe I lost my hearing. Should joke about that. Maybe maybe I'm deaf, right? Maybe that's the issue. But it's like, what do they read as my headphone? But it's like one too many sound cards. Yeah, it's one too many. They shouldn't have that many sounds. That's a big issue here. It's basically reading too many sounds. Okay, I'm gonna have to go this way. Why can't I? Okay, I think maybe I know why. But I can change? What? What? Oh, it's so buggy. Holy shit, man. Sorry, guys. It is so buggy that now when I got the sound settings up again here, I can't even I show you when my PC is so lagging. Holy shit, man. This is so buggy. The game like broke my PC like completely. Oh my god, look at this thing. So I'm pressing here in the Windows side. It's supposed to be this big, right? You know? And when I press this button, it grows. The blue thing shouldn't be there. Like I have this like massive bug I've never seen for my life. Holy shit, yes. I pressed the button. I pressed here, right, to change what sound is it looking at. And instead of opening that the drop down menu, it just like, look at this. It just kind of zoomed out this window. And then I get this thing. Like, it's so buggy. Like the game like straight up broke my whole PC. Like it's so weird. And see, look at that, look at that. Oh my god, this is like it's freaking live bugging here. Like it's so weird. Like yeah, that it blew up there. This isn't there. Okay, can I? No, can I? What happened there? How do I do like this thing? Oh, we're going to that. Okay, interesting. And I mean here should course be whole. it broke my computer completely. Yep, always new fun stuff happening. Okay, let's turn it down then. Happens that nothing. Let's try to open it again. Right? So let's see what happens. It's lagging a lot. It's lagging every time I try to open a new program, so it's something overall is happening, right? You know, it's obviously like. Okay, so now we have it again here. Now it looks normal. Yeah, now it looks normal. Oh, this time I could press it. Okay. There we go. Now I got sound. Yeah. See, it was the wrong. This is not a real device. It's not a real device. I don't have that. It's like. Yeah. There we go. How strange. Just gonna lower the volume a bit. Okay, there we go. But the game is bugging again. The game crashed again. So I need to just fix that though. No, not like that. Okay, let's try again here. Yeah, I fixed my sound bug. Okay, I fixed like 3 bugs this stream now. this is the stream where everything crashes, and I keep fixing it live. Right, it's a horrendously amount of bugs to fix here. But what a weird thing it was. That was so weird. And then it turned all blue and shit, right? So, okay, that's over. Now we're gonna play the game finally. So now we're gonna get the game up, and we fixed the sound bug, we fixed the visual bug, hopefully. So we're gonna play the game now. I'm just gonna reset again here because it's really laggy every time I try to turn off something. So I really should reboot after this, but whatever, right? So now we're gonna set it again, right? So we open it up, and I hold the button down. There's one button down, and I hold the button. So yeah, this is back. See, that thing is back, right? So this is what I meant, right? That thing is back. So it's like last time, right? That bug is back. Holy shit. So just like last time, I need to hold the button down, right, when I start playing the game to fix this bug. I need to hold the Windows button down and put up at the same time and press the Windows key. Let's say I do start, right? So I need to do this thing. And then I have to hold it down. It's a wrong program, god damn it. Why does it change that? Okay, it changed to that program for some smaller reason. That's weird. Okay, let's go back here. Okay. That's word more. It cost me the visual to fix the sound. But why doesn't that work anymore? I fixed it earlier. Like that thing should have worked this time. Oh my god. Okay. No, it's not even the same anymore. It's not even what it did last time. Oh my god, it's just an echoing of more bugs here. Okay. No, it doesn't. No, it acts differently. Of course it does. Can't even fix it. Okay. Let's just get the thing up back again. Okay. Why won't that work? No, not that button. No, whatever. Set the thing up again. Okay, so that thing is fixed here. Now I'm gonna go here again. Press the button. Right. Is the game turned off properly this time? Here. That thing looks correct. That thing looks correct. Here. There we go. That took a few attempts there. Yeah. Definitely. You know. I hope so. Because I'm not in the game right now. Okay. Will it crash now? I think so. Okay. Yeah. This is the workout, finally. I was like, man, I think it's crazy, man. I think it's crazy. Yeah, it seems to work. Shield stream took like 10 minutes to start, yeah. More than 10 minutes on this game. There's half an hour of my life that I won't get back there, just trying to... What is it? That was it. What was the farm name then? What's the farm name? Can I randomize that? Favorite thing. Where you pick your dog or animal? Oh, here we go, yeah. What should we have? I think I want a shepherd dog tonight. Yeah, shepherd dog. I'm gonna make a gyro, man. Always. Gonna have a fancy hairstyle. That is like straight up Chrono Trigger. Come on, I'm gonna have the Chrono hairstyle. I'm gonna want the hairstyle as it is then. Long hair. Yeah, think about how it looks from the other side because you're gonna run out the cat off, right? You're thinking about how it's gonna look from the other side. It's very important here. Think about all the direction, you know. Yeah, like that, you know. It's gonna look good. And the baldness. Well, this one front then. Yeah, I like it. A lot of hair. I like it. Radish hairstyle. Okay, I want blue eyes. Blue eyes, white dragon. Yes. And I want like blonde hair. Right? Yeah, so that's the lighting, right? Yeah, there we go. I want like green, I want like... Yeah, like that. Oh. What shirt do I want to get me over to that thing? No, I want to go over there. What What pants I want? Blue pants? Blue pants? Oh, red hot pants. Yeah, skip intro. Oh, pink. Yes, pink with red and hot pants. Yes. That. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so I played it several times, of course, but you know I haven't played every farm because they do keep adding farms, right? Yeah, I can't take over that. So it's like a new farm. So it's a new farm, right? So you can like I haven't played a new farm yet. It's probably one thing to play the beach farm. I think it's called. Or where did my mouse go? Oh no, the mouse left now when I okay. Yeah, there we go. So what to say? So I have played, you know, the basic farm, right? I played the forest farm, I played the hilltop farm. My last game was a hilltop, I think I played the game. So this is a multiplayer game, right? I've never played the beach farm, this will be new. I think. I haven't played these two farms. So what's to say then? Oh, sometimes sprinklers don't work. So sprinkler, of course, is the best thing, right? Yeah. Sprinkler is the best thing. Test one thing. How's it loud, guys? Should be a bit louder then. Let's fix that a bit. Yeah, it's very loud for me. The game is like super loud for me. I'm just trying to like set it a little bit. Yeah, the game is very loud for me. But okay, do I want to play the beach farm? Because I want my sprinklers to work. And the four corners, because you're playing a multiplayer. I have no friends. This is the monster farm that I have played before. I guess I try it, but it sounds pretty terrible to just something have the sprinkler is the best thing ever. I guess I'll try it then. Or do I need to name my farm? I call it I'm lazy. I call it beach one. Yeah, I'm lazy. But I'm like a guy, so I like the beach star. That's true. It's RP, man. Yeah, it's a beach farm. What's his favorite thing then? It's my favorite thing. But I'm a gal, so I like money. Money and power, man. That's what I want. Yeah, I'm gonna be rich, baby. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be rich. Oh, look at that. It broke again. Oh my god, look at that. It broke again. We started the game, and then the game is zoomed down. Oh my god, this is so buggy. Look at that. It's there. I started, for some reason, when we started playing the game went down. What the hell? Oh my god. That is so buggy. Yeah, when we started playing the game, for whatever reason, that made the game just shrink. It didn't even go down. It shrank, right? How weird was that? Like, I found the weirdest bug ever in Stardew Valley here, yeah. Like, it went like that, right? The window just like, just shrank to it. It didn't go like this, it went like, very strange. You can hear the music as it's going. So that's it works, so you had the music going. Yeah. The music still goes. How do I get it up again? Oh my god, how do I... Let's try to change activity to that one. It goes down again. Okay. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, let me show you guys. If I press here, right, and now I'm pressing this thing. No, it did nothing. Okay, weird. No, it did nothing. But let's try it again. It's some kind of patented thing. So I'll try it again. Nope, it doesn't happen again. I have it once. Okay. Yeah. This button then. Okay. This button does what? Oops. Oh, here we go. Okay. But okay. Whatever then. This won't work though because it's the wrong screen now. Okay. Okay, let's do this thing instead. No, kept the any game with. Okay. Yes. But now then, I have changed it to be on the other screen. Well, this might be better then. Right, so we put it here. Pull it out a bit. This has been the craziest, weirdest, annoying things I've been for a long time, I feel. Just to play a goddamn Steam game. What Travis has been? This has been like an hour of my life that I never get back, guys. Yeah, Shield stream turned into Bug Hunt stream. But okay, so now I moved it to this. I have 3 screens, right? So now I moved it to the other screen. And I think it's gonna be more stable now on this screen. Hopefully it is. Because it popped up here when I restarted it again. So I assume it works now, so I can finally play the game, right? So I'm just gonna sit there and talk some anime while chilling, right? So I don't wanna, yeah. But this feels good. It's only the one thing. I'm gonna try and get. Well, yeah, we're not even using that anymore. I'm just gonna get. I can see the chat. Awesome. Yeah, I lost the chat there. There we go. I lost the chat. There we go. And how does it sound, that one? Yeah, so the music. Test. Okay, so let's see how. Okay. Maybe the game is stopped up because I stood for too long. Yeah. Is it X really? No, the 2 boxes wrong. I was like, no. That is not correct. Okay, so first you have to seed our stuff, right? So we're gonna seed up our so play is valid for. We're gonna seed up. I never played this. I never played this farm before, right? The pitch farm. No, where's the hammer? But usually, right? You wanna just like start by kind of cleaning up an area here next to your house, right? To be easiest later on. We're gonna. That's alright. I can have it here next to my. We're gonna make sprinklers later though. Yeah. If you're really smart, right, you plan for sprinklers. If you're really smart, you're gonna plan for the sprinklers later, right? So we're gonna have like a sprinkler system. So you're gonna have like that, right? And you're gonna have like this. No, that's bad. I whatever, doesn't matter much. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, remove this one. So yeah, we're gonna be smart, right? So we're gonna like plant for the sprinklers. There's a little. You can remove it. Okay, so let's see. If we start here, like my first sprinkler is there, right? Something like this. Oh man, the game is so beautiful. One game I'm looking forward to, I hope it's good, is of course Harvestella, right? From Screenix. It might be a cool game. We can have a little farming game, right? It's probably enough here, to be honest. Well, do I have recipes? I don't have recipes, right? I don't remember now. But we can craft stuff now again. We need to find the stuff for crafting. I guess I haven't unlocked it, right? Or actually, it says UI. No, here it is. Here it is. Not remember where you get that recipe, but you can craft fertilizers with the sap and so on. But I don't remember where you get that. Whatever. Guess you haven't gotten yet. No, how do I? There we go. I was like, how do I close this? Start with that. Red tree covers my. Just now you wanna go and get like wild seeds and shit like that, right? You also wanna go and get. I don't know how hardcore I'm gonna be here, but it's a lot of things you can do in the beginning, right, to make more money. So one thing is to get all the hardcore, the wild seeds. You wanna get the mission done. The faster you. How do you run again? Okay, so Dandelion. Yeah, pick it up. What's a run button? No, Oh. Oh, that's how I use the mouse again? Interesting. Here we go. Quest. How do I get my my quest menu here again? Here we go. Oh yeah, it includes everyone. It also includes the weirdos. But basically you can go and buy stuff beat, right? That's like the best thing, I think. So which one can you buy that like regrows again? Like 4 days. Yeah, I think should I go bean starter? I need to build them though, but I'm gonna be lazy to go bean starters. This is like super serious playthrough here. Yeah, speed running it. What could I buy one? Oh yeah, full of stuff after we sell this at him. Sell him that stuff. Let's go sell him that stuff, yeah. I'm super hardcore, guys. But I mean, first, right, you want to go and. What was the run button? Why can't I like? Oh, what's the run button, man? Why is the run button? No. Yeah. So beats are, you can't move through this thing. So you don't want to make them like covering up too much. So you definitely want to have like a system here. When you make your beans. But this thing will grow more than once. So you get more money. Okay, so it's usually good to go like this path. I think so at least. And yeah, it's like beachfront now, but I think it's city. So it's good going this path because usually you will find items here. This is at the highest ratio I think to get stuff in the beginning. Yeah. I said that it's 0. What you want to find is more stuff, right? Like that, lots of sell as well. Yeah. I don't think the game is having any sounds. You hear sounds, it's weird. I missed this one again. Doesn't seem to capture the sound of the game. Not at least in a good volume. Maybe now? Whatever. No Linus. Nope. Wait, can you fight? No, it's closed now, right? Yeah, whatever, it's not able to get the quest done. Yeah, this is still closed, yeah, so the 2 days of that. So do you have the dungeon cave, right? So, but yeah, let's, now the bugs here are finally fixed, I feel, right, so to speak. So now it's into flow. So let's talk about what. Let's go back to my original. Oh god, yeah, we had the original things I want to talk about, right? Like an hour ago, and then it kept crashing. But well, anyway. So yeah, first of all, I was gonna go over the enemies, right? That we talked about earlier, not earlier, but I mean this is the. So we have today then To Your Eternity, which I look forward to watch after this. They watch it then. But I won't do it on YouTube, right, because of the copyright issues. So we'll talk about that earlier one. Here we go for this thing's good. Come on. Why is it on button? Okay, no, what had I? There we go. Fine, sorry. So yeah, so we want like that anime. I think might be good, right? So people wrote comments at me before the stream that episode 1 was great. I think that To Your Eternity, it's a great anime. I really love it. One of my favorite anime last year, right? But it definitely had one issue in terms of the last arc was shit. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Not the last episode. The last episode was like really good. I want to have the game. I know camera's a bit, whatever. I can't get the game on the right screen, whatever. Something like that. But anyway, yeah, I really dislike the island arc, right, of the last arc. Yeah, it was terrible. Like really terrible. So terrible. This one's random. This was like pretty great to pick up. Just give you random food. It can be whatever. But yeah, like that arc was terrible. But before that arc, it was a great anime, right? That being said, as I mentioned earlier, alright. Obviously, there we go. That's important. It is important though that you get the last ending there. Oh, did I miss one? Yes. But every arc up to that point was great, and then what's it called? Well, one thing I will say though, even though I do love To Your Eternity, is the whole thing that yeah, it's almost get predictable when like every character will die. It's like you're like, oh no, not a dead character. Yeah, after a while you stop caring almost. After a while you're like, oh my god, every person, no one has any chance to survive them whatsoever. So you're like, whatever. Eventually you stop caring about any character. But that's on that's today then, and then we also have the Gyre anime. Yeah, the Gyre is pretty nice right now. Married by law kind of thing. It's a pretty nice anime. I haven't watched today then because of doing these things as well, right? And I don't know. I mean, that anime, I think it's good. I don't see much traction with it, right? I think she's an adorable. Akira is an adorable Gyru, so I of course like it a lot. It's a nice, sexy Gyru anime. I don't see men talking about it at all. People comparing it to like Shikamori because she's pink hair and so on. And it's very silly. You know what I mean? That's that kind of stuff, right? Talk to the catcher. Yeah. I'm gonna smash Haley later. Yeah, let's get married to Haley, right? Yeah, let's gonna two hot blonde chicks together, definitely. So it's a little bit there, but I don't know. I think it's good. I really episode 1. But she's a funny guy, obviously similar to my. Oh, nice. Get the money. You can sell them. You can buy stuff. And of course, we also have Gundam today. I'm gonna go over the list, right? Like we should do in these streams. I'm gonna go over the list of the animes, right? That we have this season. Something on Sunday for some reason. It's Saturday. Started with Sunday because it's Sunday. Yeah, and then we have a Mobile Suit Gundam, right? It's a really good episode. Yeah, absolutely great today. They dealt with some racism, right? Hatred. I think it's a great episode. Like Myrmonden tells off Shushu that she's also racist because she hates everyone as a Spatian and so on, right? So I think it has some really good moments. This episode, it was really good, and yeah, it's like a nice anime. And I like that Gundam, and I said already in episode 1 review. I like that Gundam is going a little more. It's usually political, right? Is it more like that? With other animes, I tend to be, avoiding the topic, I guess. So I like that a lot. Let's go to sleep here. Where's my dog? Didn't I get a dog? Maybe it comes now. Maybe my dog comes now. Right? Where's my doggy? Here we go. Yeah, I got a new backpack, which you really need in the game. You really need the backpack. Oh my god, you need the backpack in this game. Oh, where's my... There we go. Huh? Oh yeah, I get a fishing rod. First, you need to water your plants. Yeah, I like Gundam. I think it's a really good anime so far. Probably one of the better animes. The Garu animes I mentioned, right? I think it's great too, but I can see that people don't like it because it's definitely very like, it's typical, hot chick Gairus and so on. Yeah, I can see why some people might not like it, right? Certainly. So tomorrow we Bleach, of course. Monday, right? That is Bleach Day, baby. Monday we have Bleach, which everyone's happy forward to, right? I talked to my friend yesterday, and he asked me if he could watch Bleach, the new season, without having seen the previous season. And I, of course, sarcastically told him that, yeah, bro, you can definitely start with episode like 395 or something. That's gonna go well. You're right, and I was like, yeah, go for it, bro. He's like, okay. So I don't know if he did it, but I just understand sometimes people are like, oh, can I skip the first season or something? No, especially like Bleach, where you're like, it's not even the first season, it's like the season 16 or something, right? It's like 1 to 15 or something. Yeah, you're like, maybe you shouldn't skip like a million episodes or something. I've got to sell my flowers. That's stupid. But actually, isn't that what she likes? Yeah, there is someone like Haley. You can smash Haley. Okay, I might be wrong now, but I think Haley is the one you can give daffodils to. So you can give gifts, right, to different girls or whatever, and boys too, right? But we're going for the Yuri ending, right? So you can give it to cute girls. And I think Haley is the easy one to marry, to seduce, because yeah, I think you can give her like the daffodil, so she gets like 1 per day and she gets happy. So I believe she's the easiest one to seduce, if I remember correctly. I haven't played the game in like a year maybe so. This is one of those games when I start playing it, I play it for 10 hours straight. Yeah, this is one of those games when I start playing it, you don't stop playing it. It's so addictive. It's like a great game. You just keep playing it forever. You never stop playing it. It's just like, oh, it's closed. Here she says, of course, you gotta quest talk to everyone. Yeah. But yeah, like you just keep playing it. But anyway, yeah, Bleach of course back. It looks really great too. I love this episode with the waifus. Yeah, the waifu army. Can't see this one, right? Yeah, this was my beach. So, I was like, the beach? You mean my house? No, it's not my house. I mean the other beach. I have my own beach house, right? Yeah, that's true. Not that house, the other house. But otherwise, oh yeah, and of course Golden Kamuy on Mondays. Yeah, and Golden Kamuy is crazy. You're like, oh, they went to some yaoi at onsen. I mean, Golden Kamuy is always the weirdest anime ever. Yeah, you're just like, oh my god, I hate the fishing rod. It's very Pokemon, right? We need a fishing rod. Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, right? Here I have, you can open it. I think about it. Here I have, what's it, autoplay? Whatever. He's just gonna give me the fishing rod. Here I have my new, what's called, like streaming deck, what do you call it? Maybe. It's to open. Shit, it's my... Oh my god, this thing was freaking... That's so... Okay. This was very powerful plastic. Nice. Oh, finally. Holy shit. That thing was super strong. Because I wanna be able to record Switch games again, right? So I bought a new like streaming card or a capture card. Yeah, but a new capture card. So I can capture Switch games mostly for that thing. That's a problem otherwise. Oh yeah, damn it. This game and inventory. Jesus Christ. Does she like Dandelion or Daffodil? I'm gonna guess she likes Daffodil. Hopefully? No, a little bit actually. Huh, yeah, what does she like? Try to open it again. Come on, Willie, just give me the freaking fish spoon, leave me alone. Yeah, fishing rod, blah blah blah. I wanna get my lobster stuff going on. Gotta get my lobster items right. It's a quest though to get the fish right, here we go. And this thing was like super, there we go, finally, holy shit man, this thing was like, I have so much stuff around me today. First world problem, I own too much objects, yeah. Materialistic much, maybe. Oh, actually I didn't have any space for my, we can do one fishing then. Yeah, whatever, do one fishing. So it's the fishing mini game up here we go, yeah. It's a new capture card then. Okay. I barely remember how this works, honestly. I didn't say anything, so it's empty. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Capture carding. There we go. Oh. So the goal is to be at the fish, right? So you have to just like stay on the fish. This one was moving very slow, almost hard. It's moving so slow. Yay! Herring. Steven Silver, try to clear. I mean, yeah, to have the game is really hard in the sense, right? Like in many games, inventory space is the hardest thing ever. No, but seriously, you're like, oh my god, give me some, inventory space all the time. You're like, oh god damn it, man. It's honestly is an annoying thing, right? You never have inventory in this game. It's so annoying. It is like a constant issue. Oh yeah, sorry. But it gets better though later, of course. Soon you can buy the second bag, right? And then to get the next bag, that is much harder. You have to go down in the dungeon, right, to get that one. But certainly it gets a lot better when you get it for it. But anyway, yeah, go to the movie, Cray. Then you can watch Chainsaw Man, right, on Tuesdays, the biggest new show. It's quite interesting, right? It's quite crazy. I haven't gotten to this moment yet, but I feel it's like, of course, everyone's saying it's the greatest anime ever. And I know it's sort of airing, so I'm obviously waiting for it to be like, whoa. So, I mean, I still like it. She doesn't like that? Maybe it was the other one. Why doesn't she like the one? She was like kind of mean to me though. What? Doesn't she like this one? She was just so mean. She was like, oh, for me, it sounded so sarcastic. It sounded like she didn't mean it. It sounded like she didn't actually feel it. She was just like, oh, for me, great, yeah. I just felt she wasn't genuine with her, her thanks for me. But yeah, Chainsaw Man, yeah, it's really cool. I'm very excited to see, why everyone loves me. I mean, obviously it's been, I like the power entered, right? It's like, I'm power! And Makima and so on, so. But we haven't got to some. We haven't gotten. What would I say? Like the insanity, right, so to speak, right? So I'm definitely waiting for like what is the craziness. But it's kind of like if you ever seen Made in Abyss, for example, box. So if you ever see Made in Abyss, right? You know, the first time you ever get Made in Abyss, right? Same thing there. You're just like, yeah, people are saying something or whatever, right? Then you start watching the anime, you're like, oh my god, this thing is the, you know, it's like, no, actually, let's do this thing. Whatever the fish I can save. I did one fish later on, so. But yeah, you start watching it, you know, you're like, this is effing crazy. No, but I think a good example of that is Made in Abyss, because I heard about it right before I watched that, and you get into it and you sit there and you know that okay, these are all like kawaii little kids, you know, in the kawaii little Rika-chan and so on, right? And you know it's gonna go into some kind of like psychotic like stream of, I don't know, some eat them alive or something. It's gonna go into some horror or cannibalism, whatever. You know what I mean? It's gonna be. It is gonna be wacky doodle, super insane, right? Eventually, you know that, right? And that's kind of a feeling with Sensual Man 2 that I like it so far. I was saying I don't like it, but it hasn't gone into this like, you know, real craziness yet. It hasn't gone into like to this like, you know, extremity, right, of the insanity. But you watch the Sensual Man and you're just waiting for that. So last episode, I don't spoil too much, but said power introduced. And we see her doing this scream as she kisses thing. It's like, yeah! You're like, okay, yeah, now it's gonna get, it feels like it's gonna go more and more of that insanity, rather. The character is like, yeah! Blood! You know, like, that's gonna be, you know, more and more, it's gonna happen like that, right? You're like, yeah, this is, it is crazy. And I definitely expect, of course, Makima to betray Danny, or at least abuse him, right? In some aspect. It's a very greenhouse house there. If you ever played this game, here's a greenhouse, I guess, because it's a beach house. This one here you can have your trees in year round, so it actually is very Grandpa, Jisan. It's very important to get this up, because you can have your you can basically, you know, have anything in it, right? Everything goes basically. Which means that you can make a lot of money on having the best star fruits and this stuff and so on, right? And you can also then have all these trees, right? You can have your orange tree and apple tree and so on. So if you ever play this game, I absolutely recommend getting the greenhouse up as soon as you can. And it's a quest to get it up, right? Is it something like that? Maybe you pay to get it up. I don't remember really how it works, honestly. It's been a few years to play the game now. Yeah, I can never play this house before on this beachfront, right? I never experienced the beachfront. But anyway, yeah, Sensual Man, definitely the highest anime, right? We're just getting started. But yeah, I don't know if I expect Makima to straight up betray Danny, like I said in the last review. I don't know if she's actually gonna like, betray him, right, and be mean to him in that sense. But I feel she's gonna at least abuse him, right? Like he's like a stupid kid. He's gonna like take advantage of his innocence. That's how it feels, right? More so than her like straight up betraying him. Like maybe not even lying to him. They can sell your CV there to make some money. I kind of want to cut down maybe some more trees here, maybe. So when you play this game, one thing in this game is it's very easy to get wood in the game. Yeah, it's very easy, right? Because you have a million trees. But then after you play the game, then you kind of clean up everything, especially hardwood then, the better trees. You're always like, oh, I can't. Yeah, then it gets super annoying. That's the benefit of one of the three, I don't remember what it's called, but like the tree house thing, right? So now we're playing the beach front, but if you play the tree house front, then you get more hardwood, like it regrows hardwood every day or something. Which actually is arguably the best thing in the game, because then you get like 4 or 5 hardwood every day extra something. Which is very good late game, it's like extremely good. If you play the hilltop, you get this mining field, so you can go gold. I think that's probably the second best, because then you can always go and get a few like gold mines for free or whatever. And also it's a pretty good place to actually grow your stuff eventually. Like I actually put my slime house on that place. But anyway, after Tuesday, because Tuesday only has Sensual Man. Yeah, Tuesday has like the hypest anime. It's also the only anime Tuesday that I can think of now, at least. At least what I'm watching. Maybe it's some other anime, but I don't think there is any big thing on Tuesday otherwise. so on Wednesday we have the Isekai Day, right? I wonder when Wednesday become Isekai Day. Was they like last season and season 2, right? This is hardwood places, yeah, those ones. Oh, that's coal, I guess. Yeah, it's coal. Already coal, yeah. But yeah, like Wednesday is Isekai Day. It's been the same for like 2-3 seasons. Maybe something the companies do, right? They all come together and say, hey, Isekai Wednesday, guys. Isekai Wednesday, yeah. They all come together and like, Isekai Wednesday. But anyway, so we have Sword. I think Sword's pretty cute. You know, we have Fran. I think the Sword has a really bad Fortnite start. So if you haven't seen, I Was Born as a Sword, which is the Fran Isekai then, because she's the main character. The issue, right, with this kind of typical Isekais like As for a Sword, is that it actually isn't really about the sword guy, you know? Like he's actually the main character. He's basically just there, right? And the actual main character is the cat girl. She's a cute cat girl that wants to show the world that cat girls can also do it, right? Because her race has never evolved or whatever, so she wants to be the first cat girl to get enough XP to evolve, basically. That's like a very short summary of the game, but of the anime. But yeah, I like the anime. I think that's really good. The thing is that anime, as I said in my previous news anime, right? It is very weak. The first episode, yeah. The first episode is very mid. It's not very good. It's only good the last like 5 minutes, and after that point, it's very, you know, kind of like yeah, whatever. Like, I'm not gonna die for this, but you know, it's like yeah. Like, you know. So I think it's a huge issue, right, for that anime, is that yeah, you start off with so far, by far, the weakest episode, right? Oh, nice, thank you, make some wise things here, very good. Yeah, it starts off with like basically the weakest episode 1, right? Or not the whole season, but you know, quite a weak episode 1. And then I haven't seen so many people talk about As Born Isekai. Oh, nice. It's raining, so you have the water, right? Yeah, I really love this game. This is part of the game I like too, right? So now it's not raining, so now you can like don't have to, you know, think about it. How do I hit this? So you can make your own seed. Oh yeah, you need no, remember you need one of each. That's how it works. And yeah, it's really good to do this thing. You can make a lot of money on the wild seeds. It's kind of random everything. Oops, that's the wrong button. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter so much. That was the wrong button, but yeah, whatever. I will need a gate later. So you have gates for your cows or whatever. You can be your fence, right? You need a gate for your animals. But yeah, doesn't matter really. So, break that shit. But yeah, I think a lot of animes has an issue, right? Like if you start with the episode, you know, and again, if you have a really weak episode 1, right? It just makes people be a little bit like, because you can really see in that anime, like no one talks about it. I don't really see anyone mentioning it basically. I want fish. I need more space, man. I'm probably gonna buy a seat for him though. So for now, I just remember what day the mine opens. Check that. But yeah, that's a Fortnite, right? 'Cause episode 2 is like, I said in my review. Episode 2 is like, I don't know, guys, 10 times better. Something like that. Episode 2 is so much better than the first episode. Much better. This is impossible now though. It randomizes quests, right? But yeah, 25 copper ore, of course, is impossible now. You go into the mine. Yeah. So that is really possible. That being said though, I'm gonna see if the mine open now. No. Talk to him? No. Cause did I feel the game? I mean, I love this game, but that could have been a bit better, right? He could have told us like, oh, this is finished, you know, on, I don't know, Wednesday the 5th or whatever. Because now I don't remember now in my head like what day it is, but it's like the 4th or 5th game, you know, day you can go in there. So it's like, okay, whatever, you know, it's like trying to enter eventually, you know what I mean? But yeah, so anyway, then we have that anime, and we got Shadow Isekai, which I like too. I like that he's like a Batman guy. He's a guy that dies, right? But his personality is basically vigilante justice guy. So yes. Oh, Wednesday. Oh no. Oh yeah, I was forgetting that. God damn it. So we kept the fishing pool then. But yeah, like he's basically vigilante guy. Yeah, basically yeah, this best vigilante. And then he dies, right? And of course becomes this super crazy isekai guy. But I think the anime works a lot better than most isekais, right? Because as I always come back to, for example, why I love, Substantial, right? It's because I like isekais, right, with the main character's personality, right? I like isekais with the main character does something, you know what I mean? I like isekais when they, when they have shit happening for them, right? So, having an isekai, right, with the main character, was already, a badass, right? He was already a badass martial artist, etc. I really like that, I relate to that. Yeah, it's nice. He's I relate, to his badassery. Just like me, no, but seriously, right? Because I'm so bored of. Talk early in the stream, right? But yeah, I find it really boring, right? Where you have. What's the last thing I need now again? I find it really boring when you have a main character. Yeah, leak. We can find a leak now. I mean, this is kind of random, okay? This is kind of random, right? You can be lucky, but can I find a leak now? That would be the best thing to get now. Then just get like another 10 wild seeds. That would be a lot of money. Just like in real life, right? If you can make money here at the beginning of the game, that really extrapolates your money later, right? Because if you can double your income the first week, then you can buy, double the stuff for the next week, right? So you finding that leak now is actually huge because then you get a lot more, money. But it's very random, so I don't really know. It's quite lucky. What you can do in the game, then you can of course restart the game. Right? We can reboot today, right? Until you can find it. If you min max in the game, not speed running, but min maxing, right? Per day, yeah, you can definitely like go in and out of the game, reload the save date, right, and like try to get it. But anyway, yeah, I just like isekais where the guy does something. Basically, no, but it's just so annoying. I feel like it's so annoying with so many isekais, and and the characters exists, right? So you're like, oh great, this is not a real isekai at all. I bet the trees over here. That, yeah. Let's go into trees, so just don't put them in the way stuff. What more do we have? Yeah, we have Do It Yourself. This anime is great, but yeah, Do It Yourself is a great anime. Do It Yourself is all the animes that no one really talk about, right? Just cute girl, don't cute stuff, right? So the genre of cute girl and cutie stuff. Basically have these cute girls to doing woodwork, I guess, or crafting or whatever, right? But yeah, it's like a nice anime. It's like Stardew Valley, but it's crafting this stuff. But it's a nice anime. It's like just a bunch of adorable little girls like building a bench in the beginning, and then they build all the woodworks. But yeah, it's nice, man. It's nice. Got a lot of fun stuff going for them. But I don't know. Those animes I don't know they're dead. I really like them, but they clearly, like I said last week, right? It is hard, unfortunately, to make videos about animes. Because I would love to sit all day and talk about how much I love. I love cute girls. No, but I love, like, oh, this is a nice anime. He's chilling out, making some woodwork. This girl is like improving a bench, yeah, it's nice, yeah. Like, isn't it unfortunate how YouTube, for example, only like YouTube only recommend your channel if you talk about Bleach or so on. I mean, I like Bleach, but I mean like that is what's gonna recommend to people, right? People are gonna see your video if you talk about Bleach and Chainsaw Man and action stuff. But if you're like, I'm gonna make a video talking about little cute girls and they're like building a bench. This girl is bullied. This girl, her mom is busy. She's sad. You know what I mean? If I make that video, right? Yeah, YouTube doesn't recommend it at all. It's sad, man. It's hard to. Where do I get leak? Maybe I should cheat, man. Should I Google this stuff? I don't want to be dedicated to Googling. It's a bit expert this game. I have played the game for like 3 years or whatever, but But honestly, like, it's just, am I being bad luck here, or no? It's 58% chance to find it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy to be here, you know, when say it's cheat, right? But no, it's like it says there. It's just like check some random page there, but no, it should just be like random. We had nice clamps. You can sell this stuff. No, but it's supposed to be purely random. Yeah, it is random. I could swear the game had a run button. Am I just going crazy? This is chat. No, I turned off. Oh, I see. Ah! How do I leave this? There we go. I can build that bridge, of course. But okay. No, I'm just having really bad luck. This is almost like I want to restart the day kind of bad luck, right? Like seriously, yeah. Like I've been, because this is dead day in the game. Like I said, we really want to get that leak, right? You really want to get that leak or those 3 items. You can, you know, build your at least one wild seed, right? Later in the game, wild seed is crap, right? It's terrible after the first spring, right? But at the first spring here, now it's some good shit, man. He also make wild seed somehow. I don't remember. I need to break that. I need to break that and not make wild seed, right? Or can't you like crush something to get wild? Something like that. Whatever. The bus of course doesn't work now. What's that? Is that a flower there? No, it's just a white thing. But yeah. Then we got Loom, of course, Thursday, right? So last week I thought I did Loom much later because I had a conference and all stuff, right? But yeah, I really liked it, you know. I really love Loom, guys. It's obviously I'm a big Rumiko fan, right? You know, Ranma, Inuyasha, so on, right? Loom, of course, is one of the most influential manga of all time, right? Loom is extremely important, right? Because she's the first, I keep saying, the first best girl, right? The first alien waifu girl. And then Ranma, you know, is the first, like, gender bender anime, right? So I'm really enjoying Loom, guys, on Thursdays. Yeah, like it's it's old school, but I love it though. And I think one thing with Loom that makes it so fun to me is that yes, she's abusive, right? She's beating the crap out of you know, so on. But he's a terrible person, you know. Ataru, the main character, or his main, whatever, the main boy, right? He's a terrible person, guys. So you know he deserves it. You're like, that's right, Loom, kick his ass. You know, you're kind of like, yeah, he deserves everything he gets, right? So it's one of those, like, you know, horrible dating episode anime, whatever you call it. But it's they both are terrible. It's like two terrible people that are dating, and it kind of works. You know, one anime, I guess it reminds me of not anime then, but just generally seeing, right, is like Seinfeld, right? You know, Seinfeld has episode when they're in court, right? And the judge is like, "You're the 4 worst people ever. You should never be friends. You are the worst human beings together, right? You are the worst 4 human beings that ever existed together in friendship. And your friendship is, you know, is the doom for the rest of humanity or something, right? It's like, it's horrible. You're so horrible people together. Loom and Ataru aren't that bad, but it's in that way where they're both like a really bad, you know, like, why are they dating for? Like, they're, you know, they're a terrible couple, right? You know, they're insanely terrible together. It's like a terrible, they should not be together whatsoever. But of course they are, because of, you know, episode 1's fight, right? And she's his team husband. And that's why I think it works. You know, I can laugh at it for days when she's like, "Oh, darling," and like lightning bolts him, you know. And for example, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna put the ribbon on your face." Like, "Oh, why?" It's like, "Oh, you're gonna look so attractive, Lumi-chan," you know. It's like all that shit, you know. You know, it's like a manipulative bastard he is. That's why it works. Again, you're laughing at his lies, man. But man, this is so bad luck. This is crazy bad luck. So it should be like 58% chance to find a leak by doing what I've done now. It is, of course, as I said, random. It is purely, you know, oh, what's that? Nothing. Yeah, this is really bad luck, right? And it was like, I remembered, you can't control this thing. You can only. This is like a terrible day on the game. I'm just walking around. No, but it's like a massive money lose. Like, seriously. Because if I if I was hardcoring it now, right? Like I said earlier, I would have restarted the game by now, right? If I was min-maxing every day of the game, you should definitely have restarted this day and yeah, got more stuff, right? Because now this is ridiculous. I'm not getting that last thing there. It really it definitely hurts. I'm annoyed now. It hurts, man. It hurts. Not chill stream anymore. I mean, it hurts not getting that last item. Jesus Christ. But yeah, and then on Friday, unfortunately, right, we only got mana. It feels weird because Friday, last Friday was weak too. But I think that in the past years, usually Friday anime has been thick, right? And now instead it's like Saturday anime, which is insanely thick. Yeah, Saturday anime is crazy. It's like everything is on Saturdays, right? Saturday is insane. You're getting like all the animes on Saturday, and you're almost like I don't know. You're going crazy. Right? It's so much. Yeah, Friday is like nothing. You get like one anime, like enough mana, and it's like I'm the only person in the world to cast. Yeah, you get enough mana. I love that games, you know, but the anime isn't very good. The anime it isn't. You can say like you kind of want to have one of each for the quest later. So this is a quest, right? We have to give these spirits. So if you ever play this game, there's a quest in the game where you have to give these little spirit guys, the Kodamos, I guess. Looks like Neo Kodamos or whatever. You have to give them items, right? You have to give them different items. So it's very important, and I mean very important, to to make them that, right? Because they give you the house. They're gonna fix. They fix the let's call it the rail station. It's a lot of stuff that they will give you. So you really want, and you can't complete all the quests the first year, I believe, if you play perfectly. But I've done it once. Must take a game to play when I really try to min max and so on. Yeah. So it's very, very important to do the quest. And there's some stuff you can get from them very early, which is very, very important. Some bonus stuff that gives you a lot of money, you know, over the years, right? You can also get the lobster thing, so you can get like lobster or something. It's just very, very good doing it. Oh yeah, let's hit the color. I want to have it like a red. No, not orange, red. Yeah, this red. A red, baby. I had one mixed seed. I missed that. And the platter one. Now, best. Nice, good. Do one fishing. You can get fish here. Yeah, we play. I never played this beach house before, right? Alright, why not? There's money at least. Yeah. Yeah, we get tired now. I just wanna fish a bit. Whatever, we can sell it to get money. Oh, shit. Wrong button. Yes, you sell it. Yeah. Oh no, did I get overtied? Oh no. Oh, that last button press. Oh, the wrong button. Restart. Reboot. Stop the count, man. Whatever, but yeah, that was terrible. I'm gonna tired tomorrow. God damn it. Not gonna wake up here and I won't have full health, right? Because I pressed the wrong button there. Yeah, exactly. It cost me the health there. That's stupid. Yeah, you don't want to overplay that, but that was just the wrong button press. See, this is definitely I'm super, you know, I'm not gonna be like super hardcore and be like, no, we need to restart the day. But yeah, if you play this game hardcore mode, right, you know, like really like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, we're gonna restart it. Then I would have restarted that day, right? For more than one reason, though. I mean, I was very bad lucky, right? Not finding the leak, so I should have restarted anyway if I was playing this game. But yeah, when I play this game, and I think it's great, and I get it right. Easily this game. I definitely restart several times though when I play a real run, right? When I try to do everything. I think I get married the first year or so on. It's so important to have luck, right, in some aspects. But I mean, the game has some random effects, right? You know, it's how it is. The game has some random stuff, right? I just plant those trees somewhere. Let's take out the 4 somewhere. do 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 do. I see one of those leaks, man. Jesus Christ. But anyway, now then, okay, so the mana game, I haven't even seen the episode 3 of it, right? There this Friday, because I was like, oh man. Yeah, like it's unfortunate. I love the mana games, but it is the worst of them as well, though. And I said, easily, right? I still close it out. It is still the worst of them, right? So the anime on Fridays is basically this Legend of Mana, right? It's like Death Heads of 4 then, right? But that's like the worst of second games except the first one. First one is very bad, but the first one is like the kind of experimental game, right? So after the first one, the fourth one, or Legend of Mana one, with the enemies about, it's definitely the weakest one of them. It's a very weird non-line. It's so weird too because it is probably the worst to make it an anime because its storyline is by far the weakest. Because it's the one without like a streamlined storyline and so on. So it's really, really weird. From that sense. That's a real fish. So this thing here is when I get it. Yeah, I just wanna. Oh, a chest. Shit. That was tricky, man. Come on. That one was hard. So I'm not a big fat fish in this game, overly much, but you know, in these games, right? Like I said, you need to get one of every item basically for the speed request. So yeah, it's very important to get it as fast as possible. So you need to fish, right? You need to fish to get the different items for the fish. So you can get like the oh shit. Can I use it then? I hate this in the game that it's kind of weird how it works here. Okay, whatever. I have too little space on me. It is, yeah. I wish that this is something, right? Typically here, me, right, a game developer, and especially because I work with UX design as well, right? I've been a UX design director and so on, or you know, outside the game industry, right? So not only in the game industry, and you know, I'm completely fine with the game having an inventory limitation, right? Because it's a huge part of this game, right? And getting like a better bag is again a big part of the game. So I'm completely fine with like not a game has like a limitation of, you know, bag space, right? You can buy it here, right? Which is, yeah, massive, important to buy the thing, right? And again, that is completely fine by me, right? I don't care about that whatsoever, yeah. Well, I mean, that's not a bad thing for the game. I mean, why can't I sell him so he can buy the stuff? I thought he could buy anything or whatever. I need space. I need space better. But anyway, so I mean, sure, right? I don't mind per se, right, that you don't have space in your inventory. Like that makes sense. What I mean is that when you pick up an item, and the inventory is full, right? But the item you pick up is like a fish, because the fish, right? You can eat the fish and get energy back, right? So, of course, my point is that what I don't like then is that why can't I just eat the fish, right? So that same with seaweed, right? Yeah. So that I don't like in the game, like because I think that you should be able to just consume it, right? I think you should be able to use immediately if you want. Then I think you should be able to consume that. Let's see, one item there is watered. Yeah, you should immediately be able to consume it if it doesn't, you know, fit in your inventory. That would make, especially I guess, cave exploring easier though. It is a little bit of a game balance because especially when you're in the cave, it'd be way easier to just eat everything you pick up, because in the cave you definitely run out of space in the inventory all the time, even if you have better bags. But yeah, I don't know. I think it should be something like that. It would make it easier, streamlined. But anyway, cauliflower is good to. It's likewise now with more money, you have to kind of borrow everything, right? Because for this quest, so it's again depending on the gamer, you need to like. You want to have everything because cauliflower is something you need later on. I don't remember exactly everything you need, but it's basically, the game has a lot of this thing, right? But it's like you kind of should have like one of every item for different quests and so on. Like seriously, it's not the best economy in the game, but I think so that you either have the little guys that they need items, and maybe someone wants to buy kale from you, right? I cannot space that anyway, but here. So let's buy like 2 kale and some tulip then. And again, this is not like the best economical strategy, but and actually it is in the long run, right? In the long run, I think in this game you should plant one of every item, because you're gonna have situation where it's like, I give you 1,000 gold, right? 1,000 Gs for a tulip, right? So you kind of want to have at least 1 or 2 items of everything. Sometimes you need to have like a gold or something, you need a better quality, but you need to have a little bit of everything, because yeah, the game is gonna randomize. You don't want to be the guy and missing out, on a few items right later on in the game. So I definitely recommend that you get like one of each item in the beginning for the quest and so on. But you don't want to have too much, though. Absolutely not. You don't want to have too much. You want the actual value of different stuff is extremely different. Some items are very valuable and others are incredibly shit, right? So you don't want you definitely don't want to overplay it. You absolutely do not want to go in and be like, I'm gonna make 10 of each. No. You want to make like only the same thing 50 times. Know what I mean? Yeah, you don't want to make everything. You want to make like infinite number of the same thing. Yeah, that is much better. Which honestly is a little boring, right? But that's how the game works. Yeah, you want to pick the right item or star fruit and make like 100,000 star fruits. You don't want to make like one of each. No, that's terrible. Except of course for a quest though. So I usually plant everything. But sure, it's a little RNG, right? What if I never get like a tulip quest, right? Or something like a kale quest. You always gonna kick up that game. But if you don't get that on cauliflower, and so on, yeah, then you lost money, right? Or you keep it for that. But anyway. So I never played this house before, but if I said it correctly, it should be items coming here at random, right? You should be able to pick up like debris or something at the beachfront. I think so. Which I believe is whatever it was. But I'm not sure really, but I think that's how it works. I mean, so far it's only seaweed. It's worth something at least, you can sell it, but I gotta eat it, but I don't know, I have not seen any value yet so from this beachfront. No, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any. I don't know what to find, I guess. That is true. I don't know exactly what the game like expects me to find here. Honestly, right? But yeah, so far I haven't seen anything. Because you can always fish in your waterfront house as well, so must can be good for something. It's like an endless economy circle there. Eat one seaweed, fish more, eat one seaweed. Kinda wanna put the mussel there. Still trying to find the liquid. Oh my god, a maze. Jesus Christ. There we go. I wanna go down to the left side. There we go. Where was I? Okay, Saturday, baby. Okay, so now, baby, Saturday time, right? So we got through the list of anime this season. Like I do in streams, in the typical yay or nay stream, right? Yeah, usually I do once a month or season. I mean, we do the yay or nay. This is kind of yay or nay, I guess, right? This is kind of yay or nay stream. Talking about all the animes per day, right? It's easier, as I said, I think, to go with by schedule, right? Like Monday, Tuesday, Friday. But anyway, I'm lost now, honestly. Where did I go now? This not here? No? Okay. But yeah, so now then we have Saturday. Saturday has so many enemies, right? Saturday has Macadamia, which is a really good right now. It's so good right now, right? Macadamia, it's fantastic. I love everything Miracle. Obviously, I'm biased because it's a miracle. It's a miracle season, right? So that is like my best girl. That's my girl. So yeah, the waifu, max waifu. So obviously that's always no, but I mean it's good, right? Miracle gets a lot of damage though, but it's obviously a cool fight. And that world looks cool so far, and not much yet. It's been steps enormous, but it's cool. You know, the Kamari part was great. It's like, I believe in you. Yeah, I got a little bit of a Gamba rap from his girlfriend. Ish, right? That was cute. So far, Macadamia has been really strong this season. That being said, you know, I'm a big MAA fan, right? I think I like it a lot more than most people do on YouTube. Yeah, honestly, I feel like most people complain about it, you know? And I don't mean all the toxic, like, oh, I ship this character or whatever. No, I mean like people on YouTube generally. Anime YouTubers, whatever, reactors, reviewers, all the different things in between. I feel a lot of people are like, this usually complains, I think, too much from Macadamia, seriously, yeah. I don't know if it's because its fans also hated. Maybe. Oh, is that a leak? Oh my god, is that a leak? No, it's a radish. God damn it. Leaks at least a white man. This is how I need it. Oh. Whatever, I can always use it anyway, but why is there no leaks for? This is a terrible random RNG defect. Anyway, yeah. So, but I think it is a little weird how Macadamia gets so much hate, right? By a bunch of people that I feel normally wouldn't be that hard on enemies. But for every reason, it's like cool to hate Macadamia. It's one of those empty hype enemies. Seriously, right? That the constant thing that everyone is like, not everyone, but a lot of people are like, oh, Macadamia will be overshadowed. No one's talking about it because of Chainsaw Man and this thing. And that goes true that, yes, more people will talk about Bleach because it is a more iconic anime, right? It's an older big tree. And of course, 10-year time skip for Bleach, of course, talk about it more, right? Even though Macadamia might have sold more than Bleach by now, I can definitely see that at least right now, and Bleach is back, right? The hype is going to be bigger, of course. That is basic economy, basically, right? This is very, very straightforward. I kind of need to sell this stuff, though. I need to have, like, several dandelions, so let's pick up one there. I kind of want to have, like, at least two because of the leaks. Yeah, I could have sell those two. Get the money. Let's take a check on that. I want to see that, actually. I wonder how much manga Macadamia has sold compared to Bleach. Just to check it out. I want to take a break here and see that. But the more you sell stuff, right, like foraging, the more skills you get to. So you also need to sell foraging to get the new levels up, right? You can't just ignore that. But yeah, I want to see if I can find it. I wonder how much like Macadamia has sold compared to Bleach. I wonder how. It does feel to me like, you know, let's look at most manga sold of all time. Yeah, I'm gonna look at most manga sold of all time. List of best-selling mangas, right? Like I said, I kind of want to guess, right, that My Academia actually has sold more than Bleach. Maybe that's wrong, right? Maybe that's wrong, but I do think that is how it is actually. Because Bleach, while it's more popular and more, okay, maybe it's wrong because Bleach is here. I don't know, because Bleach feels like it was massive, you know, in the past, right? But then it hasn't, you know, been produced for so many years now that I doubt it. So One Piece, of course, is the winner. I mean, we all know that One Piece is like 500. One Piece is 516 million, right? A little more than 5 million average per volume, which is crazy, and is by far the most sold manga, right? And it's so weird too, you know. It's on a side note, but I think everyone knows like, yeah, One Piece, Luffy, so on. But as a side note, I always find it so funny how big it is, because when I grew up as a kid, right? Obviously I'm old, but when I grew up as a kid, One Piece started in like the 90s, right? And I was very young, and you know, everyone beat me up every day at school, you know, because I read One Piece. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing. Like, you grew up in my age group, right? And we got bullied every day, right, for reading Dragon Ball, One Piece, right? Everyone hated us for being One Piece fans, whatever. And you know, like from my childhood experience, right, being a One Piece fan was very rare, right? You know what I mean? It was like, oh my god, no one knew what it was. It was one of those weird Japanese cartoons, you know what I mean? Everyone bullied you, and so on, etc. And just like no one ever had read it, you know what I mean? if I went, no one at school read it except me and all that stuff. Right? No one of our friends read it or watched it or whatever. And now it's like the most sold manga of all time. It's like Dragon Ball is number 2 at 300 million, right? So Dragon Ball is like not half, but it's like 80% less of One Piece, right? And Dragon Ball is crazy numbers too, but you know One Piece numbers are just insane. And if it's that weird to me that when I was a kid, no one had read One Piece, you know, like at all, right? You know, like I was the only one buying it in my hometown, like me and like some random grown-up dude probably. Yeah, like it was weird. No kids won't run it. Right, and now it's like everyone has read it in teenage. Everyone's like 15 knows about One Piece and so on. Yeah, Demon Slayer and so on. This is so crazy how popular it is. But it's probably because comics lost their power though, certainly. But anyway, Demon Slayer 150 millions, better average. Demon Slayer has one of the best average actually. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. I think about it. Demon Slayer is finished, you know, and I haven't read the manga of course, and Demon Slayer has quite a few volumes, right? So Demon Slayer has a really good, like, actually think about it in that sense, yeah, because One Piece has 203 volumes, right? So One Piece also has one of the longest running mangas, so it actually has way worse average values than Demon Slayer, right? Because it has a few volumes with a lot of sales, right? So that makes sense. Here is Bleach. 130 millions. So it actually is beating it, I guess. It actually has sold more than My Academia, I think. I think so. Averaging at 1.75 million. Where is My Academia? I guess it has... There it is. 70 million. Okay, so it's beating... Okay, it is bigger than My Academia. Then it was... I mean, obviously I knew it was much popular when it aired, right? But I'm thinking that it's still been like 6 years since Bleach manga stopped. In 16, and that's also counting I think some extra stuff. So Bleach ended before that, right? Because that's like the last year, yeah, Bleach. But I guess it kept selling as well. I guess like even if you finish it, people will keep buying it. I guess, right? How many volumes? My Academia only has 34 volumes. That feels weird though. Honestly, I thought My Academia had more volumes total. If it's going on longer, since 14. Yeah. It has a better averaging. Yeah, My Academia has a better average than Bleach though. It has quite a better than, you know, sales per manga, right, per volume. That's what I'm thinking, because I know My Academia has very, very well right now, right? So it has a very high volume per volume is very high, but higher than Bleach. But it probably hasn't sold for that long then. Jujutsu Kaisen, almost exactly as much as My Academia, but even better volume than. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen has a very, very good volume because it's at 21 volumes, right? But the same number as My Academia basically. So it's an even better volume, very popular of course. What's more anime? While I'm here, manga. Attack on Titan has 110 million. And high volume 3 million. Naruto. 250 million. Naruto, of course, is very high. Yeah, Naruto is very high. You know, Naruto is like double Bleach, right? Naruto is like double the numbers of Bleach. Yeah, and then One Piece is like double the number of Naruto. So, yeah, Naruto is very high. Naruto is very, very popular. Still in the, what is it? Number 6, I think, in total. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, number 6 in total. It's after like Doraemon and, you know, Conan. Conan, of course, is sold. Conan has been going on like One Piece, you know, 100 plus volumes. Yeah, it's crazy. I'll say one thing, last thing with this thing though. One manga that I love, right? This is actually in this list because it is a very, very good manga, very popular manga back in the days. So I keep saying, and I want a remake one day. Give me a remake. That's called it's Great Teacher Onizuka, right? Yeah, so GTO is in this list here. It actually sold 50 million copies. Because yeah, I grew up with GTO, right? Onizuka-san. He's such a great character, one of my all-time favorite manga characters, and one amazing manga that is, seriously. And I don't think you ever hear and everyone talk about it, but it started in 1997 and went to 2002, right? So it's a very, very old manga. It's a 20-year-old manga, right? But it ended now, yeah. It's 20 years ago it ended, but it still is in like top 20 or something sold manga. So it's one of the most popular mangas of all time, though, which is crazy because it hasn't been produced in like 20 years. But obviously it sold a lot of numbers back in the days, man. and I guess sells a little bit now and then. But yeah, GTO was incredibly good, and of us few manga anime fans when I was a kid, right? GTO was very very popular among us, few manga readers. It was extremely popular between like me and my 3 friends. Yeah, the only few people I knew that read it, that read manga. Everyone really loved it. I have all the volumes, of course, and I even have the early years volumes. They read it later or so on. They have a spin-off of called Paradise Lost. I haven't actually read this one. Honestly, I haven't read this one. This one I haven't actually read. Honestly, I should freaking pick it up, man. They have a spin-off because they have the other one. They have the prequel thing, right? This is like a seinen manga. It started in Kodansha's seinen volumes. Oh, then took a break for a few years. Okay. Is it seinen then, or not shonen? It's released in weekly young manga. No, yeah, it's seinen. Yeah, it's kind of the seinen, man. Man, I need to go and freaking read that shit, man. I need to go and buy those, man. I need to get my GTO collection. Holy shit, man! I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't know it had a new seinen. Because isn't the first one is released in shonen? Yeah, the first one is released in shonen. That is cool, man. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, let's play the game again. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that GTO has been re-released, or not re-released, but like a prequel after, because it had many years break. Then it has a prequel with a new break and yada yada. But now it's a new then, second sequel thing as it has been going, and that is released in what's called a seinen manga too. Yeah, that's awesome. Here we go. Yes, back. I think. There we go. That is awesome. Seriously. Oh yes, mining. Now we can become a hero and fight the monsters. Yes, now we can fight the evil monsters. Just water my plants first. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I really want to watch read GTO. But seriously, GTO, if there is one manga, right, that I would love to see get a remake, because I mean, of course GTO has an anime. Yeah, I love the anime. I can't recommend it enough. The old GTO anime from like the early 2000s is amazing. Classic, the German person. Amazing anime, right? But again, it's a very old anime. I would love to see getting a sequel. I mean, it's so often you see a reference to it. Yeah, in so many animes, right? Will you see them reference the GTO and his slams teacher? Yeah, it is like almost in so many animes they do that German suplex move that he does to the sensei in the first episode or the second episode. It is in like especially that Kevin Nomichi or right? Yeah, it's like you slam teacher or it's so classic that the German suplex attack, super iconic anime stuff, right? But seriously, holy shit, man! GTO has some. I didn't know that. You can't know everything. I know most things about the world, but yeah, and also that GTO then. I'm talking about GTO, but I love GTO. It's my freaking idol, man. If you're in Gyro Sensei, I love him. Bad Boy Sensei is my freaking idol. But I'll say, yeah, that's a shonen too. What's the? Alright, come on, again. So basically, well, maybe you can do it now, but it's almost impossible to do those quests because you need to like, yeah, inside the building, man. Like it's really hard to do the quests without fighting stuff in the beginning. But anyway, yeah, the GTO is a very ecchi manga, right? He's trying to get some with his the teachers or what. He's a teacher trying to seduce the meals and so on. So it's very ecchi, right? So the spin-off is sane, instead of being shown in seinen, that it changed it to be seinen instead. That's awesome. Anyway, so here you get the sword then. Right, so you get the mining. Look at my hot hair, man. Yeah, I love my character, man. I got some hot blonde babe, man. I'm gonna seduce Haley, right, to get my a wife or something. Maybe I seduce the goth chick or something. Yes. Woo. Yeah, so we have played this game. It's very important to do this dungeon. It's almost the most important, seriously, because here you get all the minerals, right? So with the minerals, you can build your sprinklers, then you can really improve, of course, your, your experience. Where's my? I can't see my button. Let me just fix this thing first. Okay, so you need to have, or need to, what is it? IST. That's it, like this. It's very important, I would say. I can go like this, actually. No, I like this. Right, important to have this thing next over. Because you're constantly gonna have to, like, hit dig, right? So you go like this. And then if a monster spawns, right, you wanna hit it like that, right? Bam. So you're gonna be able to, like, swap it between these two things all the time. So now the game is like randomizing. There we go. Oh, what's that? Pressing the button again. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I'm so weak now. I have no bag, so it's very hard to get items here. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah. There we go. But the important thing is to get the quarter ore, right? This is what you really want. Yeah, this is what you really want. So you're gonna throw away like the slime or whatever. Yeah, I get the ore. Yeah. But yeah, sorry, we still had the Saturday left, right? We had the Saturday left. Then we got the whole anime, the anime season, right? So, Saturday has so many animes, takes forever. I'm blaming that. Yeah, it's like Saturday has like 11 animes. I can never. Was that gold? It's pretty lucky getting gold right now, so I try to buy there. No, it's Topas. Oh, I'm blind. I'm an old man, okay? I blame it on my old age. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, because getting gold would be really good. Oh, that's like a random Geodude? That is probably worse than actually Topaz. It's just random. It's probably worse. But anyway, Saturday, so many animes. My Academia, yeah, that's one of them. Which is great. I think it has a reason. And then you have Irumakun, which I haven't started watching yet, so the opening. But I like Irumakun, right? With Clara and so on. And of course, his waifu. That's what's by Sora Yomi, Aralia, yeah, or Topaz. God damn it. So many shit on me. I hate this. I want this worth one. Well, you need that for your stuff, so that's important. Quartz, you need quartz for your. You need to refine your quartz though, so that's the important thing. Get that quartz. This thing you need. Sap is kind of like whatever, you can farm that easily. You need this shit more, okay? You need to get this thing. You use quartz in your recipes to like farm stuff, or I mean, to farming. So quartz is very important because you can make refined quartz, which you need for your sprinklers and all the machinery. So quartz is very important. What more do we have? We have the bicycle anime, right? Yosh Pedal, which no one I see talking about that anime. But I, of course, have seen the first 5 seasons, the first 5 seasons of the anime, and it's I like it, right? I remember starting this channel basically talking about anime. One of the first animes I reviewed right to it. But it certainly is an anime where I mean, I call it the most underrated anime ever, right? Yeah, it's an anime that no one knows about, you know? Like, it's just like, who's gonna watch the anime right now? Like, the 6th season of a bicycle sport anime. It wasn't even that popular to begin with, honestly. Yeah, it wasn't even that big, you know, when it started, right? It was like decent popular, I guess, its first year, but yeah, it is. While this is a very strong season, it's also the season of, as I keep saying, overshadowing, right? Because you're also gonna have the issue of, you know, so many animes that no one's talking about, right? So, yeah, the season is so many strong animes, which leads these like sport animes to also be like ignored, right? But I think one issue though for Yosh Bedal from a meta standpoint is of course Blue Locks, right? So Blue Locks is a football anime, soccer anime, football that goes also then at the same time. So from an animation standpoint, blue looks way better, guys. Right? Blue looks way better, definitely. It has a way better look, right? Than yeah, way better look. No, but seriously, it looks a lot better. Let's be honest, it looks a lot better than Josh Pedal, right? And it's football, which is a much bigger sport, right, than bicycling, and so on. It's bad luck now here. Come on. I gotta go up again. Bad luck. But stuff like that, right? So yeah, I was just like, oh no, it's just you know, it's just unfortunate, right? Like I just can't see like. It's always like that, you know. You have so many animes and they're also gonna be overshadowed. But like I said again, I think it really doesn't help, right? A sport anime to have another sport anime like airing almost exactly the same time, right? You know, like a half an hour in between, right? It's always gonna siphon away people into the sport anime. People that don't really care about what sport it is, but they like sport anime, they will definitely look at the football anime more than the new anime. And so on. Let's see. I can give him 2 bucks here. So you can give this guy minerals. Now then. And do. But yeah, that is a dead meat, man. So I can give him something. I can give him. I guess I'll give him 1 quartz then. We need to give him 1 eventually anyway, so. Yeah, whatever. Like, you need to give him something. Eventually, you will have to give him quartz, right? Yeah, so you get mine for see. Yeah. Oh yeah, that quest there was gonna be hard. Yeah. Let's buy some seeds. If I get some anime. Saturdays. I mean, almost by his family, but I mean, these other animes that maybe unread animes. I need to make at least 1 cauliflower and potato for the quest. Yeah. I need all of this stuff, right? Oh god, that's stuck in my. Okay. I remember potato being pretty good. Just to keep eating, right? Yeah, so make a lot of potatoes. That's some good shit, man. Let's put all money in potatoes. I hope you're on Irish, man. Yeah, you know, I used to live in Ireland, right? Years ago, and actually it's pretty years ago now, I tell you. Oh shit, man, more than that, yeah. Like potato, right? Very popular food in most countries, as I say. Europe, yeah, speaking, potato is very used, right? But it is kind of funny how in Ireland, the thing is that they had it's called potato plague, right, in Ireland many years ago. So with the potato plague, right, they basically, almost all died, right? Man, I really should have had a little more energy here. God damn it, I didn't. That was bad play on me here. Sorry, I eat something. I can eat a dandelion, I guess. Yeah, I gotta eat a parsnip here. I can make more probably later. Save one like that, and easy. Yeah, and one of those. There we go. I need to get the stuff out here. I need to get my potatoes out. Potatoes the best thing. Yeah, potatoes are awesome. That's why I bought potatoes. I need to just make a potato field here. Potato is usually the best thing you can get the first. To keep yielding, right? The easy way to kind of. But then, yeah, when I live in Ireland, I learned something, right? Or people know it very poorly. But you know, they really love their potatoes in Ireland. But seriously, like, they have potatoes everything. Like they have potato in everything. It's like potato in your pizza, right? They have potato in everything. And yeah, I want to see in Ireland where they have potato in just everything. For better or worse, right? I mean, I like potatoes. Don't get me wrong, right? But yeah, in some food you're like, okay, in his food, like on the pizza, you're like, really? So when you buy a pizza in Ireland, right? Like a double pizza, there we go. You also get potatoes. Yeah, you get a little bag of potatoes basically. Yeah, you get a little potato thing with you. Example, in Sweden you will get pizza salad instead, right? In Sweden you will get pizza salad. You wouldn't get like a little potato bag thing. Um, Damn, do it again. Do they overreach? Maybe playing a greedy game, you know. But here we go. Scarecrow, which also is a quest. And also fertilizer. Yeah. Now I'm rich, baby. I'm rich. But yeah, they put everything. I remember how surprised I was when I bought the pizza first time in Ireland. Like I said, and I got yeah, the dog now. No, we upgrade stuff, right? Yeah, it's the upgrade thing. He's gonna offer to upgrade my hammer as well. Yeah. I think. Yeah, he gets the furnace, but he's gonna tell me to upgrade stuff, right? So you need to give him like the iron, the bars or whatever. You can upgrade your weapons or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I was so surprised the first time that as I mentioned in Ireland, and I bought a pizza, right, with my with the guy I was dealing with. So I was like, I was renting a room, right, you know, in a house then, typical, you know. And the guy that owned it was gonna buy a pizza. He asked me if I wanna, you know, pizza. Sure, I can, you know, buy a pizza, so what. And then of course they arrived with the pizza, and you know, it wasn't a bad pizza or anything like that. It was a decent pizza, right? But yeah, I felt it was so weird that they also got like a little potato. They got a little like potato collection with you, right? It seems maybe for Irish people it might sound probably completely normal, right? But for me it was like, what? So I don't have something in the same size, right? But you get like, well, I mean, imagine you get a little, you know, not like this drink, but maybe like this big, right? You know, you get a little container, maybe like this size, that has potatoes in it. Yeah, a little potato collection. And I was like, okay. Which is really weird. In Sweden instead, you get pizza salad. Yeah, you will get this roughly the same size container, having like these, I don't know, decent tasting salad. Usually isn't that good, honestly. No, I would say I don't think that the pizza salad is very good in Sweden. It isn't actually an amazing thing or something. It is not the best thing either, but something like that. So if we get. Let's see, the furnace, I need more ore. I need one code for that, let's make that one. Here the code here. So it's a quest to make the scarecrow. Yeah, so exactly. And of course it's to scare away the birds, you know the drill. Put it here, yeah, pretty decent, whatever. Get the quest on. Where is my quest thingy? What? Is it done now? There we go. Exactly. Get a bit more money for that, so it's worth it to get the money, right? But yeah, it really surprised me seriously, right? Good potato. But the thing about was that I think it's so fascinating because you know I'm quite versed in history, right? So in Ireland you have this concept of they have history of what's called the plague, right? The potato plague. So basically they had this famine in Ireland in the 19th century because you know the potatoes they all died, right? You know, there's a potato the people, but the potato, which caused a great lack of food, right? And that's actually the reason, of course, because you probably see a lot of movies, right? It's a lot of Irish people in like New York. If you see different movies that have that that time frame and so on, right? It's a lot of people, right? That are Irish during the time frame. There was a lot of Fitzpatrick in America right, today. That is the cause of that plague, right? So because the plague destroyed all the potato crops, right? Half of Irish people moved to America basically because of the food, right? It's a massive thing there. It has history in Ireland, but what I'm surprised at, right, is that yet they have potatoes in everything. You know what I mean? Yet you get there to Ireland. Oh, pizza, potatoes on. You're like, okay. It's like you get there and they have potatoes on every food dish they have. And I'm just like, didn't you guys almost die because they had too much potatoes? And when the plague started, everyone was like, what? Right? It's like an issue. I mean, not to be that guy, but a little bit. Yeah, I get cool with it. But it's a little bit of issue, right? When you make food or whatever, right? And it's like really all egg in one basket, right? Like every food you had is like potatoes, everything. And it's like, okay, and then 150 years later, it's still the same thing. You're like, haven't you like learned this lesson yet? Of course, it's probably way less likely, right? The potatoes of it died today than with, more modern stuff and so on. Modern detection, modern poison, whatever, right? Against sure, sure, right? But it still is like, yeah, I always find it a bit funny. So it's like, oh, you have it for everything, man. Now, so in Sweden you get this like white salad thing, with ingefära in it. It's a very weird taste. Yeah, and I was never a big fan. It's like every pizzeria is the same in Sweden. Every pizzeria has white salad. Yeah, it's like cauliflower or something. I don't know what it's made of, but I never liked it. I'm complaining about the Irish, like, why do you have potatoes and everything? When the honest truth is that I also want that. When the honest truth is that I probably prefer it. I was like, you know what? It wasn't that bad. Yeah. And the truth is like, I kind of miss that. It was pretty nice. When they had it and everything. What do you do now then? Oh, did it torch someone? I thought it a wish sword or something. Oh man, now I'm a little bit like, what can't I understand him for? I can't remember. I played the game in 2 years now. What do I need to do to be able to read that thing? Or should I cheat? Okay, I'll cheat a bit. What do I need to do, guys? Golden Valley. What do I need to read? How to read? How to start community center? Yeah. Okay. So you can't start it until this day. This is an automatic thing. Yeah, in the city. Oh yeah, it's a wizard. Yeah, okay, it's automatic. Okay. I was a little bit like, what do you do now? No, it's exactly. Okay, I'm just gonna check to so it's correct my memory. Yeah. Yeah, it's you read that thing I did, right? You read the golden thing, and then the next day the game is gonna progress the storyline for you. You don't need to do anything in between. Large mouse bass. That might actually be a pretty decent quest to do. Yeah, let's do it after we just buy more food here. I'm being the potato guy. Potatoes. Yeah, still on my Irish storyline because there's so many potatoes. But yeah, like in Sweden, you get this white salad thing, which what is that made of? Okay, I don't know what it's made of. I don't know. I don't live in Sweden. Let's see. Swedish pizza salad. What is it? What is it? The mysterious Swedish pizza salad. I Google it and immediately it's like the mysterious salad. Yeah, it's white cabbage, right? Something like that. Okay, and vinegar. Yeah, it's just exactly. It's what I remember. Yeah, it is like a lot of white cabbage and a lot of vinegars, and then something else, maybe pepper or something. But it's mostly just vinegar. It tastes vinegar. It's I don't know. The weird thing too, right, with pizza in Sweden, why it's so terrible, is because no matter what pizza you buy, right? So you just buy, say you buy a, I don't know, it's a cool name here. Daniels, no, it's called the Flygande Jakob or something. Flying Jacob, or you buy some, what more do you have Sweden? Flying Jacob, you got the different kebab pizzas, right? Whatever, you buy something, it doesn't matter, right? If you're in Sweden and you buy a pizza, no matter what you buy, like the banana pizza, the meat sauce pizza, right? You know, the pineapple pizza, or everything combined, right? You still get the exact same salad. You only get that white salad, which tastes like shit. But you you get that salad no matter what, right? So I think that's really stupid too, because I mean, obviously it's like that salad is gonna work better with some food, right? I mean, doesn't everyone get that? That salad's gonna work better with certain foods. And if it's some other food, it's obviously gonna be terrible, because you're like, this doesn't make any sense with this food, right? So it is very weird. I feel it's a very weird thing where you're, yeah, we're like, oh, you bought, I don't know what pizza it's called, but it's like a, when I lived in Gothenburg, it's like 10, oh my god, it's like 50 years ago, but they had this pizza, right, where you bought it with like meat sauce on it, right? So they would do that sweet meat on top of it, and they would, it would lay there and so on, and it was very spicy. It was like called like a Mexican or something like that, yeah, Mexicana, I think they call it, and super spicy hot meat sauce thing over and this stuff, right? But when you ate that pizza, yeah, it tastes great. But then you added like super the dim of the vinegar on it, right? It doesn't make any sense. That combination is just like, oh, okay, this is terrible. Yeah, terrible combination, right? And then you have something else, like you have the let's say kebab pizza. Yeah, then it fits better, right? So it's very weird, because you can have different meat, you can have the anchovies pizza, you know what I mean? And yeah, all things combined, right? So having the exact same salad, no matter what pizza you buy, makes no sense, man. I think we fish it here, right? Large Mount Bass pizza. Yeah, I think you fish it here. I think you stand and fish it here. This is very RNG, of course, but yeah, I mean, I don't like fishing too much in this game, right? But you know what I mean. It's just like you're gonna fish, right? It's like Pokemon, for example, right? You wait until that thing hits, and then you control this thing. Oh shit. One game that fishing is great in, I remember now, is Three Houses, right? Yeah. We fish in Three Houses. It's so important because you can only do certain things per day, right? In Three Houses. I played in Madden, right? But then if you fish, you can make so much money by fishing. So you can like make the money to buy a light. You need to fish to get in the game to break even. You need to go on the fishing. But yeah, you have X number of fishing per day, and it's really important to maximize it, honestly, in Three Houses. But it's a better fishing game though, right? It has the same concept. You fish like this, but then of course the actual fishing system, right, is better. This one is like, yeah, you just gotta follow the fish here. Sometimes it's very hard, depending on the fish in your road or so on. This one's pretty tricky. Yeah, the first one was much easier. The first one was way easier. Oh, it's hard now, and it's like up there. Here we go. Better be a big one. I get an artificial list. I like fishing games, guys. In a lot of games, though. FF15, I got all the fishing before I beat the game. I by far, yeah, I did all the mini games. But in that game, fishing is a really good mini game, though. Yeah, FF15, Final Fantasy 15 has a really good fishing game. Arguably the best fishing game ever in like a side game, role-playing game. It's really good, man. You fish there, you have all different missions, different places, interesting kind of battle system. I love it. That's really good. One game that I always liked a lot, one of the older fishing games, is Breath of Fire, like 3 and 4. It has a really cool fishing map as well. If you fish in that game, it doesn't do this stuff like this thing here, the most game doing. I mean, this is what we see here, right? This is kind of what most game does, right? You throw it into the water, and then you time hitting. The more advanced games, right? AAA games, you kind of throw it at a place. Like for example, in Tales of Arise or whatever, you kind of throw the thing at the pool of fish or whatever. I do love it in Tales of Arise though that you have one of the female characters. I don't say which one, spoil, but whatever. She's obsessed with it. She's like, oh, fishing! Yeah! In that game, it's fun because one of them is obsessed with fishing. One of the characters is like, it's like her whole thing is she's poor, right? She's like, oh, I can make so much money by fishing. Oh yeah. It's fun in that game though because it's a driving force. She really loves to fish though. That's constantly, it's like a thing in the story that she's like, oh my god, look at this fish, guys! Yeah, let's go to the fish, man. You want to fish? No, I don't want to fish. I mean, it's like sundering over too. It's very anime. It's like a Sundre fisher girl. It's like, nah, I don't like fishing. I mean, it's just maybe we can do it, you know, if we have time over. It definitely makes it funny though with the storyline. But the fire instead, you fish, and it's like I'll explain it. I can show you guys that fishing. Why I'm talking about? I can show you visually. You basically fish in the game, and it's like, oh damn it, it's like you see the world in like you see the water, right? Like a lake, right? And then you see different fishes in the lake, and you can like try to aim at like downwards in like a 2D map, right? Instead of having the typical random pool, you see different fishes. Oh, come on, and different like sizes and colors. You aim it down instead. It's a very different, like, more approach to how to get the rare fish or whatever. I like that more than these modern games. You kind of have the random throw the fish at the big pool or whatever. Never been a big fan of that. Okay, sure, but this is so random. This is worth money, though. Get me wrong. We don't have any, like, we don't have anything to do anyways. Breath of Fire, fishing has a bit of the on internet, right? This is a very old game that no one's ever played, but here we go. This is 2 remastered, okay. But sure, whatever. This works, okay. This works. Like, who cares? This works. Let me show you what I mean, guys. This is actually a pretty interesting system. Where is the streaming? There it is. So this is how it looks in Breath of Fire instead, right? So you get kind of like, this is the remastered version, but whatever. Like, you know, you get my point. So yeah, you kind of see, and then you kind of aim it down, right? So you kind of throw the fishing line. Then of course it's like a game, right, to avoid the weaker fishes, right? You don't want one, you want the big red, you know what I mean? So it's much more in this part that you really want to get down there and, like, you know, aim, and yeah, it's more focused on that thing. So I think that's like a good improvement of that system, or more so than in the other games. Yeah, that's interesting. And of course sometimes you want the other fish, but that's another system, right? So I always said it, right, when I wrote my thesis many years ago, I wrote it about role-playing games mostly then, and combat systems. But one thing, right, you see in a lot of role-playing games is of course this thing, right? You have the fishing game, you have the card game, like for example in FF8, FF9, right, you have the card game. In Suikoden, you have the die game, you have the Iron Chef game. That is great. Suikoden is one of the best ones. You also have the cooking. In Suikoden, you have a bunch of stuff. You have the farm, you have the trading, you have a bunch of mini games, right? Like this, the fishing and so on. But you also have one mini game which is like cooking. So you have like an Iron Chef competition. So you have to share it on the cooks and you make food and so on. That one's actually really cool in Suikoden. Yeah, and you get like a point system and you have like a tournament arc because one of the 108 characters is a chef, right? So you have his chef mini game. That is actually really cool though. Is called, and I can see like a hardcore, like serious, like cooking mini game. It goes on for like 10 hours or something. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean the fishing is probably one of the most common ones, right? In like all these typical Japanese games, I think it's so common. It's probably the most common one. In Persona 5 has it, Final Fantasy has it, but the Fire has it, Tales of Ice has it. Man, we have so bad luck though. I mean, obviously it's pure random to get the right fish. I mean, yeah, like, that's why I don't like fishing, right? You're still making money. We can sell the fish later. We're still making money. We can sell the fish we don't need, like all of them. So this is not a futile thing for the game. Because we're still gonna make like a few hundred gold, right, by doing this, so it's still worthwhile. Arguably, it's better to go mine, right? But we have a quest for this thing, so it's like slightly better than the answer if we get the quest on it. But sure, this is why I don't like it that much, because it's so random, right? You're sitting here and being like, oh yeah, it's like, okay, like how many attempts do I need to do, right? Okay, sure, maybe I'm in the wrong place though. That is true. But we don't have a good fishing rod yet. That was big though. That was a big herring though. But the thing is that I don't think we can go and fish anywhere else. I mean, I don't think it's matter. Rather, let me put it like that. We can't go and fish in the volcano, basically. Like we only level 1 here. It's not like we can go and fish in like the special areas. Oh yeah, jäklar! Whoa! Jävlar! Oh my god. Yeah, that brought this feed out of me. Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, vad fan är det som sker? Yeah, that one was like, what? That was so it was so weird. It was so incredibly much harder than the previous ones. And I also had that little sessions there. Yeah, I was like, what? But yeah, I mean, it's much better than the other ones. Than what we have. Isn't that enough? But because of that reason, though, I maximized. Screw this quest, I'm gonna fish your ass. But that. Oh, that's one button. Yeah, but that was. No, I can eat herring, I guess. Pick me up. Yeah, pick that up there instead. But that was kind of scary. Suddenly it was just so much harder. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 times as big, right, as the previous thing. But I mean now I basically managed to fish out a much better fish, I think, than what we needed. Whatever, we can. It's almost like I want to sell it because it might actually give pretty good money right now, so early in the game. That it might be worth selling it instead of keeping it. But anyway, yeah, like I was coming to this thing. I always like this with especially Japanese games, right? You know, and I keep coming back to that because I'm trying to have some kind of like a theme on the channel being like anime, manga, and Japanese games mostly, right? But mostly Japanese games. This game isn't Japanese, but it's obviously heavily inspired by Japanese game. You know, Stardew Valley is obviously inspired by Harvest Moon and so on. But it's like, you know, like this mini game system, right? Is super Japanese, right? They were definitely way earlier with doing that in video gaming. I'm gonna sell it because it's worth so much money probably. Yeah, like the Japanese games were way earlier by introducing this system basically, right? Of yeah, what we call it, like yeah, I don't know, not fishing, and it's called the actual thing is called like I guess mini games, right? But there are different kind of mini games. You have mini games that matter, right? You have mini games that affect your weaponry and so on. But I mean with that some games, right? Very early in video game development, you had games that had mini games, right? But the actual mini game had no actual value. Yeah, it added something fun to the game, but you know it didn't have an actual, basically an actual valuation of increasing. That was nice. What can I say, right? The stats or the item, whatever. That's kind of how it started, right? But then the later on, or further on, game development went, right? Especially then again, yeah, Final Fantasy, right? Suikoden, let's Friday, right? And so on. More and more, right? Mini games also became an important part of the actual game, like the character, right? Yeah, like so 7 FF10. If you want to have Vaka's best weapon, he's a Blitzball player, right? You gotta play Blitzball, right? Yeah, which is F10 is great. Blitzball is awesome. Yeah, Blitzball is awesome. I would have played Blitzball if I would have bought a Blitzball game if they have a pure Blitzball. But for example, then FF10, then right, you have Blitzballing, and if you want to get the best weapon in the game to the best character, Vaka is the best character as well. He's the strongest character, right? So if you want to have the strongest character with the best weapon, all the stuff, right? Because the limit break in the game, right? Yeah, you need to actually play the mini game, right? Or so you can get the weapon. That's something we didn't see in the beginning of in the industry. We didn't see people being like, oh, if you're going to get a weapon for this character, you play this, you know, soccer game or whatever. No. That is something, right, that has come way later, right? You can use these items later. You have like a fixing machine later. Did I have an? I think I had an oyster, right? Yeah. You want to have one of each. You have an oyster. So I spelled a hell of a said oyster. Yeah. So, right. So that I think is interesting too. That the games evolved to be not only was in mini game fun and so on, but the mini games almost every JRPG I feel has become like, well, if you don't do the mini game, you can't get the best item for something. Right? You can't get the healing item on this thing, or you want to have a staff in this thing. It's like that's become a huge thing. But I think that makes the game fun, right? I don't think it's a bad. It's a great thing, and also makes the mini. You know, those mini games fun to play, though, of course. But I like that when the mini games have value, right? I like that, and of course, for example, in Dragon Quest, you know, obviously the most iconic JRPG, the first JRPG. In Dragon Quest, they also have the casino. You play the roulette and the card games, all right. And then instead of having, you know, like here you get the random best sword someone, it's more like, you know, you can pay maybe 3,000 coins to get this thing. Yeah, in those games it used to be about, you know, the random, like you get something. Right? That's how like Pokemon works too, right? Yeah, the first Pokemon game of course had the polygon, all the stuff, right? And you will get Pokemon, you will get oh shit, not again. Yeah, you will get different, you know, Pokemon and Pokemon items, right? You know, by playing its casino, right? And that's kind of how they kept going, right, for years. Pokemon. Yeah. So now I'm gonna do yeah, okay, with more stats. It isn't too bad. But that's what I mean, you know, say about 400 gold, right? It's never pointless fishing. I just don't think it's that good in the game compared to the other stuff. But it's better than nothing. Where's my dog? It's coming now. Yeah, here we get the wizard. Let's get him. Yeah, so we need to get the wizard, right? He's gonna tell us. The wizard is gonna give us. We can start the quest of this. What are they called? The commuter. But yeah, like I think it's interesting how mini games, right, became more and more important and more fun to do as well, right? I'm thinking, I wonder if I come with a mini game in a Japanese game that are terrible. Yeah, I was like, I wonder if I play a mini game where the mini game is actually just shit though. I don't know if I could come up with. I don't think, yeah, like there has to be someone where the game actually was terrible. You know, you played it and you were like, oh, this is terrible. It has to be one of those where you play the game. You're like, why, man? Let's see, we need to have one potato. But I have more of them, whatever. We're gonna get more next day. Just sell them. I get more coming sooner. But yeah, I wonder if I had come to the game where they really sucked. Where you were like, why do I have to play this stupid card game? And it's not even fun, you know. It's not even enjoyable to play the game. There it has to see some of those games. Has to exist, right? They are terrible card games where you just like, why am I playing this anymore? It needs to exist somewhere, right? But let's go to the wizard. Oh yeah, down billion to me. He's somewhere here. You have to go at this sideline here. But I think it's kind of fun though when you see these animes, right? They kind of try to adopt, for example, the end of mana. They also need to adopt that stuff, right? They're like, oh yeah, you can also improve like your golem here. It's a golem factory mini game. Need to, you know, they need to make it into the anime somehow. They're like, yeah, and then like it's an episode where you can have a filler scene where you run around like this. They usually become like almost filler, right? Oh wait, can I go on to him now? Do I need to do something here? Oh no, this is something I need to. I'll remember. This one secret path. No, it's here, right? Oh yeah, good. What's that path though? What is that bridge thing? Here we go. This is super long actually. The storyline's pretty long in the game, yeah. Now you need to like talk to him and he's gonna tell me about his spirit things. This is like a long cutscene, man. But yeah, like there's a couple of good, you know. I always think it's weird, right, when you have anime based on video games, right? Some of them are really good, but many of them, like I used to say, right, when it comes to anime and gaming, when it meets, right, and I don't mean games like, for example, Astral Chain or whatever, where it's very anime, right, so you fight with, like, you know, attractive cops guys with demons, right? I'm talking about, like, you know, when they kind of make an anime of a game, like in Mana, affordably, right, especially in Japan, but also other countries too, but I think when they do that, they usually call it a multi-media project, so they kind of combine stuff. So they're gonna have like, here's a mobile game and this game and so on. And what we always see with those games, right? I think especially in Japan, is that they make like an anime. If they make an anime and a game at the same time, like Tact OP or whatever, they skip overhead the storyline. You know, they're like, yeah, here's the storyline for this game, right? And or like for the anime, and then the anime has half the story, and the other storyline is in the video game. So you need to both play the game and you have to watch the anime, or vice versa, so on. They love doing that, right? Where it's like you need to play the game for 10 hours and watch the anime to understand the plotline. You're like, oh man. Like, yeah, it's not very fun when they aren't stand alone. Yeah, when they lack stand alone appeal, right? You know, like you need, yeah, anime is only working with like 3 other stuff. We see it sometimes, right, in America too, where they make movies usually, and the movie, like, oh, to understand the movie, you have to read the book first or something. Not because the book is on the same time, but like, oh, there's like a prequel book here, or like, I think Star Wars did it the most, right? Star Wars 1, 2, 3. They did that the most, right? Where it was like, here's the first Star Wars movie, here's the next one, and if you wanna like understand everything happening between the movies, you have to read a book, like 3 books, and a comic book. You read a comic book, and then this book, and then that will explain to you what's happening in between the 2 movies, right? Like all the details. And you're like, yeah, sure. Yes, I'm gonna buy that. Yes, I'm gonna buy the extra storyline and do this thing. And you're like, Jesus Christ, man. I think it's like, oh my god. I don't think I ever almost fell for it. I don't know. Are you like that, guys? Do you go and buy the companion book or whatever? And I mean, it's a different thing, right? I mean, I think it's a usually different thing. If you like a movie, right, and then they make like let's say a comic book or an anime based on it, right, and you enjoy it, that's one thing, and you enjoy that. That, I mean, again, makes sense, right? But I think that often they do this thing, yeah, but often they do this like mix the product where half the story is here and half the story is here. You need to like read and play the both to kind of get the story. Yeah, that I feel is like what's happening. Like, you just get the. It's weird, man. Because again, it's one thing, right? If you make like a video game or an anime, I mean, based on a video game, right? And it's just like released after the video game, but that's completely defined, right? Because then you have the anime. Oh, this guy is so important. If he says the starfruit, the raro seed. You need to buy this one. It's like worth millions. The thing is that you buy the thing because if you eat it, if I remember correctly now, this can actually be worth googling, but if I remember correctly now, seriously, the rare seed, right, is the one that gives you more permanent stamina. That's why it's so important in Stardew Valley, because you don't need to sell it, you have to eat it. That's the thing. If you eat it once, you get like permanently health boost or stamina boost, whatever, something like that. Yeah, it's only being sold during summer. Yeah, so you bought it in the fall though, so you need to buy it and then save it. Oh, it's also the best seed. You need to make more of it. Yeah, and you can use seed maker to make more. Yeah, exactly. So you should use it and create and then craft more of it in the seed machine. Exactly. So you should buy this thing. I think it's also worth to buy the thing. Exactly. Somewhere correctly. So what you do here is you buy this thing. Oh, that shit a bit there. No, but that's what I see if I remember correctly. Yeah, so you wanna buy that, even if you can't use it now, because it's so important for the like the end game, right? So you need to buy them now so you can get them up, right? And I'm pretty sure that is one you eat and then you get like an extra permanent health energy boost like permanently. So you wanna do this well, right? And when you've done that, then you can like use the seed machine to get more, right? So, because you can only buy from him, and he only says it's like I think it's like 20% chance, something like that he will sell it, and he only sells it in like 2 seasons on certain days, right? It's all this like, you know, mumbo jumbo, super long thing, right? That's a great quest though. That being said though, it's not like I can save the money to buy it now, right? I don't think it's worth it to buy it at this exact moment, because you can't probably buy it right now. I don't think so. Yeah. Nope. But you need to buy the thing. But I would say buying it the first time you can buy it, probably not worth it, right? You need to have a little more economy, you know, working for you first, right? But the second time, you should probably buy it, even if it's gonna set you back a bit, because you kind of need that first money to buy more seeds, right? Anyway, so now we're gonna go over here. There is the talk to them here. Yeah, there we go. So now we can repair stuff here. Right, so that's why I put this one up. So now you need this one. I have no leak, man. It's freaking frustrating, man. Yeah, need to find a leak. So basically, I think you get 30 mixed seeds. This one, yeah. So it's definitely worth doing it. You give them one each. You get 30 seeds. This one is really low. Yeah, so just fall. Can't do that now. Yeah, I can. This is the rare one, right? Yeah, the apple seed as well. So you need to do one of these, right, to kind of get the next step, right? So you want to get the leak for once. It's Christ, but my leak. You never find a leak, man. It's one. Like I can't even find the leak before either. Jesus Christ! But anyway, yeah, you need to get the leak, and then with the leak you can get a 30 wild seed, if I remember correctly. And that's gonna evolve, you know, further stuff like the fishing as well. Also saying, you know, I was ranting about anime gaming. No, but it's just like Legend of Man is a perfect example. This isn't right. Where the anime is clearly made to be like, we're gonna promote the game. It feels so weird though, because I mean, yes, I know they have a remake of that game that was recently released then, right? But it also feels weird because, come on, like that. It's a really old title. You kind of have like, I don't know. It feels so out of place or something. I thought very strange. So now we're gonna hack my way down. What do I need? I need. That should be another sprinkler. Should be a sprinkler there. Yes. Maybe I use fertilizer. What's that? Oops. Let's see. I just threw away my sap earlier, right? So what sap is this, right? Yeah. Oh wait, let's see. Yeah, I need to buy the bag, man. The game is so annoying. Let's be honest here. I love this game, but this part is very annoying, right? Where you're like, oh my god, I want to see have the basic bag. Of course, it's the problem right now in this game, but yeah, it is like, if it's a little bit harsh, right? We're like, oh my god, let me just let me get out of this. Yeah, it's so annoying right now. Takes so much time, right, to do everything. Just that limited bag space. But I mean, you can upgrade, of course, your water can later, right? So then you can like hit a bigger area or hit a line area or so on, right? That makes it go faster too. But of course, about the sprinkler that really matters, right? But certainly you should upgrade your water can at least a few steps. But I don't even think you even need to upgrade in the end of the game, because it's kind of like what I would say it's almost a bit whatever eventually, right? Because you get into that positioning where it's like, who cares? Actually, I need to go in the cave now, so whatever. This is class out there. Yeah, you'll really need it later. It's kind of like mostly you get the sprinkler to do everything for you, right? More or less. But yeah, so I'm gonna go to cave. We've got a quest to go to cave, and hopefully some leaks. But why is there no leaks? It's like the game is bugged. Whatever. But yeah, Legend of Mana, you know, again, it's an anime which feels off-putting because it's like, okay, it's obviously to promote the game. One thing I kind of like in the anime though is that they have a cool way to visualize when you unlock a new area in the game, because you unlock the area in this like crystal thing and then it turns around and spins around and so on. So I give it kudos for that. That I do. But there's such a weird area. Yeah, this is the random item. But I don't know. It's like when you make an anime, the whole goal is only to, you know, sell sell something else, right? You definitely think like, I don't know, I'm gonna watch this thing, right? It's kind of fun thinking about it, though. Fun maybe, but more like I guess not fun. Is old comics shows, though, you know. Like today, right? They make a comic show, and obviously they still want to sell the toys or games or whatever. Of course they do. But think about it, like when they made comic shows before, right? You know, X-Men, Batman, right? It was all about selling toys. Yeah, it was always like the only reason they made those, not only, but the main reason, right? And what was actually how they looked at profit, right? So if they made like a new Spider-Man show, right? The profit usually was actually looked at how many toys did we sell. Yeah, it was like how many, you know, Spider-Man figures, right? Basically, did we manage to sell, right? You know, based on this show, right? Oh, let's introduce the Spider mobile mecha suit. Yeah, oh, he sold this many. Like that's how they kind of measured, you know, if comic book anime show if good or not in the old days. Yeah, it was like purely measured on like, okay, how many people did actually yeah, how many people bought the shiny toy, right? I really don't feel that any show does it now, right? If they make a new show, I don't really care about it at all. Not really. I feel, maybe I'm wrong though, but I feel generally it's harder to sell those toys too. What do you think about that? I think more now, right? Because they have video games. Yes, I think the main thing probably is that instead of looking at how many Spider-Man toys did we sell, right? It's probably more a combination of thinking like, okay, but how many Spider-Man games did we sell? That's probably the first thing. I think they think more like that, where they're like, yeah, well, how many games can we, you know? I use it and eat it. Yeah, eat. Yeah, twice. That's probably one thing, right? They probably more think like, okay, but how many, you know, yeah, how many copies do we sell, right, of the total thing? Because I used to feel like most kids today, they don't go to their mom and like, I want to have the new Spider-Man toy. They go, I want to have the new Spider-Man game, right? I want to have the Spider-Man, you know. I need to talk to him. Okay, I can just get it from doing this thing. It's kind of late, so we can't just be too long. That's super late, but. I think I get one more floor to it. It's a quest to get to 5 right now. I think I get that quest. There we go. Yes, I need the elevator. So every time I get to 5, right, you get the next step, right? So you can get further down, right? But yeah, I think that it's probably much more today easily. I would think, right, that it's like how many copies did we sell this game, or how many people went to the movies for this thing and so on. I think a hard time seeing that they were selling what? Oh, Lewis. That's Linus. So where is Lewis right now? He's probably at like the bar, maybe. I talked to him before. Yeah, I talked to Stan there. I don't think you have to go to. This one is probably is done, right? Yeah, it just has me go further down. Yeah, that one is fine, but I need to find him before the day ends. There's a lot of money right now. For example, I worked right on Disney Infinity 3. Of course, this is many years ago. So I worked on a Disney game, and you know that game is very interesting, right? Disney Infinity, I think, is very interesting from my just general how I say it, like how it works, the purpose of it, or whatever, because it combines toys, right, with like the games. So now I get gusted on my talk to everyone. Where the god is Lewis? Oh, come on. I thought it was gonna be here. This is smart. Seriously. I had the worst luck in this game. Like, where is the guy? No? Couldn't open it. But isn't he at the bar now? Pretty sure he should be at the bar right now. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Okay, so Lewis. I'm just like, what? Man, yes. Where is he at the bar? It's the mayor. Spring. Today is a Saturday and a Sunday. Sunday. He's home now? Or is home now? I mean, the quest is gonna be annoying, man, if I... This is their house. I'm honestly like, what you gotta be listening? And they list down there, yeah. God damn it, did I miss this quest now? I hate this game. God damn it, he might be locked now. Good. Yes. Very important there. It's like seriously important, man. It's a lot of money, man. I don't want to miss my money. That's like all my money. There we go. Bam. Okay, you can do it. Okay, I had 1 more day on it. Okay, I had 2 days. But yeah, sometimes the quest misses immediately, right? No, I don't want to miss that shit, man. It's like super important. Yeah, I'm like, no. I need to get the quest done now, you know. It's like, god damn it, man. I need that quest immediately. I also did my leak, man. But, yeah, I worked Disney Infinity 3 years. I worked Disney, and I was working on specifically on Disney Infinity. And the exact thing, or non thing, is that it combines figures, right, with gaming, right? So you have this. So if you never played a game, the way it works, right, is that you how to play it? It's like Skylanders. You place your thing on top of it, right? You place your like your figure, right? You place your Kana top of the thing, and then you can play as Kana inside of the game, right? So that's kind of where that game, you know, it's a Skylanders. Skylanders is a much more popular game franchise, though, right? But of course, in Disney, instead, you have all the characters, right? So you have the Spider-Man, you have the Venom, you have, let's see, is it the third one you get Star Wars, yeah? So you get the Luke Skywalker, and so on, right? So you can play those characters, right? So you put them on thing, you basically have this kind of size figure, right? Which you buy the figure for maybe like, you know, 30, depends, right, you know, 10 to 30 bucks, right? And then you can place that character. And then of course it gives the kids, right, it's an interesting, you know, item, because it gives the kids like an actual, you know, toy, right? It gives them like, you know, here's the, you know, the Luke Skywalker figure, right? So it's a toy in itself. But then you can also place a toy on top of this, yeah, the portal, and then you can place the character inside the 3D world, right? So I think that and Skylanders is a very interesting idea, definitely, right, to make money on, because, you know, it combines what I mentioned earlier, right? It combines that, yeah, the video game things, the modern stuff, right, but also with the old stuff, right? You know, the toys. It combines the kids with toys, right? And yeah, they really do act like both a toy and a game to some extent, right? And I guess it's easier to motivate, like, Mom, I want to have the Spider-Man, you know, Disney Infinity game toy. I can play Spider-Man figure and I can play him inside the game world, right? I still think that most kids probably use plays with it inside the. No, we're button again. I hate it. More people probably just can't help but enjoy Cola, man. Evil Corporation in the game, yeah. I always press the wrong button for some reason when I press that the chest is so everything. But anyway, I mean, certainly I think that most people just, you know, most kids doesn't really play with their toys anyway, in that sense. They probably just play it inside the game anyway. But one thing though, which I like with the whole idea of, but it's my dog finally, no? Okay, get that. Yeah, she can build stuff as well with my rocks, right? My stones. How do I move this thing? There we go. Yeah, that's like a quest for her. Bam, okay. What can. But what I like most probably with the idea of Skylanders and, you know, similar games then, right? Like Disney. I worked on both. I was like, so yeah. I should probably say that. It used to be for you know, full disclosure, right? I also worked on Skylanders, right? I worked on both games. I worked on both Skylanders and on Disney Infinity. So I worked on like 3 Skylander games and 2 Disney games, right? So yeah. So I've been there on both sides, right? That's probably why I got audio kind of seriously. Yeah, I think so. It wasn't like I was a super important person on Skylanders, but when I applied for that Disney job, right? You know what I mean? Later, then they were like, "Oh, you were on our competitor game." You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, so probably a big part of it. But anyway, what I remember though, and most of the thing, I think that most people with kids these days, right? In a sense, these days, but yeah, I think the benefit is probably more the cool effect that if I want to go to my friend's place, right, I can bring that Spider-Man figure, right? It also works as Spider-Man, you know, in DLC kind of thing, in like playable character in the game, right? And then my friend can be like, yeah, then we can play, you know, and like I think that's probably the coolest part of it. That yeah, they can bring around that figure, right, to friends and family, so to speak. I think that's probably the biggest strength of it. Probably, I think so. Yeah, I would say that's probably what you probably see more of it, right? Which is a cool effect, right? So you can bring it over to your friend's place or whatever. Yeah, I think that's probably cooler. And you know, because I remember growing up, right, to my own experience. But very often, of course, would you bring a controller, right? Oh my god. I mean, one thing that's so classic is that 464, right, to play Smash and so on, right? You know, no one ever owned 4 controllers, you know what I mean? No one ever owned all, like, that was crazy, right? Yeah, come on, no one ever had 4 controllers. You always had to, like, bring your controllers also last, right? Always. Yeah, no one had 4 controllers at all. So what I had 3 actually, yeah. I actually had 3 pretty early, so basically, right, 464 I have 3 controllers because not all my friends had a 64, right? So not everyone had a controller. But if you had 4 controllers, or 3, I mean, then you know 3 friends can like, play at my place, right? It's earlier, damn it. But yeah, someone basically. I would say like if you had yeah, if you had 3 controllers, it was always like, actually I need 1 Yas seat, so that's why I had 2. But basically, yeah, if you had 3 controllers, there was always that one of the other 3 guys, right? They would have their own controller. Yeah, that's the system I had. So I had 3, and then it's always like, you know, if you're gonna play after school at my place, I was like, okay, but then you know, Eric, you can bring, you gotta go home first and bring your controller. Yeah, so you're the only one that has a controller. Yeah. And then it was kind of funny because then that guy's like, come on, why is it always me for? Because you're the only one that has your own controller. Yeah, the other 2 guys have a controller. So that almost turned into like a negative, right? To be that guy that has 1 controller. But it was like that, and they used to play at my place a lot, right, growing up because I had a pretty big house, right? Yeah, I was a rich man. No, but we had a pretty big house. I lived in the basement, typical in a modest basement, right? We talked about the other stream, but yeah, got my modest basement, to speak, right? I had a pretty big space. But one thing I understand the meme. Obviously, I understand the classic meme, right? Of oh, lives in his mom's basement, right? You know, it's a classic, again, right, meme, right? But yeah, I never got that thing, honestly, because I talked about earlier today, episode of American Dad, right? But for example, American Dad asked about that, and I was thinking about that too because it's like, yes, I understand the meme because it's like, oh, only loser lives in the mom basement. Usually because the loser is, you know, like 30 plus, right? That is the mom basement. Of course, that's not true. But the thing is that if you're a teenager, like I only lived, of course, in my mom basement when I was, you know, growing up, right? I didn't, you know, I lived there when I was, you know, 14, right? But if you're that age, right, living in your mom's basement is awesome. Yeah, I never got that meme in that sense because people are always like, oh, mom's basement. But again, yeah, in that version, right, when you live in your mom's basement, that kind of typical, you know, stereotypical nerd image, right, a loser nerd. But that is awesome because you have probably the reason you live in your mom's basement is because it has the most space, right? So I had the biggest room, right, in the house, and so people always come to my place, my friends, right, because like where else would we basically have a place to play 4-player Smash, right? Or even more people, 5-6 people come to my place, right? So it was like the only, basically it was only a house that you could have so many teenage boys, you know. I mean, yeah, like there was no space at most other guys' houses, right? Maybe one of them had a space too, but like, you know, me or his house, right? A lot of people didn't have space, right? And maybe someone actually had a similar sized home, right? But if they didn't live in the basement, they had an upper floor place, right? Sure, it's a nicer room, right? But of course, you can't have like 4 or 5 friends in a tinier room. So, no, living in one basement was awesome. And one thing I always say about this thing was so nice, living in the basement. That's like the best thing ever now. I'm sitting here on stream being like, living in the mom's basement, it's awesome. But one thing that was really good living in the basement, and it's the best part in the basement, is that I have my own entrance, right? I have my own entrance, guys. I was so sweet, man. So so the obviously the basement had their own side door, right? Which meant that my friends this is all I have to do that. They could of course come from that exit, right? They can bank in my window in the basement, and that door's all right. Yeah, and then they would of course come from the sideline, and that was so great because you know when you're like 14, 15, right? You don't want your mom to talk to your friends, or maybe you bring a girl over and I want you know embarrass me, mom, and so on, right? So it was really nice, like straight up super nice, right? Really nice. Again, than having the old exit, the own entrance door, right? So because my friends and you know all the people down so big could take that door, right? And that really gave a lot of leadway to that thing. Yeah, but no, but that oh, Jesus Christ, wrong button. No, but that I also that was always the best part. I always say the same, but it really was, right? Because you could take people in, you know, sneak them in past, right? Mom couldn't embarrass me because they did talk to my mom, you know what I mean? So it was super important. So then I could always be like, no, there's no one, you know. Yeah, it was awesome. Seriously, that's the best part of living in the basement. If you think up in Sweden, the basement almost always has a side door, you know, has its own exit and entrance. Yeah, it's magnificent, right? So you can avoid having to talk to your parents or yeah, always very important when you live in the basement. That part is the most important part. No, but seriously, I was like, man, yeah, that was very good. And I had this classic story of people before, but we used to play. We had this period when I was like 12, 13 or so. Yeah, 12. I think it was 12. And we used to play Heroes Might and Magic, right, in my basement then. So Heroes Might and Magic, you can be 8 players, right? You can be 8 people. So we really needed to be in my place because we were 8 guys playing Heroes Hot Seat, right? Hot Seat. This is a legendary storyline because what we did, right, was that. So okay, this was awesome. So what happened was that I had my room, right, the biggest room in the basement. And then next to my room was a hallway, which is then the entrance door is, right? So you can avoid my mom, right, and so on, which is awesome. And then furthermore, right, there was also a PC room. So at that time, when I was 12, we had like the family computer in its own room. It still was private though, so I could still do it no, but it was in private. Yeah, it wasn't like you see those people, right? There's never been nothing in my family, right? But you see those people that have their personal computer in the living room, you know, next to where mom is, whatever. So the kid is you know, would, you know, Google some bad stuff. You know what I mean? You see a lot of people doing that shit, right? No. My mom had a goddamn PC in his own room, also in the basement. It was like a computer office room kind of thing. Right? Yeah, that shit is that, right? It's like an office room. So that there wasn't about that. That was more like a little office. But it was the reason that what we did, it was perfect, right? Because it was an office room. What we did was that, yeah, people would, you know, like I said, right, would play Heroes 3, right, on that PC, right. So my friend or whatever medium would play Heroes 3, hot seat, right, so one person, and then they would be alone. No one could see the screen, right, because, you know, it's hot seat. So you play one-on-one, right, turn-based, yeah, so they can play their turn, right, in the room, then they could leave, you know, of course, right, leave the room, they could end their turn, and then the next person could enter the room, right? So we can like cycle that. You know what I mean? Then the next person could come in there and be like, okay, now it's my turn, right? And then we can like, we could cycle that, like, you know, the secret, what's happening in the secret apartment kind of thing. So that was really awesome. That's seriously, because otherwise, right, as someone else home, right? Even if they had a PC in their room, right? Not like in the mom's living room, but they had the PC in their room. Where's everyone else gonna be, right? So I had really the perfect situation there. Yeah, we had my big ass room, which we then played Smash in, right? So we were like 7 guys playing Smash in that room, right? You know, circling around, round robin in the room. And then again, we had the PC room where people could play Heroes. So they could go one-on-one to go in there, right? And have their own door, and, you know, blinders, people couldn't see what they were doing in their turn, right? So that was super sweet. We did that for a few weeks at my place, Sunday, Saturday, for like maybe a month or so, and kept playing the same. Yeah, we kept playing that exact same game, at 8-player map, Hit 93. So we kept playing that stage, right? The same map then over and over, or I mean the same game, the same you know, continuating the same game, right? And then we mostly played Smash then in my basement room, right? We also played Pokemon Stadium. That was really fun at that time too. Yeah, I played like, you know, 2 against 2 Pokemon Stadium. That we played out through, and then Perfect Dark later, so but that probably wasn't that. I don't think Perfect Dark was released when we played Heroes. That's probably the year after thing. That being said, though, the hero story, it sounds awesome and it's a great memory. You know, there's so many people. Everyone heroes. There's the coolest turn-based game that the company went back and so on. But you know, it's awesome. But that being said, though, right? I talk about this and it's a, you know, it's a fun story and so on. So that finally a leak there. Jesus Christ, yeah. But the truth though, right, is that the hero storyline was shit though. No, but it's but I always say the same. But now it's Spring Onion. Where is the goddamn leaks, man? They're also white, but they're white something else. But the truth, of course, of the hero storyline is that we never finished that game, right? It sounds awesome, and it was kind of awesome, but at the same time, yeah, like we never finished that game. It was like crazy, man. You know, think about it? Because that's probably like a better, it's probably a better one, right? You can see. That's probably just I can pick it up because it's like a gold one. It's like a valuable, yeah, silver one. That's what I can pick it up for. But yeah, I remember that so much though because imagine, right? We were 8 people. We went to my basement then, right? Play Hot Seat Heroes of Might 3 for like a month. Obviously, we didn't play it every day, but like every week, you know, every Saturday, every Sunday, right? Every week like that. And we never finished the round, you know. We never finished the game. We never had a winner because it sounds amazing at paper first, but then you realize that playing Hot Seat 8 players, it just takes forever, right? It takes forever. So it was like, it's a great memory of my childhood. Probably one of the best memories because it was so super nerdy and cool and there were so many there, right? It was fun because there were like 8 people, so it was like a huge thing. Just trying that campaign, right? You know, 8 people playing Hot Seat and so on. But yeah, like we progressed the game, right? So extremely little. Like we progressed the actual, you know, the actual game by actually you need earth mineral for stuff. Yeah, earth mineral also stuff for your recipes, isn't it? Yeah, it is for some of the machines you need earth mineral. Should explain that. Just gonna water the place a bit. But yeah, I remember that was so well, man, because you know it was like it was crazy because we talked about it at school, right? We would talk about think about it like we would go to my place, right? We start playing this Heroes game, you know, and it takes so long time playing Hot Seat, even if you're like only like 3 people, right? 2 people is fine, you know. I do one, I do the run, it's back and forth, it's fine, right? But even like 3 people, it's okay. But 8 people, right? So you start playing around. Okay, I'm gonna go to the what is it, the lumber, you know, the sawmill to get the lumber, you know. So I can get 2 lumber per turn, right? Yeah, it's like that takes like 30 minutes, right? You know, to get one fight done, right? And then the next person is gonna do the same thing. So just doing like everyone's gonna get their ore mine and the lumber mill. That is like 2 fights, right, per player in the first week of the game. Which seriously, I mean, maybe not half an hour, but it depends on what character you play. But it can take a while to have the turn-based fight because you want to minimize, lose everyone play the game a lot, right? So it at least takes like 10 minutes per player, right? Per fight, probably 20 minutes, whatever, yeah. But up to 30 minutes, play like a bad hero. So it's like 30 minutes, right, for everyone's like first round, right? And or the first week, but it is the first round, basically the first like taking the first few stuff around your city. So that is like, okay, the game has progressed, you know, like step level 1 to level 2. Yeah, like basically the players moved from the first level to level 2, right, basically, out of like 100 levels, you know what I mean? Basically, right? So it's like, okay, in rough 30 minutes, I am level 2 now, and then it's your turn. And then we do that for 8 people, right? So it's like 4 hours of time, right? Like 4 hours of real time. Everyone's level 2 now, right? You know? And then it's like, now everyone's gonna do level 2 stuff. Okay, we gotta go to the crystal mine. And fight a harder enemy, and that's take another 30 minutes, right? So, so you progress that goddamn game. It took forever, right? It took forever. Like we didn't even get halfway through. Like it was like a Heraclean super task. It sounded good on paper. It was so awesome, and I remember it so well, right? Because we played it, as I mentioned, right? We got like nowhere, right? In the 1-2 days, right? The first days, we played it for like 8-9 hours in my place, right? Like Saturday, Sunday, 2 days, right? 6 hours. And it felt awesome, but then on paper, it was like, whoa, yeah, I conquered like nothing. I haven't even faced, like we haven't even faced another player, right? After playing Hot Seat for like 2 days or whatever, right? It was so big. We still haven't even met each other, right? If you play 2 people, right? Hot Seat, the game will go 4 times as fast, right? So you probably will actually maybe fight each other or allied up or whatever, right? Eventually maybe that point, right? But if you played like it's 8 people then 4 times slower, we haven't even had a single fight against each other yet, right? So everyone was really hyped. So then, as I said, I remember so well because that of course on a Monday, Tuesday, whatever, the next week, right? We'd be like, oh man, like next time we play, I'm gonna get to your gold mine, and like, oh yeah, it's gonna fight. I'm gonna crush your skeletons, you know. You got into that kind of like, I will have a beef, and then you have your alliances, right? Because of 8 players, right? So everyone's like, yeah, Robert, you're gonna help me kill Eric, right? Yes. So we had different alliances, you know, and everything was obviously more fun. The meta around it, yeah. The fun of it became more what's happening around the game, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like everyone is trying to ally up and pack and betray each other. Everyone is trying to do all these, you know, shenanigans, right? Typical of these board games, right? It's Turbo's games, very similar to board games, yeah. So that happened, right, for like 5 days. We get to my place, right? We start playing the game. Everyone has this like, oh, I'm gonna betray him. I'm gonna backstab that loser, and everyone has their plot and agendas, right? But of course, nothing happens because the game is so goddamn slow. so everyone's like, that's like 2 days later. It's like next week, right? And then of course the next week, oh god, and then you know the second week, right? Now because we didn't really get that far yet to start fighting each other, right, and betraying each other. Now people are still like, okay. I'm also gonna betray you if you won't betray me. So now it's like the second level of, you know, alliance and pact and so on. We did eventually, I think, the 3rd or 4th week, we started fighting a little bit each other. Like maybe facing each other heroes and so on, right? But it was only like, 2 people that died or something, yeah. It was like 8 players, and after 4 weeks, it was only like 6 players left something, yeah. It was barely like, you know, the end game, it was like mid game, yeah. It took so long. I think, yeah, it was like mid game after 4 weekends, it was like mid game. 2 or 3 players had died, right? But it still takes forever. And then, of course, those games too, like all those games, right? All those strategy games, you know, every fight takes longer time, right? You know what I mean? Sure, some fights, of course, are very quickly. You fight something that's very, very weak, right? And you're very powerful, you win in one attack, fine. But like player against player fights, right? When you're both like level 25 or whatever, they take forever, right? Because everyone has spells and come to this thing, and my ability with this guy, and my tactic on this thing, this is my dragon. Those fights can take forever because they're turn-based. And people are like, oh, if I lose my dragons, the game is over. So they have like a super long time, you know, and I need to throw his blinding spell. Well, he's immune to that again. So those fights between 2 people, right? They are like plus level 20. It takes forever. Of course, the last one of them is very, very, you know, much stronger. I think it easily. But if they're roughly the same strength at a very high level, yeah, they're gonna use all their spells and magics and strategies, and maybe it's a tower defense, right? So they have all their. Yeah, they have their, what's called, the extra bonus to the landmines to that. So it was crazy. It was really crazy. Yeah, like I remember it so well. But I think I remember it, like I said, right, because it was like a month of metagaming, right? People kept talking about how much meta it was. Yeah, oh, I'm gonna betray him, and then can I trust you to betray that guy? Let's do a switcheroo. You know, so it's a lot of that stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do a switcheroo. Yeah, bro. Yeah, we can trick him with that shit. You know. It was so much of that, right? It was crazy. It was so much of that. Oh yeah, hamburger. Yeah, the spring, the fishing. I still haven't found a leak, man. It's crazy. I hate this game. I never played a game in my life again. I can't find the leak. It's crazy. Can't find the leak. Oh my god, Robin, she's a bastard, man. Yeah, insulting my grandpa house, man. It's also grandpa. Yeah, it can't be a grandma, right? My grandma didn't run a farm, but my grandpa did. It doesn't matter, man. It's in the end of that thing. But yeah, one of my dearest memories. No, but I think the memory mostly is. I also took stuff from like a development standpoint too. I think it was from a technology standpoint, right? And I think one thing you learn so much playing that game so long, in a sense, is that because the 5th game had simultaneous turns, right? And you know the Civ games, all the Sim game, EU and so on, they have simultaneous turns these days. I think that is so important. So I know these guys, right? They worked on a Heroes clone, and it's a Heroes clone straight up, and I worked for them on the game a little bit. and it's just a hero's clone, and it's just the worst of the heroes, whatever. But yeah, they don't have like functional Taylor's turn these days. The game is released this year, and they haven't really like worked out the proper simultaneous turns in a way. I think that's like a huge bummer for that game. I wish you get talking about it. You might even get talking about maybe. But yeah, that game is like, Jesus Christ, man. That was a huge blunder by them. I told them that several times, you know, so I used to work there, you know, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that's 5 years ago, but more than that when I worked with them. No, it's like 7 years, or whatever. But when I worked with them, I told them that, you know, and I tried to stir them that direction, right? Because you can't make like a Heroes clone game in this current year, I put seriously, this current year, and yeah, not have simultaneous turns or like working simultaneous turn. It's so bad. Like one thing in their game is that I think they might have some kind of simultaneous system, but for example, if you finish your turn before the other players, you can't do anything. That is terrible. So one game I worked on a couple of years ago, which also is a turn-based game, and it has simultaneous turn, of course. Then it's actually you play exactly the same time. It's, you know, it's pseudo real time, whatever you call it. But like in that game, right? If you finish your turn before, you have 2 minutes per turn. But if you finish your turn before your enemy, then or your opponent, you can then read up on stuff, right? You can look at all the stats, you look at the map. Nice, that's a really good quest there. But yeah, you can do all this other stuff in the game, right? You can look at their, like I said, the stats of the character. You can, you know, overview. What more can you do? You can look at the. You can read on abilities, right? You can look at all the buff and debuff characters. So basically, even if you finish a turn before, now the game has a very limited time frame because it's like chess more so, like speed chess, whatever. So you can't sit there forever anyway. But yeah, in my game there, you can do a lot of stuff, right? Basically, while you're waiting. So that's a much better. At least you should be able to like look at all the stuff, look at the stats, and you know, etc. Change your, like I say, you know. Like with Hearthstone, you can press the stuff around it, at least. No, but kind of like that. Imagine playing Hearthstone, right? And if you end your turn, you couldn't read on the other cards, right? So while you're waiting for your opponent to play his turn, you couldn't read the card on the field. That would be so weird, right? You know. And yeah, so I know some. Is that no? It's a horse, right? This guy, but yeah, so I know the guys that, as I mentioned, they made this turn-based Saturday game, right? It's a Heroes clone set up. And yeah, they haven't really figured out how to make that kind of stuff. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I worked with the guy for like 2 years. Yeah, I don't get it. It's just so obvious. It's so obvious. You need that stuff, man. And I know people defended them, saying, "Oh, it's a beta or a alpha or something." But come on, man. It's like base stuff like that. No. But anyway, where's my leaks? This is like crazy. My radish. No, but I mean seriously, it should be like 20% chance to get a leak in any area like this, right? Like any area like this should be a 20, I think, percent chance to get a leak, and then it should be about 58% chance. I read the report. Yeah, 58% chance to get a leak by like just walking around all the areas. What's that? Is a Bahar? Yeah, it's like 58 in total, I think, if you just walk around in every area, right? And I still haven't seen one leak, so I can't finish the quest, even though it's like, Jesus Christ, like how many turns haven't I moved around now, right? To, you know, see different stuff, right? So yeah, it feels really weird to me. Like it's getting almost kind of pissing me off. Like really. I mean, I'm not saying I should find a leak every time, but now it's been like, what's 9 days I can't find a leak? And I've been trying actively for like 4 days, I think. So it's kind of ridiculous. Oops. So a quest to kill slimes. Hold on here again. This is a very boring level here. It randomized little levels, right? But this one is like 0 items. Just oh no. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's the worst outfit. Yeah, I need to buy the bigger bag, definitely. Holy shit! Like, seriously, finally. Oh, nice. That's a good floor, though. I mean, the game is almost erroring. Sometimes, now you get down here, it's like 4 items. You're like, whoa, or 4 armor. Yeah, like, man. Like, sometimes you go down, suddenly you see like 3 diamond next to you, you know? Like, you have 3 diamond ores sometimes, or whatever. Like, it's crazy valuable. But like here, right, yeah, we see, you come down there and you find, yeah, like a lot of ores suddenly. But I remember as King, interesting, I was King, you know, the game company behind, you know, Cabinet, right? And I was talking about this game with their lead game designer at Candy Crush, and we got a discussion about this game. Right? I think it was interesting because we both kind of agreed on this thing that the game is great or whatever, so on. Right? But one thing it lacks is kind of the further steps. Like basically when you max out in riches or whatever, right? No, oh, I'm so rich now, and you know yada yada so on. Right? Like you get rich and wealthy and so on. At that time, right, you kind of feel the game is weird because eventually in this game, we won't have it in this stream of course, but if you play the game a little more, right, for a few more hours, let's say 10 more hours, you're gonna get to that level where you're like leveling up really fast, your money and so on, right? You're gonna have all the resources, and then you get to a moment then where it's almost too easy to like spend stuff and so on. But it's kind of like it's a couple of steps. You kind of want to have you kind of want to have buy more really expensive stuff. And generally speaking, it's like I think the game would be better to some extent if you could buy maybe really expensive stuff as the first fake scenery. Yeah, if you could buy like really expensive stuff sometimes, because sometimes it's kind of annoying that eventually you have infinite money, right? Of course, but you also have an issue of like, oh, I got infinite money, but I can only plant this much, right? So it'd be interesting if the game had just a little more really expensive items, and it would feel, I think, a little more streamlined, right? To not spend like instead of buying, say, 50 rare fruits, I could buy 5 mega rare fruits, right? And of course I know that by the reward system and so on, it'd be easier, right? If you had what's called, yeah, a few bigger items, right? Because you can obviously use them easier, but still though, I think they made the game a little streamlined in the end of it. Or maybe something like the game should have a higher ceiling or something. I don't know. I mean, eventually you get to a ceiling in the game, you get to the next cave, and then it's like you max out that cave, or you even before you get to the cave. I mean, you start into that cave, you kind of max out your home, and you feel like, okay, I'm kind of I wish I could do more with the money, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, the game is kind of over, right? I guess when you kind of reach the second year, if you play the game great. I mean, 2 more. Yeah, the game is somewhat over almost arguably when you reach the second year if you've done everything perfectly. Like if you min max year 1, right, you're gonna get into like a perfect mode the next year. I guess of course you could argue saying that maybe you should min max, just play the game casually. Like right now I'm playing the game definitely more casually, right? What is called a shield stream, right? So we play it more casually. Is that a bomb? Yeah. See, that my first bomb. So bombs are pretty good, man. You should use them more. This is one thing that I first played this game. I definitely was kind of like, oh, a bomb, but I saved them and so on, right? But that's pointless. And then you end up just having them a lot of inventory. Yeah, it's better using them because you're gonna get them faster. So I tend to use them all the time now when I play the game more now that I'm more experienced in the game. Because you save so much energy, especially now that you're low level. It's now when they're more valuable, right? Because you have less energy, less stamina, right, and so on. It's harder to do stuff, right, when you're low level. You also lack, what's it called? Not that one. Oh, it's that one. Oh, come on. Yeah. It also, it also lacks more. Good word for it. No, but it's like. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think about it. In this game, the further you get in the game, right, the richer you get, and the better item you get, and so on. So one thing easier too is that you also have more healing items. Yeah, so you can heal yourself easier. So eventually, yeah, when you play the game, it gets easier to always have health, right? But at the beginning of the game, it is much more like, oh shit, I can only have this much, and even if I have a healing item, it only gives me 10 energy, whatever, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna throw away the radish, I guess. Yeah, this is my first shop. Wrong item. Here we go. So on. But that's one again. Then I think the game really should just let you auto equip that. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that you have to like lose that item on you. That's the quest, I think. Hopefully I can just afford to. Hopefully. Well, it's the last one. Nice, because I don't have it. Yeah, there we go. It's very important to pick up the course, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, the course are like the course might feel like another 2% or whatever, but some of the I call it gemstones, right, are used for crafting. So more the games on this game are just money, right? Everyone for crafting is definitely something you need to pick up, right? So they're much more important. So you can do that. Who wants to talk to Lewis again? 2 days. Okay, we take it next day then. We can go here instead. I think it's open out, I think. Yeah. So now we get the quest here. But I think so. What? Or is it here? Huh? This guy? What wasn't this quest then? Enter the. Isn't this I can do now? Enter the. Okay. Whatever. I guess you can't enter before you have that quest done, but it's nothing. It's no reward for it. Maybe that's how it is. Like it's no reward. You can enter. So now you can buy better swords or whatever, but there's no actual like reward going in there. That could be it. Actually, maybe I can get to Lewis. It's 9. I don't think so. It'll be hard. I'll try. Jesus Christ, man! Why is there no leak in the game? I'm gonna try to get to Lewis now. Then I'll Google it again. So I'll be like, I don't want to be the guy in sheets, right? But this game, I feel like a Googling game. No, but it's a little bit like, when did that guy spawn in that house of the game? It's like, where is this guy at Tuesdays? It's like I haven't bothered to remember how they move around, you know. But is locked? No, nice. Money. Yes. But I mean, this is kind of weird in the game, right? Yeah. I mean, the game is almost not like one person. It's a goddamn hero, but on the same time, that's kind of annoying. Like, why isn't that quest finished, right? I talked to the quest giver, but the game doesn't count as finished until I also press the button in the quest, you know, menu, whatever. Yeah, I have to go to the menu, the UI menu, and also press the button. Why couldn't I just get like the menu done the first time when I talked to him, right? That is weird. That comes off as very weird, I would say. Let's see. I can probably build spring. I can build a furnace now and build sprinklers, right? Where's my goddamn? Oh god, nice. It's late here now. Jesus Christ, man! It's really late here now, man. It's really late. Might turn off the stream soon. I'm streaming for like 6 hours now. It's really late now. I'm like, oh my god. But I don't get it. I just want to find this thing is the first thing I have to go this seriously. Started really, I don't know. Cannot find any leak. It's just like I can't find any leaks, man. Like what is this? So I can never finish my. It's like I can't find them. It's like I get a bug. Can't find any leaks. I mean, this guy is like I haven't found them in the first 17 days. Okay, this guy said the leaks is the lowest item to pop up. Yeah, you can craft the spring. Is that wild seeds? Yeah, well you get it from wild seeds. The problem is to get wild seeds you need 1 leek. Yeah, this guy has no help whatsoever. I'm just gonna do a stupid run around for leaks here in this stream. Then I turn off the guy. Okay, fight up a dog here. Min chefer. I'm just gonna do like a quick run, guys. No, but I was like, I hate this person. No, but like, Jesus Christ, I googled, right? And everyone's like, yeah, leaks are super rare sometimes. So like, there's a rare items on. Yeah, I don't know why. But then one comment is like, well, if you make, no, his name is gonna be something else. How do I random this thing? Jesus Christ, man. How do I no, how do we random? What is it? Yeah, I get Butcher. No, we call him Bonden. Yeah, we call him Bond. This is Bond man. No! No! Did that pass it? Okay, we're gonna turn off the game after this thing. Like, no! Who's gonna call him Bond? I'm gonna mention Bonduman. It's gonna be like my little Anya. I was gonna be like, that's my Bond. Jesus Christ, I wanted to go back there. I keep pressing the wrong button for some reason. I don't know why. The game is not. I'm not using the controller, the gamepad the game is supposed to play with, right? I feel like I'm always pressing the wrong button when it's back and forward. Like I'm playing, you know, it's very kind of issue where I am using the button, right, the circle, like I'm in Japan, right, you know what I mean? I'm pressing the Japanese way, and the game is like, you know, he's taking a leak here. No comment about that. But yeah, it's like the game, you know, I'm always pressing the wrong button, I think. I'm always pressing like the go forward is go back to me. I'm doing it in reverse, right, and I'm always pressing the other button, I think it's forward, but then it's back, so it's very frustrating, seriously. That's why I keep using the fishing pool so many times when I'm trying to open the door or whatever. Yeah, press the one button. But that was, I was like, I'm gonna name him Bondo, man. It's gonna be my Bond, my coolest dog ever. It's like, nope. His name is Natalie M now. It didn't make any, it was even misspelled too. Natalie M, yeah. Natalim. It wasn't even the word I wanted. I mean, it was better with the random word. I mean, oh god damn it. But seriously, I hate this game. I never played it in my life. Why is no leaks for? The other thing is the typical Japanese thing where there's so many games, right, where the Japanese you're so used to having the reverse, right? You know, like the circle and X button, yeah. Those two buttons are swapped, right, in many games when you play Japanese. So. I have a funny story actually to say, but no, I have a really annoying example of that, of the circle and thing, which I will explain soon if I rage or finding no leak. Oh, but seriously, this is kind of ridiculous because to be able to do the community tab, community center, you need to start doing one of the foraging quest lines, right? So you need to finish this quest. Or whatever you want to call it, but mini mission, whatever, right? If you don't finish this quest, you can't get the fishing as well. Because that's the thing, I can probably do one of the other ones with either ore or wood or whatever, but yeah, mostly I need to get one of these things to go. For my money, it's gonna be a lot more money the faster you get those 30 wild seeds, because you're gonna obviously sell them, right, and then you make even more money. So you wanna get it as fast as possible, but yeah, this is kind of absurd, like seriously. Okay, get the leak is the least likely thing to appear, right? It's like only like 20%, something like that. But I mean, yeah, like it's 20% per area, or maybe different percentage, but it's some percentage per area. It's like 20% in the mountain range, and obviously I've been running through here, you know, many days now, so this is actually quite frustrating from a random standpoint. It's well, this is absurd, like seriously. I don't even gonna save this thing anyway because I got the wrong dog name. But anyway, the best example I think is a great example of the annoyance of the reversing of, except the naming the dog the wrong name though. Yeah, except the naming the dog the wrong name. I don't think the game allows you to change the name either, which I think is a bad thing, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's easier with the input. My flowers. They're finally done. My flowers. Yeah, I can cut down my flowers. So you wanna definitely get the tulip, because you can see that one tulip is red and so on, right? I mean, obviously it's tulips, so they're different colors. This thing I think I pick up. Is that a thing I can pick up then? If I have my, or the beach house thing I interact. Or did I destroy it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's the beach house thing. Yeah, see, obviously I never, yeah, I'm a noob. I haven't played this house before. Okay, so then you just saw it in the box there. I saw it earlier. I didn't think about you can hit it. Okay. A little bit more Then you get random items. Okay. Well, I guess there's some value in that then. If it's probably the most RNG house then. If you like randomly, luckily, at random, there's a house you can get it. You can destroy this thing in it. You know, he can his pass here up later, but yeah. Or is that only the second year? I don't remember. But it's like there's something is that opens by itself, right, for the train. This is the train and the sauna is. I think it opens by itself if you just play the game. I think so. Yeah, this is absurd. Holy shit, man. But anyway, the best example, right, I think of in video gaming, except naming it the wrong name, right, with this button being reversed in some games or in some systems. It's also really weird because I believe if you play on PlayStation, the actual console, and you change your language from English to Japanese or vice versa, which I learned a lot, right? Both for work and personally, like changing the language settings. When you do that, I think it also reverses the buttons, so it also changes to like the localized settings. So if you're playing on a English PlayStation and then put it on Japanese, it's gonna reverse the buttons. Like it's super weird. That could have stayed, I feel. But anyway. The best example I have is the game I mentioned earlier, right? Final Fantasy 15, yeah. FF15 is freaking terrible. That on this portion, right? It's a terrible, basically a bug, right? That they have established. So if you ever play FF15, of course I mentioned I played earlier, right? Yeah. If you ever play that game, you might notice that it's a really annoying thing in the game, and that is that you want to open the door, right, to the car. So if you go over to the car in the game, and also all things too, you jump, right? Like the jump button is also the confirmation button, right? Which is really stupid. So many times, I don't know how many times when I played 15, because when had it released? I lived in Sweden, I guess, or whatever. But I was playing it in English, you know, whatever. Yeah, I wasn't playing in Japanese, I was playing in English. And if you, yes, whatever. Yeah, I played on English picture. And on Japanese language, whatever, yeah. But when you press the goddamn car, right, you jump instead. You jump. But of course, if you play in Japanese, you don't jump, right? Because of course in Japanese, the jump button and the opening the door button are two different buttons, right? One is X and the other one is circle, right? So there are two different buttons. But in the English settings or outside Japan settings, they're the same button. That is so stupid because they're reversing the button. Or rather. That what makes it dumber, right? They're not reversing it. They are making one of them be the only thing, and the other one isn't right. Because think about it, if there was a real reverse, the confirmation button, right, would have been the other thing, right? Yeah. So the only one of them is swapped into the English settings, and the other one is not, right? That's a goddamn bug. That's more a bug than a UI issue or whatever, yeah, or a code issue or whatever, or like a design issue. Regardless, I think it's terrible. I hated the game so much. And it's so obvious, I think in the more games than fantasy, but it's an obvious issue too, where you're so clear that, this is happening because you guys didn't think about the difference between Japanese and English here, that you changed settings. But like I said, I'm almost more frustrated about that game, right, that at least it's like I said, if it is this thing, right, then they would still be separate. Then I would learn to, well, I guess I open the car always with circle or whatever, yeah. Then you would learn to play the game with that thing, that was the manual, you know, that was the default, right. But instead it's like this. Instead it's like they both go in. Instead of doing this to do this thing. It's like, why? Oh, it's so stupid. It's so obviously annoying too. It's embarrassing, I feel. People working on that game, they worked on it outside of Japan. I mean, the Japanese developers probably never knew it, right? But if you play the game, testing it or whatever, right, in America or Europe or whatever, you would have seen it immediately, yeah, and be like, oh shit, this thing shouldn't be reversed, or this thing should be both be reversed or whatever. Super super crazy. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I hate video gaming. That gets me crazy, man. Stuff like that drives me crazy in video gaming. I'm just like, how could you not see that thing? How could you not know it, right? It took me like and obviously sometimes, right, and you can of course come from it being like a damage from work, right, but yeah, having played, I'm sitting in my arena, the angry arena. You can't even see your face, man. Why did you guys vote for this figure? It's way too big, right? This figure is way too big. You can't even see your face, right? I'm gonna get some angry feminist at me now. Yeah, you can't even see your face. She's so tall that she's towering over my. She's as tall as my PC screen, right? Like my screen is here, right? And but it also have like a thing on the ground. So she's taller than my screen, right? Yeah, she's taller than my goddamn TV, basically. She's so massive. She's like The microphone is like half her size next to her. Yeah, the microphone is next to her here. See, here's the guy that monster drinks. She's so tall that she's like towering over everything else. Look at that. She's behind her now. But yeah, I can hide like 3 cats behind her. I can take the Nesco 2 and hide her behind her. No one can see her. Look at the ass. No one can see her. Jesus Christ, man. This is ridiculous. I have the radio figure, right? The radio is pretty big though. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, I could not do that. She was standing on the the pudding platform. Yeah, that's bad. I have the radio figure, right? Which I used to have here as well, right? The radio figure is shorter than Erina, maybe like 10 centimeters shorter, maybe a little more, 15 or so. She's basically twice the size of the pudding, right? And so she's over here, kind of in between these two. Yeah, basically this is like 1/4 scale, right? And this is like 1/6, and the radio is like 1/5. It's basically in the middle, right? So let's go get her then. But the radio figure actually works pretty well, I feel, on this table, right? Or generally speaking, because she's kind of like, she's big enough to just kind of get in on the screen, right? I used to have her a lot there. The reason I stopped having her here because she's so heavy, and I blame the developer, I guess, but whenever I blame the whoever made it, because she kind of falls, honestly. She's fallen a few times because her ass is big as hell. Basically, her figure is so back heavy that she falls backwards a few times. So that's why I stopped having her, honestly, because she's used to have her here on this table over here. But she's just so heavy on the back, right? That when I move the table like I did now there, she would sometimes fall over. Which is, of course, annoying and terribly, but yeah. So this is my beloved radio figure, right? Best girl in One Piece. Of course, a really cool character. I used to have her a lot, but I just got so annoyed at her falling over too many times that I stopped having her, right? It was just too much. It was so annoying. Although I think she's hot. I mean, I prefer her over the pudding, honestly. Yeah. It's also a cooler figure, here comes. She's also a cooler figure, right? I mean, I like how she stands. Yeah, she got a cool stand, right? She got a cool positioning, a sassy positioning, right? Cool clothing, quite the etchy position on it, yeah. So very nice of that. But as you can see here, then, this is actually pretty interesting because it's Kanna. But Kanna is actually not that tiny into scale, though. Yeah, you should say it, right? This Kanna scale, I believe, is the same scale as radio, right? Because Kanna is very tiny. Exactly. This Kanna figure is not a good representation of different figure scales because Kanna is very, very short, and Nesco is short too, right? Kanna is a little daughter, the cute, a little Anya-chan, basically, right? So she's supposed to be short, right? But these 3 figures, yeah, let's have the next shot before the stream ends here. Then we have the Erina figure, massive Erina, right? I'm trying to get a good position here off them on the table. It's gonna be really hard, actually. They can't really get spaced here. I'm trying to make some space for them. So we get the map here, right? Now they're standing next to each other. This is kind of the sizable difference, right? Now their figures standing next to each other on the stand, right? Of course, you can get a little up there, but that's kind of shit, yeah. So that's kind of the comparison, right? You have this is kind of the basic figure that you buy, right? The pudding size here. This is kind of, I would say, the basic size of most Nami figures, or Nicky, Robin, or Bonnie, or whatever. Right? Not heavy One Piece, but for example, right? Yeah, this is kind of the basic figure, right? Like I said, Kanna, I think, is actually pretty big for her size, right? Kanna is actually probably too big, because she's bigger than half. She's like here, right? She's like bigger than half a pudding. So actually, Kanna is actually a bigger scale by scale comparison, right? Kanna is actually isn't that tiny, right? But that's kind of like the pudding, right? This stand is very big though for it's far away, but yeah, roughly like half her size. Right? Then we go, but here I think the radio figure is nice though for the streaming or whatever for the reaction, because yeah, she's a nice figure, right? And she's very tall, but obviously she's exactly kind of in my head, right? Yeah, she kind of like this. Her height is quite good, I feel, right? For the streaming. Then we get the freaking Erina. Bam, baby. Yeah, you can see there. Yeah, and the Erina's face can't even be seen. The Erina face is so big. They actually have roughly the same size on their stand, though. Yeah. Well, look at them right here. Erina is obviously quite bigger than Radio here, right? But their stand, the one they're standing on, the actual, like, the platform, It's actually roughly the same size actually. Yeah, the arena one is just slightly bigger. Maybe it's like 10% bigger or so. It actually isn't that much bigger. But obviously the rest of her body is quite bigger, right? See the main comparison, it's crazy I made this. But yeah, this is my biggest figure. Like I showed you earlier, right? I had the Boa Hancock, right? I had Naruto one. I do have one hen figure, which is actually probably my second biggest figure, which I can't show on YouTube, right? Because she's just a Futanari, yeah, like a rare Futanari figure I bought. Can't show her here, right? Very, very. I just like it. It's cool, man. It's cool, rare. But that one is probably maybe here then. Yeah, it's basically like in between. She's like this kind of like a Gairu, yeah, Kurogal Futanori figure basically, which looks really badass. Awesome figure. Honestly, probably still my favorite figure from her design aspect. And she's really big then. Probably, she's bigger than the regular figure, I know that. Also, of course, I'm box still, but she's like maybe here then, right? But interesting, the stats are pretty the same. But anyway, I'm gonna have to use the goddamn arena figure on stream then, right? For tomorrow and so on. But yeah, she would have to stand way further back then. Like now I moved her. Now I moved her like half a meter right from the Reddy, because Reddy would be over here, right? Yeah. And she look kind of tiny, yeah. Arena will have to stand somewhere like here, right? To tomorrow's reaction to Bleach and so on. Yeah, we can remove Reddy then. She would have to stand like this, right? She would have to stand like that. But yeah, I just thinking about it. It's kind of funny that she's actually standing way closer to me now, right? Than what the usual. This is my hand, She's way bigger than my arm. She's bigger than my whole hand, right? Comparably, yeah. She's this big, right? Her upper body is like bigger than my hand, right? If I take the radio figure, right, that's like half the figure, right? Yeah, it's but it's obviously just perspective, like perspective of the camera, interesting, right? Because again, right, usually when I have, for example, what am I putting here? Right? When I have a pudding figure, right? On a normal reaction or whatever, sample pudding or a ram or pudding, ram figures or what, they're about this size, and this is the basic, the typical, figure size, right? I have something over here, you know what I mean? She stands kind of here, right, on a normal reaction. So it's quite ahead of the arena, right? Yeah, the arena now is standing like basically two figure width behind her, right? Yeah. But it's kind of fun thing about it, because I mean now the arena figure doesn't look, I mean, obviously it's like at least twice as big as pudding, right? In this angle, she's obviously like, yeah, this is a big ass figure, right? But I sort of think it's interesting that if you look at it comparably, right, from how the perspective is, because now she looks like, yeah, okay, she's twice as big as pudding now. But actually, if you of course take her in the normal place that I would have a figure, right, like over here, yeah, she's just so towering over, you can't even see her face or her legs or whatever. And this is kind of where she would stand, right? And the count would probably stand like here, right there. And it's like that's kind of the comparison. Like she's absurdly, sizable. Yeah, bam, right? So we have to stand somewhere over there, though. Kanna can stand on top of her. Yeah, Kanna can stand on her platform. Like Kanna is completely standing on top of her. Kanna's platform can stand on her platform. Easy, without no problem, man. But yeah, then we got pudding there. And then we get the radio, like that, baby. So now radio looks like almost the same size, but she's standing in front of her. Yeah, like in this vision, right? You wouldn't think that the arena is obviously bigger than the radio. But in the perspective, they look not that different, right? But again, she's actually standing like here. Now they're standing in the same length, right? Yeah. But you can't tell that much here, I would say, right? Or maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like in this angle you can't really tell that they aren't standing next to each other, right? Or you wouldn't think about it much, right? Yeah, you wouldn't think about. I don't think so. I don't think you think about that much. Obviously, covering my face, but I mean, you probably would think that they're standing basically next to each other, right? But she's actually next to pudding, and then they could take the Nesco one as well. But anyway, yeah, what a gigantic figure she is! Oh my god, it's just like. The absurdity of this figure, man. This figure is way too big to have, This figure is way too big to have on a stand. She's absurd, man. She's just really, really absurd. But anyway, because like the stream is all right, probably take it easy now. I will actually, I will go and watch the what is it called? I will go and watch To Eternity, I think after this. But again, I won't do it on YouTube, right? It's just worth it, right? To Eternity, it is one of the worst one I've seen. Yeah, I keep saying it, but it's just so. It's just, it's sad, right? You have a few animes where the company go crazy, and they're like ban everyone that talks about it, right? So I might even remove my opening rest to it. So go check it out if you're interested, because I don't know if I see anyone else getting an issue right for the opening reaction, then of course I will remove my own opening reaction. But I never heard about anyone getting like for an opening reaction, honestly. But who knows? Again, who knows, right? So it's a little scary, which is very unfortunate. It's always right. Yeah, this figure, yeah, I'm happy with it. Like I said, I was surprised this thing wasn't this hard, but that's just a very nice texture to it. It actually is like a tube in actual, stockings. Yeah, the actual is a really nice. Usually the figure will be harder, right? But as I thought about earlier today, it kind of makes sense though that it's easier to actually make a figure model, right? And then you put the clothing on her, right? Yeah, so the clothing is softer, much softer. That's how it's gonna be, right? So you can buy soft and hard figures, right? This is kind of in between. You can buy the soft here too, yeah, but in between, right? Like her clothing is soft, but her body is hard, basically. But actually, I'm surprised. Honestly, this is like usually I mean, it's not like 100% perfect, right? There's a little bit some black dot here, a little bit. They always have some issues. You know how it is. This isn't like 100% perfect figure. There's like a little bit here on her cuff here, like a black dot there, if you really look for it. But otherwise, like this here figure here, right? This is more damage when I bought it new, yeah. This here new figure when I first bought it, right? You can't see it, but it has like a little red thing here on her arm, right? Because of course the person did it has colored her skirt, right? Which is red, golden red, right? And her hair. So it's a little bit like a red light on her arm, right? Like obviously it's not the worst thing ever. It's not like, oh my god, this is ruined, right? But you can definitely see on the other side here then that she has like a red line here, right? So here they made a mistake, they kind of like, oh no, they probably colored her hair and they made a little mistake. Unfortunately, right? That thing is very common. You always find like a little line and so on. So honestly, I'm happy. I said it again, so that last word, but I'm really happy actually with this figure because, like, maybe I'm just overexcited. But seriously, when I opened it early, right, I was trying to find one of those like, oh, maybe it's a blown line here or something, but actually it doesn't. It actually is a better craftsmanship than, for example, this figure then, right? The red figure, yeah. Like if I compare the person that has done this thing coloring and this thing coloring here, this one here is better, definitely better. Like it has almost no issues seriously on the coloring. But yes, of course it has a few, like one dot there, one dot there. Unfortunately, it's also like one little bit there. Extremely rare of it to find a figure you buy that doesn't have like a dot or so. Like the color here also is very good quality, honestly. It has like one dot here, I don't know. But that's how you get nerdy. You're like, oh, it's like a little black dot on her ear here. But it also, actually, I feel it's almost one of the best figures I have, seriously, from the quality of it. Yeah, it's purely the color work and so on, and the artwork of it, right? Etc. So that's a little different. But honestly, mostly I feel most figures are pretty good though. But again, I was happy when I opened this thing earlier today. Like I said, I had it for a while, right, box since early the year. And hadn't watched it yet. I was happy to see that, oh my god, this actually is like 98% or something. You know what I mean? You have a rate them percentage wise. The camera here is also like a 98, Yeah, they're not perfect. They're not 100% perfect, but it's very close to it. So that is of course very happy to see that this is basically a perfect colored figure for such a big figure, right? Because it would be really sad if she had, massive. What if her leg here was yellow or whatever, right? Or like this thing was weird, or her arm here could have been yellow because of the hair or whatever, right? Like if they colored the hair and then they made a mistake on the arm or something, that would be, of course, it's always feel way more. It's like, right, you have a big ass figure, you're like, they miscolored her arm or something. So honestly, I think it's really great. Honestly, it's really, really great that this figure, genuinely speaking, because I have a lot of figures, I have 100 figures, whatever, right? Genuinely speaking, this is like my second biggest figure I have. And it actually is also one of the best ones I have, yeah. From the actual quality. Like she's both soft clothing, really good color work. So actually, yeah, really happy with it. Seriously, like really happy with it. Normally I'll be like, it's issue here. Except I said the red figure here, right? That one I could immediately see like 3, 4, 5 issues when I opened it the first time. I was like, that thing is that could be better, that could be better. You know what I mean? The regular figure maybe is like a 90%. But honestly speaking, the regular figure is probably, I would say, the worst I have. The worst I have, straight up, I want to go and bother getting it down. But the worst I have isn't the coloring or figure. I showed it on sleep. It's my video figure. I have many figures. The one that I'll say I'm the most annoyed with is the Vivi one. Yeah, the Vivi one is terrible because I don't know how to think of it, but it's just a very weird stand. She falls off the stand all the time. Super annoying. You know, I like Vivi from One Piece, one of my OG best girls, right? But her, I have two Vivi figures. But the one, Vivi in a wedding dress, don't buy that figure. It's terrible. I'm too tired to get it now. But it's basically Vivi in a wedding dress. It's a pretty cheap figure. It's like 20-30 bucks, right? It's not a huge deal of money. It's like it's big as the pudding, right? It's like this size, you know. It's a pudding size, so it's not a big Vivi figure. It's not like amazing, you know, in that sense. But basically, her stand, right? She doesn't have like this kind of stand, like a normal circle stand. You have some other stands too, but usually a circle. The Nesco one here is like a big ass wood thing. It's kind of cute. But this one is cool because it's like an active scene, right? So the Nesco one is like a cool, like it's possibly in the active running scene. So that one is different, right? But the Vivi one, she has this really weird white plate, and there isn't a circle. It's like a weird angle of it. And then it has two really weird pointing up in the middle of it, but they're not even aligned. They kind of slash aligned because she has two like high heels. They put their high heel into it, and basically those high heels they pop up all the time. Right? Like every time you move the figure, the heels fly out of the stand every time. Right? Having it on a table like this, right? And every time you would move the table like this, right? You know, she would be like, you know. Now this one shakes because she's so goddamn tall. It actually seems really sturdy. Seriously, this one has a very sturdy stand. Look at this, with like extra extended screwing stand. Yeah, so she has a very good stand. Actually, one of the best stand I've seen actually, because she has like an extra. I don't know if you see it, but she has like an extra added screw to it. So actually, this figure, yes. The arena one, she is moving a little bit when I push the table, right? But I think they actually has a lot harder stands than they usually have because it's like stuck to it. So her stands are, you know, more powerful than we usually have actually. But I guess she's still, you know, if I do this thing, right? Because she's so goddamn tall. Probably because if I move the table, she's like half a meter. So she moves a bit because she's like a freaking tree, man. it's like having a tree on the table. So if I move the table, she's like shaking a bit because she's so goddamn massive. It's really, you can really see it now in the table. The red also moves a little bit, you know, because every figure, of course, moves a little bit, right? When you move the table, they will shake a bit, right? Because, you know, vibration. But on her, it's like, you can really see the vibration because it's so goddamn big. But anyway, right? So every time when you push a table, right, whatever, you move something, you know what I mean? You get vibration, right? So it pops a bit or whatever. That Vivi figure is so terrible because she will fly up from the, yeah, she'd be like launched from the figure every time, right? So the red figure, as I mentioned, I stopped using her a bit because she also has the issue with she falls down sometimes. It has happened all the time. I mean, she kind of stands here now. I push it a bit. It isn't the force. But yeah, she's basically bottom heavy, right? Or whatever, ass heavy. Yeah, she got a big ass basically, right? So she basically, but seriously, she falls over backwards. Happens a few times on stream, right? And the thing is that I don't have it here now, but where did I put it? It's somewhere. But the red figure actually has a cloak over, yeah, the cloak over, right? It has the kind of thing on her back, so kind of like crimson colored, you know, like sassy cloak thing, right, or something. Yeah, like I don't know, something like that. It's supposed to be some kind of like maybe a jacket or whatever, right? It has behind her. So this cloak thing, yeah, it kind of like it weighs, right? Maybe 10 grams or something. It's not a big clothing piece, right? But you put it on her back, then that makes it fall immediately. Like basically. So the red figure. I mean, it's fine if you don't have the extra cloth on her, but yeah, if you put the cloth on her, she gets even heavier and she falls sometimes, so it's kind of annoying. But the Vivi one is terrible, like seriously. The regular figure at least is like, it's fine if you remove the extra clothing, she can stand usually fine. You know, with the clothing, you can't really move the table or whatever. She's too back heavy, right? But yeah, the Vivi one, that is probably my worst figure because she pops like she flies up in the sky every time you move anything with her. It's crazy. I never seen a figure with such a bad stand. Okay, seriously, I'm too tired for this now, but I'm probably gonna get it now. I need to show you that stand there. So, isn't that far away? I think I put it. Too much stuff here. Yeah, the bunny Samba figure there, right? First problem, too much stuff. But I think I put that. Yeah. Now I move the table too harshly. Oh. I have it here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, I'm gonna take the stand here. She's just lying there on the table there. Yeah, so I have the stand here, right? Because actually, yet again, right? She has popped off her stand. So I haven't. Yes, her back again. But this is basically how the stand looks. This is the VV stand, right? So her stand is this weird, non-circular platform, and you can see it's for the high heels, right? And yeah, like this thing never holds, right? This is this super slim thing there. So she always pops up on this thing. Like it's, I have it lying on a table with the red wings. I have this one-piece table over here, right? I have the Nico Robin, Red U, Nami. You know, I have all the. I got a bunch of figures on a table over here, right? Next to me, I have like, I don't know, 20 figures or whatever, right? So it's like 2 Namis, Bonnie, Nico Robin, etc. Right? And I have 2 BBs. So, but this BB figure, I haven't even put it back up again because it's like, I don't know, I accidentally moved close to the table, so she flew up in the sky, you know what I mean? Like she exploded upwards immediately. She had like a volcano explosive. She ate too much food. Yeah, she did. Like a soma scene. It's absurd. Like this stand is the worst thing ever. Like seriously, don't buy that. Don't buy the Vivi Neverin dress. It is terrible. Like it is super terrible. Like seriously, it's so bad, man. It is so weird. But anyway, guys, hope you like the stream. It's all right. Probably make more of the art later on, right? And please, please subscribe, slap us all right. Please check out, the other stuff, right? Please check out the art, Instagram is all right. So as I showed you earlier, I can better a little bit. Now it's kind of harder because I gotta put the table again. Oh, everything got better. Oh, there we go. Size comparison is there, right? Before I turn off, been for a few hours now. I showed it earlier, right? If you didn't see earlier on the stream, I went through some of my art, right? That we're working on. So you got kind of like this, right? It's one of my favorite pieces that I've done this year, right? This is another thing I've done recently. What more do we have? One of my favorites. This one I think is good too. Yeah, this one's great. So I think that I've done last week. And my favorite, of course, where is she? That's the. Where's my muscle chick? I have too many images now. I got this image. Let's see. That one is very anime. That's my Makima. I mean, I posted this one earlier, right? This one I'm posting earlier. This is the Makima, the pudding one. We talked about pudding, right? The pudding next to me in front of me here. Pudding is also currently very focused in One Piece. Yeah, so I made a pudding one, I got a flash with the pudding one. Don't forget this one. I needed to make my own aqua, right? I needed to make an aqua in my style. Of course, I had to make my own aqua, right? I gotta print it out. I'm gonna ask, go to Sora, gonna find Sora, right, in real life and be like, please give me an autograph. I need to have it on my own aqua figure. But where did I put my favorite? This is probably my favorite one. I had to figure. There she is. Yeah, this is probably my proudest accomplishment I feel so far, right? I don't know, but you know me. I like my muscular wifeys, right? So this I feel is the best I've done so far. Because obviously she's a very muscular hot chick, right? This is exactly that kind of Myrmonden art you can expect, right? If you go to my Instagram or whatever. This kind of art, yeah. Like seriously, you know me. Like this is the kind of art I adore, Yeah, but this is really me, right? You know what I mean? This is the art that I'm just like, yeah. I was like, yes. Like this is the one I'm the happy with the most though. Doing this for a little bit now, right? And this I feel is probably my best work. At least from the kind of there's actually some stuff I've done that I can't show because I had tried to do some hentai, right? So I did this like Futanori stuff, which I haven't shown anyone. It looks really. I made some kind of horror. I had a period like this month, where I was doing like horror stuff, you know. I was like it to junior it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do horror art, you know, and it looks kind of freaky, and I don't know, it's like not safe, family friendly enough probably for YouTube. Honestly, it is kind of weird when you make really weird art because, like, I made some combination of scary art with sexy art, right? A few weeks ago, and I just can't show it here because it's probably not family friendly enough. But I also don't know if I can show it on any other platform, except maybe like Twitter or Reddit or something. Because I'm just like, man, this kind is kind of freaky now. I got into doing weird stuff, right? But for a little bit, of course, every artist does, right? You always got that moment where you're like, oh, I gotta make some really weird stuff now, right? But of course, this I feel is probably my best work so far, right? Because I feel this character really, represents kind of like the waifus I like, right? I'm gonna make another video about it later, which I'm gonna call something like, I started doing art. No, I started doing my own waifu art. This is the result or something. Because of course I was like, I need to make muscular chicks, right? I need to make muscular waifus, I started. I can get up here, but I started with kind of the Marvel style of it, right? The Rob Liefeld style of it. And it was very, very muscular, right? So you can imagine when I started doing this art, if I can find it now, the best example. This is my favorite of my earlier works. When I started, here she is. When I started doing art, right? I got into it kind of like a few months ago. This is kind of how it started, right? Like this, right? This is kind of how it started, right? So you kind of see the progression, right? Like I started like this, right? And it was more Marvel-y, right? It was more, it was more like, they were very, very muscular. They were super sizable, right? And then I kind of went over into this like more realistic art or whatever, or, more, also focusing more on the background, right? In the beginning I was a little bit like, okay, I was gonna make something, right? And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna make some stuff happening in the back as well and so on, right? But I think you can really see the resemblance here, right? I see, this is probably one of my best, I feel, early works, right? And I feel this here is more like, you kind of see the similarity, right? They kind of have the same abs. They even got kind of the same bra thing, but this is probably very similar. It's probably too similar when I think about it. But yeah, that's kind of how it started out with this kind of art, right? And then for a while, I haven't shown it yet on the stream, but I had another period when I did a lot of like white things, something. I don't explain really, but I had a period when I was starting doing like waifus that were like high elves or something. Yeah, I had a period when I did this for a few weeks when I was like, everything is gonna be this like weird white thing, or I don't know, it's gonna be this like, yeah, it's gonna be some kind of priestess or something. I had some period when I was like, now we're doing something like this. I don't know. It's more, yeah. I'm like, I had a period when I was doing everything. It's typically me. I go very period wise, I go very period wise. Yeah, it's like for a few weeks, everything I made was just very like shiny waifus with white stuff, and they had like not like white skin. They had more like pearl skin or something. Yeah, they were very pearl-like, something like that, right? And then I had another period when I made everything with water and ice. That image ready for that. But it's typically me, right? I had another period where everything was like burning. Everything was on fire, yeah. I had that period too. I can show you probably one example of that. I had a period where everything had to be on fire, I was like Melona. I was like, I'm Meloning it. Everything is goddamn fire. Oh, here, this one is good, man. Yeah. See, everything has to be fire, boss, and there has to be, everything has to be fire. I had that period, definitely. And then I had a period of, this is on my Twitter account, I had a period when I was working, and everything was tentacles. No, but there was wines, okay? I was trying to do like trees more so. I was trying to do like, I don't know, I had some idea that I want to make drives or whatever. And then I was, doing that, right? And then I had a period of gyros, yeah, of course. I probably have periodically I have a period of, doing gyros, right? So blonde chicks with muscles, yeah, that's a classic Myrmonden thing, right? Like every woman has got to have like a kuro gal or a gal or something, yeah. So I got a good gal image, but I got my favorite, the MILF one. Where is she? That's like my best one. That's probably maybe, I don't know. That's what I mean. This is kind of art, right? I don't know honestly how YouTube looks at this stuff. honestly, like I made this thing. Let's keep it small then. Yeah, like that, right? But she isn't like naked or anything. No, she's just like she's just kind of revealing. But she isn't like, yeah, I don't know honestly. I mean, it obviously isn't like, she's still wearing fully clothes, right? Yeah, like she's still. I mean, obviously, I admit it's sexy, but like, I mean, it's like she's wearing more than a bikini, right? It's just kind of like I don't know. Um, but it's definitely something that I would. That's kind of one of my gad pictures. But honestly, it's kind of weird, right? But that's why I wish, though. I won't show it here, of course not. But I wish that I could. Maybe you can though. I don't know. But I had, like I said, I had a period when I did kind of horror art, right? Yeah, I wish I could show you that thing, but I don't know if that's for the channel. Yeah, I don't know if that goes. I don't know. I don't know if the rules for that. Honestly, I don't know the rules for artists. It's kind of a new thing for me. Right? I'm doing it for the last months here, so I don't know where the rules go for. Like I'm gonna do art. You know what I mean? I don't know where the rules go for when you do like, let's say I make some kind of horror art. But this will be the last image I show guys. Then this is not what I'm working on right now. Yeah, this is one of my latest. This is one of my latest works here. You can see the abs. You mean, man? I'm always sitting there like I gotta give her bigger muscles. Every time I do something, it's like, how do I make the abs bigger? I'm always like, we gotta improve her muscles, right? I'm always like, yeah, this looks good. Yeah. She got good abs now. this is where I start every character. It's like I start by like looking at the abs. I'm like, yeah, she gotta have a good positioning, intimidating muscles. Then people know what's up, man. Those people know what's up, man. Yeah, then there was a Myrmonden art when the wife gets very, very muscular. Okay, the wife needs to have really big muscles, right? Definitely. Where do I remove this? Man, I have way too many images now. Yeah, it's harder on the stream. I'm trying to figure out how to remove the image to my right. There it is. But yeah, I don't know if I show something. I really wish I could show the horror art, seriously, because I would love people to see that stuff. I'm gonna post it maybe on like Pate or something. I don't know. I jokingly told my friend that I'm gonna make an OnlyFans page, just so I can post my horror art. I jokingly told my friends that I need to make an OnlyFans page, just so I can like post my horror art, because it's not really etchy. I mean, it's kind of like if you make some kind of morbid wifey art, right? You're trying to make it some kind of, it kind of gets etchy, but it isn't really sexual. You know what I mean? It's kind of like some weird painting, right? Which is like, no, this is more horror than it's sexy, right? So I don't really know where it goes. I don't know if it's allowed on any platform. I was trying to describe it here, but it's like, it is hard to, I don't know, honestly. It's kind of confusing with the rules and so on. You know how it is on big platforms. So I jokingly said I probably need to make an OnlyFans page so I can post my art. So I can post my weird art, man. But it's kind of like when I made this character. I think I showed it earlier, but it's your eyes. Now where's this is I did yesterday. So I'm working on when here she is, It's kind of similar to this, right? It's similar to this one, But, more scary. Think about this character, right? In a scary fight or something. With her eyes kind of like orangey bloody and so on, It's like I worked on this stuff, right? And let's say she's fighting a centaur, right? And it's like some kind of, maybe she attacks the centaur with like a spear, and it's like, it's like a tomato juice, something like that, right? Like a battle or something like that, right? Yeah. Like working on stuff like that, right? And it looks all, bleeding or something. So that's kind of weird, I don't know how you do it really. Honestly. But anyway, guys, hope you like my art reel, right? And I'm gonna make many images later. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, right? I just started an Instagram for that basically, like last week, basically, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna keep posting this stuff, right, on Instagram, Twitter, sometimes on YouTube, right? But on YouTube, like I've done earlier, right? On YouTube, I feel I don't want to spam you guys on YouTube with like, oh, look at my art or whatever. But on YouTube, I feel I will do this stuff, though, right? I like to. Like, sometimes I try to do a character from an anime. I did Makima last week, right, for Chainsaw Man. So that I feel is fitting for YouTube. Like, here, look at this fan art I made of, a character on ongoing anime. So last month, but I wasn't filming it yet, but I did this Haruhime, right, for Dalmashi, like I'm working on this Haruhime art, for example, right, and same thing that we mentioned, the pudding and so on, right, so That's something, of course, I feel like I when I post, to YouTube or whatever, generally speaking. But otherwise, most of these images, right, and my crazy life art, it's gonna be posted right on, again, Instagram, Twitter, right? They're more like photo pages because I have a lot of image rights. So I have hundreds of these now. No, but I have 100 failed. I have 100 terrible ones and a few good ones that I post, right? And then I don't know, but I think I'm gonna probably post them without watermark, right, on Patreon or whatever, right, something like that, right. Or maybe I go the real deal. You know, say OnlyFans. No, but I was just like, where the hell do I post this on? Where do I post like a hot waifu fighting a monster on a hill or something? Where do I post that? I'm like, genuinely question. I'm like, where do I post that without getting cancelled, right? Where do I post my crazy waifu fighting art, right? I guess I have to make a manga, right? You know what I mean? We saw it yesterday, right? Miracle fighting, and she can lose a body, or she can lose an arm and fight a guy, right? And there's blood everywhere, and that kind of stuff. And then it's fine, right? But it's weird if I make a painting, and I also need to make it into a storyline. Right? If I just make a painting, I don't know. Of course, in my argument, I always felt that art is, you can do whatever you want, right? I always felt like, no, this is art, right? I can just, if I want to a badass fighting waifu, what's wrong with that? I don't know, but it is probably, I don't know how this platforms, if I go to Instagram and I post like a fighting waifu, yeah, it's like, I don't know. It is weird, right? But anyway, guys, hope I had the stream and so on. Been there for a while now, right? Been a long stream. I have, as I mentioned, right, said last year, I just bought this thing, right? Just come in the mail yesterday, or Friday, whatever, your point. Just got it from the mail. This is a new capture card. So you can stream every game, right? Because I had one in the past and then broken, yada yada. So this one, SSS switch here, right? SSS switch here. So what I need this thing mostly, like everyone else, right? Because otherwise you can't stream Switch games, right? So, and also hopefully it's better to stream other stuff too, because this will help me to, wire around some stuff and, make a better quality stream, right? Or reaction or whatever, for anything, hopefully. Because it has like a streaming board and so on. But it's mostly, right, so I can record the Switch and also record PlayStation or whatever. But again, I have one thing to record the TV, right? But I need something better to record the Switch so I can make it like a better stream. And basically my point is that if you guys are interested, I don't know, but I feel I'm gonna play at least some more games. Maybe here, maybe on Twitch, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. But my point is that what I'm probably looking forward to is playing Fire Emblem next year, right? Because I'm a huge Fire Emblem fan. I was obsessed with Fire Emblem, Three Houses, but then I didn't have one of these things, right? I had one, but it was broken. And I want to play Pokemon, right? I love Pokemon. I'm an old nerd who cares about Pokemon years. I'm excited for Pokemon, right? I think Sword and Shield wasn't the best game ever, but now we have more generation, better code, more fixes, right? So I'm probably gonna stream Pokemon. I'm not gonna be like a Pokemon streamer, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna do what I do, right? I'm gonna do anime reactions, so on. Talk about some stuff, right? And I love JRPGs, right? So it's all been my thing, right? It's after anime, or actually before anime, I love JRPGs, right? And then I went into anime, right? So I'm gonna stream probably Pokemon, obviously JRPG, Pokemon, right? And maybe something else like Let's Go or whatever. But Pokemon, I do wanna make a few Pokemon videos. Like I used to play Pokemon a lot, right? Competitively. I used to be, very high ranked, PP, typically me, right? So I think people might be interested in that. Seeing me, because I like to do weird teams. I am. I make some weird waifu team. No, I either, but you know what I mean. I make some weird team work. It's typically Myrmonden. But I take some 3 really weird Pokemons, combine them, and I make a really weird team that somehow works in the pro leagues. That's kind of me, right? I like to go for that strange strategies, something like that. So that might be interesting, guys. And I think next week we should have Bayonetta 3, right? That I will stream though. If I give it on time though, because that boycott happened the rest for like 2 days, right? I managed to book the collector edition, so hopefully I get it on Friday next week, right? But I have my doubts because I managed to buy a collector edition during the 1 day boycott, so wouldn't surprise me if I don't get it. I don't know. I'm still salty that I pre-ordered the Made in Abyss edition, right? Collector edition, because I love it. I love Made in Abyss. It's one of the best anime this year, right? And I pre-ordered the collector edition for Made in Abyss because I wanted the Made in Abyss stuff, right? And I love the anime and the manga, and I want to export the game and support the anime. And I really wanted that item, and it never arrived. You know what I mean? I got freaking scammed that shit. Yeah, the company never said it properly. They claimed to me that it was coming tomorrow. It never arrived. I never, of course, paid for it because I used one of those buy now, pay later. And I, of course, refused to pay later because I never got my item, so I want to pay them, right? But I was very frustrated because I pre-ordered it like months before, and then when I didn't get my copy, it's of course sold out everywhere. So I could never get my copy, you know what I mean? So even if I never paid for it, I also had no other place to buy it because it's sold out everywhere. So I never managed to get that pre-order, the collection. Maybe it's frustrated me. So I'm super nerdy. First world problem, but seriously, because I pre-ordered that story, you know, like 4 or 5 months before, right? And then again, yeah, because they never actually sent me a copyright, probably not. Yeah, I never got my copy, and I can't buy it anywhere else now. I get, or of course, paid double on eBay, whatever. But that's too much. So I just feel salty that probably my Bayonetta 3 probably won't come in time. That's how I feel. But it's another store, though. Okay, right? It's not a store, of course. It's in the same company I'm buying it from. But I'm just like, it wouldn't surprise me if I'm not gonna get it. I'm super salty. I'm super salty, man. I am so salty. I'm just like, I'm not gonna get my copy. Am I? I'm just like, so yeah, I pre-ordered the Masquerade edition of Bayonetta. So if I get it, we record unbox it, just like the Arena one, because you know I like to art. I have a lot of game art books. I have way too many, right? I think the last thing here. Because I worked on several game companies, you usually get a game budget so you can buy books, right? So I used to use my budget. Let's say you get like $100 a year to buy stuff, right? So you can like improve your skill or whatever. So I always buy art books. You use it always, but several times I used that like book budget to buy art books instead of like coding books. So I got that. And then I worked on 2 game companies. They kind of went like bankrupt or whatever. They quit or whatever. So when it happens, usually the game company has a lot of books, right? So they have like this stuff because one thing people do, right, is that they buy these books or whatever, right? Have them in the library, you know, at the company. They never use them. They just stand in the library. I see it in like almost every company in my life. They have this like, oh look at us, we have all these cool books from about coding, about art, about design. And it is a coding book for like $1,000, like super expensive. They have it just in the in the library, so when they have investors over, it looks fine, right? I was a company like that, and when they went bankrupt, they were like, "Do you want this stuff? People want to pick up this stuff." So I was like, "I take the books." So I was like, so I got like 20 art books, you know, like expensive, like you know, $50-$60 art books for a bunch of games, right? And coding books, AI books. I was like, I can carry it home. Yeah, I was like, yes, I get my own library of books now. I've done it like 3-4 times, kind of different situations in my life. So I got like a room of like books, you know, of books, yeah, like used books. And then I also inherited my grandfather and also my great grandpa's Bible and so on. So I also got like a religious collection of like. I got this huge Bible and I got a bunch of like old books from ancient history books. So I got the one room in his house where it's just like 500 books something. It's like a combination of this is a funny combo, man. It's like a combination of like 200-300-year-old art books, right? And or I mean the 200-300-year-old, well, kinda like mostly religious books, right? Ancestor books from my household, from my house name, where they had like you know big because we had this big ass Bible. Like this Bible, you know, with the image of Satan and so on, yeah, like old religious art combined with like anime art, and the book next to it is like a Japanese waifu art. This is the art of Tekken 7 or something, you know. It's like a lot of waifu images, and I'm just like, you can see why I make some sick art, right? I combine that. We combine my fascination of al fresco and Michelangelo and Da Vinci and so on. You combine that fascination of Mona Lisa and so on with, you know, Japanese anime art, and you get something like, that's how you get my art, you know. That's how you get this shit, you know. Let's be honest, that's how you get this. That's how you get this kind of waifu art, you know. That's how you get this stuff. Yeah, you get demon. That's how you get this kind of demon waifu art. Come on, you know that. That's how you get there, right? Or that's how you get there. Come on. It's not the image. Where's the church woman there? This woman. So we get this thing, the wife in the church. Yeah, I call it the wife in the church, right? That's how you get this art, you know. It's like a wife who's standing in, in a cathedral. That's my thinking there. It's like two different, like behind the right, it's like the church windows, right, and so on. And she's some kind of like high elf or something. Yeah, I don't know. As I said earlier, this was my white pure period when all the wives were super, pale white. Yeah, they weren't like they're not white people. Right? They're not humans. Yeah, this is like I was thinking like high elf, right? A high elf in like a religious, like a elf church, something. I was thinking something like that, right? So you can see a little bit of my inspiration there. Yeah, I was like I combine this art and I take the religious art and I take this thing. But I was thinking something like that with her. Yeah, I was trying to make it look like a chapel or a cathedral or something. You can't really see because the image of her standing inside of it, right? But you get my point. It's supposed to be church windows in the background. Yeah, it's supposed to be like I was thinking it's supposed to be some kind of like religious zoom in there, like that. Yeah, that you see better. And she's obviously not a human then. She's supposed to be. This you can see it clearly here, yeah. Like it's supposed to be like a fire and like a, some kind of religious. I'm not saying this is like super well taught. And in a way, maybe I should have it the same side. Like now when I look at it myself, I am questioning if it shouldn't be more symmetric. Like maybe I should put it, the same thing on both sides. I think it felt more real now that there was like only one chalice on one side. And the fires aren't the same in the back window kind of thing, or what do you call it, like the. But I don't know. I felt it looked more real because it was not symmetric. But otherwise, it might be cleaner, right? If it's the exact same on both sides, because then it would be more symmetric, right? But it still has a symmetric general image. It's more like they're missing one chalice and it's not burning on the left side. So I wanted to make it look a little more, I don't know, real or like an actual scene something. But yeah, if it was symmetric. It might be more clean though. This I think a lot about that. Honestly, symmetric design a lot when I work. Yeah, I don't know, but I think about that stuff a lot. I was like, man. But now when I watch them again, I'm looking at it myself again, right? I'm just like, did I do the right thing there? I'm questioning my own. Like, maybe I could have copied the other side. I could have done this stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think, right? I think about that stuff a lot, right? Yeah, I'm like, maybe it wasn't the best thing. But anyway, guys, okay. So now we turn off the stream, and then to your eternity. I'm gonna take a break now and sleep, whatever. But I do to eternity, and I will unfortunately have to put it on Patreon or something like that. Yeah, because you can't post that thing. And when I did the Bender one, they also removed that on like Vimeo or whatever. So you have to put it behind. It really is an anime reaction review. You have to put behind, like a private bar, so to speak, right? Where's the company will come after you, which is really sad. I think it's gonna hurt the anime, right? At the end of the day, it's hurting the anime. Of course, I don't agree with people just uploading the full episode on YouTube, or whatever, which I don't do. You know what I mean? Obviously, you have stuff that isn't fair use. Someone who's taking the anime and of course not. But removing everyone that reviews an anime, right, on every platform, right, as much as it can, obviously loses the anime's but promotion. Yeah, if no one can talk about an anime, obviously it's gonna sell less. It's gonna have less customers, right, because no one knows it exists. We see that with several animes where some animes are very, very, or some games too, where they are extremely hardcore, like Persona 5 example. They were gonna remove every video of Persona 5 after a day, right? Because in that game you play dates, right? It was like if you play the game after, let's say, 5th March, your video will be removed, right? They had a blanket rule. We're gonna remove everyone's video after that date, so on. Stuff like that doesn't help the game, right? It just means that no one is gonna, like, a lot of people are gonna be afraid of, reviewing the game, whatever, right? Because they can't show any scenes that happen after that thing and so on. When it accidentally has a fight scene, it's so silly, right? It's gonna ruin the game's free promotion. But like I said earlier in the stream, though, let's end on a good note. I do think that, for example, as you can see at Nintendo, as I mentioned earlier, Nintendo has opened up, right, to people to, like I said, but then look at Pokemon, so where it used to be more like a complete no one ever on, right? But these days, you can basically do a Pokemon stream. Nintendo is like, whatever, it's free PR, right? But if you go back 5 years ago, Nintendo removed everyone talking about Pokemon if they weren't like a Nintendo approved channel, right? So I think that we can see changing in Japan a bit. Nintendo, of course, is very old-fashioned, right? So I do think actually it's getting better to some extent, because some companies have actually been a little bit more like, maybe we should let people play our games and stream it and review it and so on. Like every game I worked on, I never seen an issue of anyone, reviewing it or streaming it, because it's only gonna promote our game, unless I guess that they hate it. I suppose that they hate it. I suppose that they were like, this game is the worst. Yeah, I suppose that they hated it, but that never happened. I never worked on a game that got a bad review, honestly. I worked on games that have gotten like mid reviews, but I never worked on a game that has like a shit review, and that happened to me. But I guess if everyone hated my game, then it maybe wouldn't be good if they streamed it. They wouldn't be like, no one buys the thing, right? I suppose, but no, I don't think it is. That being said, I do think that maybe, honestly, you shouldn't be able to stream games, like a playthrough or whatever, if the game is completely story-based, Like, if the game is no gameplay, basically, like only like a visual novel, it's only yes and no questions, and the whole game is like basically storytelling. Yeah, maybe that thing actually should be allowed, but it's kind of like the player has no input on the actual game. Yeah, so it is a little bit genre, right? Because if you play a game like, let's say, League of Legends, it's all about gameplay, right? So anyone can stream that. It's all about gameplay. Every game is different, right? Depending on how you play a hero. But if you look at one of those like visual novel games where you have like just different paths options, right? Yeah, it's like, man, yeah, those games probably shouldn't actually be allowed. Probably not, because they have no game. And the gameplay is only if you want to go left or right, you know what I mean? The gameplay is only like, do you want to marry the red top or the blue haired girl? Yeah, that's the only gameplay they have, right? Like, do you want to go on a date with the sensei, That's the only gameplay they have, right? Like options of visual novels, yeah, and then they're like 95% text, right? Yeah, I feel those games are probably not fair use to play. I never played those games on Steam or whatever, but I just imagine that shouldn't actually probably be allowed. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit situational, right? You know what I mean? But anyway, guys, have a great day and see you guys tomorrow. Of course, the Bleach, right? We got the Bleach coming tomorrow and Golden Kamui. Of course, I am always depressed every week that no one else cares about Golden Kamui. It's like me and like two other guys in the world. I just feel like Golden Kamui is a goddamn masterpiece, and no one knows it is season. That being said, though, I do agree on, but I do get it to some extent. It is season 4. I do get some people that are like not up to date with it. It's a very good anime, an extremely good anime. One of my favorite animes of all time, but I do get it that a lot of people are probably haven't even seen it since 3 years. So I do get it that affordably animes that get up to like 5-6 seasons, right? Of course, a few people will care eventually, because it's like, unless it's the biggest animes like, My Academia or whatever, they still have their attention. But yeah, the smaller animes with a lot of seasons, yeah, it is true that a lot of people. Anyway, guys, see you guys, have a great day. Subscribe, share the video, right? A lot of good stuff. Comment if you liked the video. Comment about my